El que es volte, el que es volte, el que es volte. El que es volte. ये मैं कब से लाइव हूँ? अभी आया ना लाइव? El que es volte. है दलोस माफ करो लेट हो गए हम काम कर रहा था कुछ मैं अभी आया कि कब से स्ट्रीम चालू था अभी आया शायद
dealing with the post plants or just getting out of the post plants and then knocking them out of the round entirely.
Binks NHK यार
Tough challenge here for Trace Esports. Leviatan though certainly are going to
एक
have
सेकंड
their
रुको
hands full. Let's not forget about that. Let's send it over to your casters for map number 1. Two guys that love to give out riot gun buddies. Confirmed by the way. It's Mitch and Tom.
हाँ चलो 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 चलो
Why'd you have to
प्रेडिक्शंस नहीं चाहिए आज के दिन 2-0 लेव है आपका ज्ञान आपके पास रखो ठीक है 2-0 लेव है जरा सा भी प्रेडिक्शंस नहीं चाहिए
Last time, so. We've got an incredible series for you here. Lev have been looking absolutely
unbelievable.
But Trace, they surprised us in their opening game here on the international
What is today's
stage.
date?
Their second time, but you know they're hungry for that feeling again.
Yeah, I think they came out of the blocks as a
Ludo King
surprise,
मारेगा
but at the
Ludo
same
King
time,
नहीं
they
है
looked like they had
Violet काम कर रहा था
a lot of cool ideas. It's not like it was a team that just like kind of fluked it. I think that's always the way that we get with teams that are unknowns or teams that we haven't seen too much of before.
जल्दी 2-0
I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to offer here. And the map pool, at least the first and third maps, are the maps that they did well on when they played versus Vitality. So I think it's definitely an advantage to Leviatan. Let's not be silly. They have been performing very well over the last stage. But there's definitely still hope.
Clean 13-0. Clean.
For the China number 3 already. Going to be kicking things off on their attack side. This was where they only lost the pistol and every other round went their way versus Vitality. For now at least. The game is sort of ground to a halt. There's quite a bit of space taken by Fong Fong, but it's whether or not he can get anything done. The answer is no, but his teammates can.
It's a bit of a shutdown. 4 versus 2 off rip. Pistol round could be online early on. TP by Mazzino. They know that he's here, and they're backing off. Trace looking to give the space away. Taking control instead towards the lamps. Over behind that box, 2 players tucked in. The cam's already confirming the information.
हाँ भाई 13-0
lag हो गया यार got to expend a lot of ammo to break that open and they use it to bait in
ये अच्छा
था the fight. A good
ये
start.
देख के लगता रहेगा ना डेडलॉक अच्छा एजेंट है
करके 2 players stood in behind that box and Kai's the first to strike. Calm now left.
नहीं ये देख के अच्छा लग रहा रहेगा ना तुम लोग
एजेंट
अच्छा है करके
at least lands the first but the time is ticking away. He has to get on that spike soon. Has to root these players out of position and the double swing. Very close. But not close enough. It's 1-0 to the Chinese squad.
Yeah, I think the time had already gone, so that's why you see the double face towards the end. But I do like just how they're playing their post plants. Relatively safe, but also just having that double up in an uncharacteristic position. And again, we just see the value of the solid time. I think this team has a lot of really good fundamentals where you're not seeing them make too many mass mistakes, which I think a lot of the teams we've seen like burst onto the international stage.
यस भाई कल आपने जो फाइनल्स डिसाइड किया था Fnatic वर्सेस जेंजी होने वाला है आपको कैसे लग रहा है हाउ डज इट फील
Fong Fong has been able to get that far
मेरे स्ट्रीम में आके यहां पे जिंक्स करके
of course
it's quite a big achievement I must say दोनों टीम्स हार गए any comments
Leviatan have stacked up A. They've got a lot of space having already pushed straight down A short, so the timer is ticking for Trace to get into B. Calm doing his best to slow them down. And there is a rotation from Mazzino, but he'll be here too late to do anything. Walking out to the site, just a pistol in hand, and he is quickly dealt with. The site now completely under Trace's control. May be able to find some value though from Aspas and Tex. It is being watched though. Not going to be found for free, but a battle against these two could go either way.
But the other thing as well is the way that Tracy using the barrier is just isolates players. So King is just having to wait at the moment because he's completely locked off from a teammate. It means that there's not an easy way back in, and in fact, we're going to see King just go in the other direction. Nice shot from Kai. Looking like they'll keep this one nice and clean unless there's some sort of mistake. And Texas' position could be that mistake. A gap left in the armor. A re-rotation. They've kind of got lost at where Com was, but the shot's not quite clean enough. Even still, Tex has done fantastic work.
Yeah, good damage at the end of the day. No chance
Kaun
to defuse
jeetega?
that spike,
2-0
but both
left.
players falling
Clean.
to it, all for the economy.
Clean.
A 2-0 start nonetheless.
Clean.
3 weapons carried forward to the next. It's not a terrible start for the
13-2
attacking
game
side.
khatam hai ye.
But here's where the guns come out on the defense and where Leviatan
Ah.
have a chance to put rounds on the board.
Asli Bhavan
Yeah,
Gram
it's safe to
pe
say as well that I think that this
Aaspas
choice
ko
for Trace is a
Arkan
good one.
dekh
It's a
sakta.
map that regionally hadn't been going great over the
Excuse
last
me.
stage, lost it 3 times in a row to solid opposition. You're talking about the likes of FPX, Titan, JDG, but ultimately it didn't look great. But after their victory versus Vitality and a close victory for Leviatan versus Talon,
13-0 था ना, sorry, 32
clearly
बोला
feeling
था मैंने.
confident in what they can do with
32
this
बोला.
comp. The buy though, it's not
नहीं
the
ये
best.
देख के अच्छा लग रहा रहेगा ना तुम लोग का
Pistols being
agent.
play, and I think if they win this one, that would be a pretty impressive start. They've done a lot of damage actually. Com almost down already.
उसने देखा ना.
Started out as a hater of the deadlock, but looking at Trace playing it last time, certainly started to sell me on it.
ओ भाई
First couple
कैमरा
of
भी
rounds.
ओपी.
I agree. That barrier has been a bit of a problem early on. Leviatan
कैमरा भी
control
ओपी बे.
over Bath, orb taken, space taken. And it's going to slow down the round for Trace by quite a bit.
भाई
When it
कुछ
comes to
ज़्यादा
blow
information
to
है यार
blow,
लोग के पास.
haven't really got the weapons. Instead, they're going to use the numbers to try to overwhelm that A site. 3 players stacked up, though, and big players at that. Aspas, the first line of defense, and he's going to get an opportunity as this smoke fades.
Execute आ गया.
Execution now beginning, but King, as we saw last time out, kicking things off with a bang. Already going to isolate the rotation, make it a little bit harder, but the players on site are already doing an impressive job from Leviatan, but there is a trade back from BNK, at least making it competitive.
And they're starting to get some of these sonic sensors up, trying to throw in a curveball in case Leviatan get aggressive and take some
भाई
space.
टाइम नहीं है.
Immediately
Time
Mazzino
नहीं है,
dropping
हार गए.
walking, that's a problem.
हार गए dude.
Spike needs to get on the ground, and they know that swing can come in from
बस
Bath.
clean
8
clean.
seconds now, and they're isolated.
Clean.
No chance to put the
अभी
spike
भी
on the
तुम लोग को
floor
लगता
until the
है.
round is over. 2-1 we go.
अभी भी
Leviatan have
लगता है
fought
तुम
right
लोग
back
को.
into it. 4 players
Clean.
alive as well. It's a very successful round for the defensive side.
Yeah, I think just
खेल
being
है
a
उनके
little
साथ,
bit more
खेल है.
committed to that A side. As said, like the way that the barrier can sort of isolate teammates from being able to rotate, and obviously more of a problem
Bang
in
back
this than
100%
any other round,
success rate.
but also
Excuse
just
me?
holding on to some of the aggressive control. Like you're
Bonus
not
था.
allowing them to get
मैंने बोला
deep
bonus
through
करना
lamps,
उनको.
you're not allowing
मैं
them
बोला.
to have that showers control, and just denying
भाई
that space
जरा
it makes
भी
this
bias नहीं
execution
हूँ
a whole
मैं.
lot harder.
Left
And also just
जीतेगा.
the weaker weaponry in general is always going to be a difficult round for Trace. Now though, we're going to have the buyback in. The only ultimate available right now is going to be the Thrash for Tex, and he was someone in their first match who had a fantastic performance.
Big battle from Zeno. The sprays through the orb, doing damage. Fung sent back the other direction, but most of that was the decay. They'll be in fighting form for the late round, but they've been denied any of that control. The Tigers sent out to seize it back, but nobody up close. Trace definitely want to take control of that area now, but in comes the Thrash and sends them back yet again. It's not committed. It's just going to be kept out for the late round, but it's used to get Mazzino into position alongside the orb. And then Texas jump spotting it. This is a bait play from Leviatan. And Mazzino might be able to catch someone off guard as a result, and he does. The orb back up, and he can get right out of there.
Yeah, wonderful interplay. Heybei's going to be the man trying to lurk back through. But this is also going to be checked. No, it's not. Whoops. Well, you know, it happens to the best of us. It's not going to work out this time. He's able to check long again. Can't quite make it up the box. And in fact, we're going to see a late rotation. The thing is, there's still 2 players here, Aspas and King, patiently waiting for this push to be attempted.
Even after still seeing one player outside B, there's just no over-rotations on the Leviatan side. They've got the advantage. Molly now to slow them down even more. 15 seconds on the clock. This is getting uncomfortable. Trace have to try to fight for this space, and the nade's gone in. That is going to take Fung off the plant, drop the spike, and with that the round already secured. A follow-up from Aspas gets another nade, and there is no chance even saving the weapon now for Kai. Nearly impossible. Everybody trained in on that position. 2-2, and this round went even better than the last.
That was just a fantastic read from the side of Leviatan. Just not using their utility unless they were pressured over on that A site, and they had a late round Molotov, a late round nade getting a plant out. They even put a smoke in, so there wasn't really an opportunity for anybody to actually battle versus them. They could just spam through those smokes, and it took ridiculous risks almost just to try and get into position. And then also just the initial combos that you can see the synergy that this team has built over time. And that was the sort of major criticism. When this roster was formed, sure, we knew that there was insane individual ability. They were signing champions winners. Of course, we knew where this was going to head, but the synergy wasn't there. And that is what has happened a lot through stage 2. Com already under pressure. Spike down. He's thriving with it.
Talk about this guy being underrated. If he keeps this up, that won't last long. 7-2 already. Big kills, shutting down what could have been a flood straight out of hookah and sending Trace to the other side of the map. They're hoping that Bianca can find the space in the meantime. But even walking out here, you can see it's being watched by King. He's been good at just finding his pick, punishing the space taking on this site. Now it's Tex that's swapped in for him, with the smokes being set up as we speak. Tex ain't missing a beat. Nice clean kill. Kai low HP, just outside the bath, and the swing up top from Aspas. That is going to close him out. All left into the hands of just one. The Brimstone blocking. He's going to have a tough time with the Sheriff in hand and the spike on the site.
Yeah, any damage he could do here would be nice. Smoke fading. It's going to end up with back-to-back flawless rounds for the side of Leviatan. After the pistol and follow-up, does seem like they found their footing. And I kind of want to comment on that. It is crazy to me that the only guy coming in looking for a back-to-back champions win is underrated. Like, it's like, how did that ever happen? How did anybody consider...
But even on his old team,
every god uses blue Bias vengeance.
I wouldn't say utility was always fantastic, but in the broad scale of the community, though, I think this is a guy that hasn't got the roses he deserves.
Yeah, I think maybe he should be a bit higher up. And I think this year especially, as I said, with the beginning of the year looking a little bit more sketchy for this squad and not having the performances people expect, I think the blame was sent somewhere, and unfortunately it went to him. Definitely, I feel like that narrative, especially if they're able to perform in this tournament, is going to change incredibly fast. Trace taking a fairly early pause though, and I don't mind this. I think the patience of Leviatan is definitely made things a little bit more difficult, and that's the thing with a composition like this. Okay, maybe people weren't looking at Trace within the first round. Like, I'm sure, I don't doubt the Vitality did their research, they looked into this team, but expectations were not that they would. Well, I think if you looked at the pick'ems, most people would have them in 4, and that's not the most ludicrous thing to have. The thing is though, they played this map. And I don't doubt that Itopada has been sat behind the scenes. He's watched those demos. He's known what they're going to do. And a lot of their execution on the A site especially is a very similar vein each time. Like, they're trying to lock off that spawn. They're trying to basically make it so they can get into those post plants. And so far, what they've done on that side of the map is deny them getting the plant, which it takes away a lot of what the value of this comp has.
You saw a lot of pressure put onto the extremities of the map by Leviatan as well. Got Thrash online so early, and that was what made them pump the brakes twice on their B execution a few rounds ago, leading to the time being the main enemy. Now again, there's a player tucked in the corner. This time they'll clear it, and Bianca's the one to find it. Doubling up in the battle. Seekers go out, Tex in trouble, and it's Bianca's triple that gets the B side for Trace. A 4 versus 2 as a result, and a plant almost guaranteed.
Well, they got to get the spike back, but it's not going to be easy. Already having to destroy some of the deadlock utility that was slowing them down, but that's all it's done, slow them down.
Double sensors.
And already, well, Bianca is looking for a little bit more. You can see Comms dissipating to the other side of the map, but he might meet Kai. Waiting there on that lurk, a late lurk, but Com expects it. That might just allow him to hold on to the rifle. The thing is, though, we already mentioned it. The last couple of rounds were squeaky clean for the side of Lev, so I really wouldn't mind if he goes hunting. Tries to drop some weaponry. He is going to have max cash anyway.
Really enjoyed Heibe's little sonic sensors. Doubled up on that B choke point. You take a fight against the player, even if you go down, your teammates got the trade with the stun. And if they break the first sensor, the second one hits them while they shoot at it. So absolutely gorgeous, tough to deal with, and Calm, just like you said, went out to try to punish, but it's him that ends up in the dirt. 3-3, and a well-used timeout by Trace to get them back on the board, but a lot of that goes to Bianca. What a phenomenal opening, great flash to start, fantastic correction in the Seekers, forcing Tex out into the open. He quickly punishes them, and that's the round done before it even gets started.
Yeah, no, he is someone that we already know as like the well, the nightmare of a very specific Americas team, but someone that I guess was there to put some of the other Chinese teams on the map. Because I think we've always looked at the likes of EDG as a threat. I think they proved themselves very early on. FPX had that sort of quirkiness that I still think underrated as a squad. But I think Billy was a shock. And I think Trace are looking to be that here in this tournament.
If you make a team for champs with 6 players, would you want?
But as said, when they played versus the likes of Vitality, their attack was clean. The only round they lost was a pistol. Everything else went their way. So definitely facing a lot more resistance and an early Viper's Pit and some aggression on the other side of the map from Aspas, who now has himself an operator. As said, they had so much cash, so him spending basically locked down an awful lot of control. The question is, how far does he go, and does he catch the spike?
Gaurav bhai, aapka bhi language.
This would be terrible. And it is. The spike on the floor. He's not sticking around to defend it. The right call. But early on, Trace losing that, hesitating to pick it back up, and they'll go running right to the other side of the map, right towards that Viper's Pit. The orb already up. They will have a timing to get out here in just a moment. They'll still have to deal with Mizzino on the backside, and he's looking for a fight.
And nade's going to be put in. Mizzino is going to deny 2 before the showstopper connects onto him. And that Viper's Pit now has extra support. King has joined the B site. Tex is there watching behind. They don't have time to go back either. They have to just run into this site or just hold on to the weaponry that they've got. And I'm assuming at this stage they are going for that second option. The question is, again, with credit still available, do the remaining players of Lev just opt to fight this and try and remove those guns?
चारों rounds जो हारे ये लोग
time देखो ना. Passive face from this squad, content to have their credits running very high in the early half, and a 4-3 lead now locked in. This is starting to look a little scary because it's a theme to the rounds that Trace are losing, and it's just stalled out by the clock. They're denied space everywhere they look. They try to force rotations by showing presence on one side of the map, but the picks aren't coming in.
Well, I think as well they've got to start denying some of that early map control. Like, either we've been seeing Lev be able to battle for B-Long, which they did fantastically, a lot of utility use, or this round they just walked up in towards the showers, and Aspas having that much command of the map just can't happen. By the looks of it though, they might be opting to pick up the pace, and oh, it's a missed shot that will give them the sight.
It will. Ultimate used by Hebe. It's not caught anyone, clearing out the back corner at least, but 4 players inside of Bat. That's a hard one to calculate this early on. Spike tap to try to draw out the spams or any extra utility. Calm, a little bit of a tough spot. He's in jail. Might not have been annihilated, but he's put behind bars. Breaks himself out. He's free to rotate back around to the spawn just in case the TP is taken and the B side is the ultimate target. For now, might not be a bad idea for Trace, but they have no idea how many players are waiting on the opposite side of those smokes.
The danger as well is they don't have any more smokes of their own. A cage or 2 might be able to go up, but I think this has to be a brawl rather than an attempt to plant. Maybe waiting to see if a mistake is going to be made on the other side, but again, planting here is definitely not going to be easy. As there will be spams, there will be attempted denial. I don't mind the idea from Bianche to just throw out a flash, but now they are going to make that switch. Kai has been lurking. He's been taking space, and he's going to get the kill. That's a huge kill. That allows him to plant. That denies all the space that was there for the side of Leviatan. It's going to have to be a full retake.
This is what we've been missing. They've tried to push and pull the map, but they've never found the kills on the lurk in these rounds. It was only Bianche opening up a site, leveraging it out of their hands, but now they've actually got some space. They've got the plant. They've got the advantage to work with as well. Some players tagged up. Leviatan definitely gearing up for this retake. Operator on Aspas, waiting for an opportunity for someone to show their face, but it's not happening. A very patient display by Trace as the timer runs down. Feng able to take the double on the back, and now it's just the off. Turning tail to the A site and being chased down. Eventually, they'll just decide to let him be and be content with the round conversion. The lead not extended by Leviatan. We're tied up 4-4.
Yeah, and high impact from Kai. Like, the thing I've always been impressed with from just these recent matches I've seen from Trace is again, we talk about a lot of the teams that we've seen come in from China, or even initially from the likes of Pacific, and the way that they would play would be, okay, let's use our individual skill, let's be overly aggressive. That hasn't really been the case for Trace. They are willing to walk into that A site initially and then wait for almost a full minute. Like, they'll just sit there and see if anybody on Leviatan is going to make a mistake. And then the reliance was on Kai. He goes down there. That's going to be such a difficult take. There was already a snake bite put into Hookah to delay by Leviatan, but it's that one kill. It gives them the plant, and then the post plants from them have been fantastic.
Well, much more global control by Trace. I like this look. You're expecting the adaptation from Leviatan, the aggressive pushes. The camera actually didn't spot it, but this will be checked periodically by Kai. He's not going to let them slip by undetected. Two players tucked in the corner for Leviatan. They've been good at taking that space and farming the orbs. Again, Texas got the ultimate online. Thrash was a big problem for Trace last time they tried to hit a site. B was defended by it. Both pulses of the Thrash completely halted the play and left the attackers with next to no time. Now though, the space taken for free. There's the spot from Kai. Cage to protect him as well. A little bit of cushion, but Tex comes around the side. Opens up the back control and the big swing again. Yankee, they're rushing to try to defend this man, but he can't get away. Luckily, the trade is in. 3 kills from Tex. Keeps it doable for Leviatan, though.
Yeah, the sensor to the backside. The wall also holding them back at least a little longer. It's going to take time to break it. I think Aspas not even going to shoot. He just wants to make sure that the game isn't given away, but the nade will do just that. Hebe, that's landed perfectly on him. It will force him out, but he's still standing. Hasn't been spotted. They don't know where he is right now. The sensor will get one. And in the meantime, Aspas, he's actually popped the showstopper, but instead, it's going to try tapping it. Knows he needs to get this one to half. Rocket back out, but he's not quite quick enough. Hebe with the Red Bull clutch will put Trace on the board once again.
And now the lead swaps hands. It's the attackers spearheading the way. That round 5 pause, they come right out of it with 3 out of 4 rounds. Momentum in the sails and starting to fall apart, considering how dominant the early round control was for Leviatan, winning it off time in 3 of those rounds. And Hebe, he tanked the nade to start with, showing no fear. And it's Aspas that he ends up dropping.
Well, that's
a beautiful start for him. He mentioned how Aspas was his idol for so long.
Well, that's the thing as well. Just the way this round kicked off, it almost looked like it was over. Like, it was Tex finding a high-impact double, able to hold control of Showers, having his ultimate online. I'm thinking it's a done deal, but it's the way that they immediately clear the site, realize that there's no further control there, and just to wrap back around to try and catch those players. They knew that it was critical that they had that control of the post plant. Again, just good calling, solid reactions from a position that looked like it was all doom and gloom. You can understand why now there is going to be a pause from Lev. Because they had a streak, they had a good read, a couple of flawless rounds, but now the economy is coming back to bite them. 3 of the last 4 haven't gone their way. And we're starting to see some of the impact that Hebe can have with his utility. Bianco already mentioned just how good he can be. And although, yeah, I think expectations for Sunset is it should lean relatively heavy. I think that Trace have already proven throughout this tournament so far that you can look at the stats and how things have played out in China, and it doesn't really mean a lot.
Again, complementing those sonic sensors. 1 on the spike, 1 for the control around the back of a tall box. That's why Hebe's so comfortable sitting in that angle. They thought was clear. Now the early push-up from Aspas, I thought he was going to commit fully. It certainly looked like it, perhaps with a dizzy over top. But they've sensed that there's presence here. Now refocusing towards the bathroom. King and Aspas on their way. Tiger goes through, it's seen them. And they've got their sights set on it. They're going to fight for the control. It's Aspas to find it. And in goes the stim beacon for the swing. Aspas with another. And they're shutting them down. Lighting up the kill feed.
Left right ho gaya kaam.
The Leviatan side now with a 2-man advantage. That spike has no chance to be planted. And a flank underway. Traps covering it, but a lot of control given the side of Leviatan.
It's such a deep trip as well. By the looks of it, it's been bypassed. But there is a second one. So it's not going to get any easier for Mazzino to lock them in. Make sure they're not coming back. Understandably, again, Trace are looking to try and take their time.
अन्ना चैट मिस पे 1000 फेंक के मारा
possibility that Bianca find a timing
मैंने जस्ट
here, but I
पढ़ा
think that timing is well gone, and with Aspas holding and watching, it will be the scoreline
अन्ना जस्ट पढ़ा
equalised
ना
once again. A much more aggressive stance this side for Leviatan,
भाई चैट
one that works out for them.
सीखो यार चैट एक चैट मिस हो गया 1000 मौ पे फेंक के मारा तुम सबका जिसका चैट मिस हुआ है तुमको क्या करने का पता है ना माय फेस इज राइट हियर डोंट वरी हाँ बात तो है ना बात तो है
Been consistent so
कल मैं
far.
टिबन का हगास गेम प्ले वापस
You've
रात
heard
को
that
वही देख के
thrash
सोया था
online a number of times. Early on, it was about farming orbs and
फिर
a
से
couple
पढ़ो
of kills.
क्या
Now,
फायदा है ये
he's
सब देख के
13
रात
and
को
5.
टिबन के साथ ही खेलना
Gecko
है
having a worldie of
नया
a
चैट
performance.
है नया
Still, the scoreline's
इसमें
equalized.
I'm
टिबन
excited
का
if we
टी
get to
स्मॉल
Ascent,
था
because he was unbelievable when playing on the Sentinel.
अरे नहीं
Immediately
देख
though,
सकता है।
It's dangerous.
Annihilation has been popped. I think it's going to catch
अच्छा
King. I don't know if there's going to be any savior. They are going to try and spam this one, but they've got to be careful that they're not the ones running out of bullets. Aspas, an immediate response to the
अच्छा था
IGL
ये
going
वाला,
down.
अच्छा था।
But even still, the rest of the players somewhat locked out of the site.
वो
Flank
एक
coming in,
कैसे bypass
Aspas
किया
has to
उसने?
fight versus 2 and he gets nothing. The jump across baits the fight, the stun as well to catch Tex. They know exactly where he is. And Mamazino's only just getting into play.
And they know he's coming. He had to break the trap to get through here. I think the hope was that Kai would be one of those players to fall, but nobody's falling on their
सोचा
side.
था
It's
क्या ये लोग
Kai's
इतना अच्छा
triple
खेलेंगे?
already. Mazzino out to put him to bed finally, but there's plenty players to trade that out.
Champions
6
winner
rounds now
prediction
for
हो
Trace.
जाए
If you came in today thinking that they
PRX.
weren't a competitor, I think
Lower
they're
brackets
proving you wrong here and now, and a chance to confirm the lead for a
Triple बात है।
7-5 half. Phenomenal display already.
But yeah, I think the fact that I
भाई
think their
किसने
game versus
सोचा था ये लोग
Vitality
इतना अच्छा
woke a lot
खेलेगा
of people up. That this team can do some damage. Of course, there was
Lord
talk
Butler
of a
sends
lot
you
of new
regards.
players for Vitality coming
कैसे
to the
बट्टू?
stage, but I think it was Gorilla in his interview afterwards was saying, no, this is a legit team. You got to watch out for them. I think Kai definitely proving himself on the Jet, but as well, his depth of agent pool with the Sentinel.
जिंक्स मत करो
Let's look pretty good. Again, we're going to see
मैं
this
नहीं करता
aggression.
भाई
Put Aspas into play. Tex
Buddy.
alongside him. Kai is watching. The first goes his way, and the information will be there. He actually gets Aspas as well. Okay, that's a deadly judge to take that. Kicks had enough. Just running, spamming, knowing his opponent was low.
क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं
But the
भैया
rest of the
जी
team haven't just been sitting there. They're making their way towards the B side, but with 2 kills going down on
क्या
A,
देख रहा हूँ
I
मैं
believe Viper being spotted, and maybe even a flash being popped. Definitely a flash, in fact. Mazzino doesn't have any left. They know there's only one
Excuse
man
me?
on this A site.
They're looking for him. The Tigers got the scent. It's on the way, and King's being spotted. Molly down will delay them slightly, and the net is
Beautiful.
gorgeous. No escape
ये
for
अच्छा
King.
था
He's
ये
caught,
अच्छा था
not just
ये
by the net,
अच्छा
but by
था
Fung Fung as well. Watch out for this swing, Com. Lawking's already swapped up his position deep to cover that walkthrough. And with the wall,
भाई
the
क्या
barrier
सीन
blocking
है
them out completely. Mazzino's going to have to give away his position. He knows there's a likely swing, but he can't do anything about it. Phenomenal half from Trace. And what a recovery after those first couple rounds.
Yeah, I think
But
when we saw the
Deadlock
3-round
अच्छा
streak in the
खेल
middle,
तो रहे
we're definitely getting a
technically.
little bit worried that this could
ये
be
लोग
another strong performance from Leviatan, and maybe they've learned from the mistakes of Vitality, but I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I'd see
ये लोग
Trace
अच्छा
is still a
डेडलॉक
tough
खेल
opponent.
तो रहे हैं
Oh, most definitely. Oh,
That
they
देना
have
पड़ेगा
legitimized themselves, like you said, in that first game here on the international stage. And as we
लेकिन
said,
प्रॉब्लम
they're
है
hungry for that
डिफेंस
feeling
में
again.
मैंने
Up
हमेशा बोला
against Champions
डेडलॉक
winners,
अटैक
but
साइड
barely
अच्छा है
breaking a sweat. That timeout
Defense
round 5
में
was
एकदम
beautiful.
गोबर की
Let's
गांड
talk
है।
about Leviatan now, because we've got some of Com's family
जी, जी।
members down there. Let's
गोबर
hear
की गांड।
from Papa Com.
Hello
Papa
everyone,
Com
it's the
बोलते।
halftime interviews and I'm Bella joined by Leviatan's
क्या
Com's
support,
dad,
हाँ?
Papa Com. 안녕하세요. 이번 서울 좀 챔피언스가 이곳에서 열리는 게 조금 더 특별하실 것 같은데 이번 챔스 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신가요? Champions in Seoul, it
बराबर।
must feel a little more special, right? So
Special
how's
तो है।
this champs experience been like for you?
It's definitely a surreal experience. I was born here. I left
नसीब
when
तो
I
है
was
पापा
about
कॉम
8
का।
years old. And coming
हाँ?
back here, I felt a sense of
अपने बेटे को
belonging.
support कर
And
रहा है वहाँ पे,
Corbin,
वैसा.
Calm also felt the same
Love
way.
you, Binks
So
bhai.
it's
Good to
really
meet you.
special.
Love you, Piyush bhai.
이제 여기서 태어나셨지만 8살에 이제 미국에 가셔가지고 다시 이번 챔스로 좀 돌아오셨을 때 파파컴도 그렇고 콤 선수도 조금 뭔가 소속감 되게 집에 온 것 같은 그런 느낌을 느꼈다고 하십니다. 그리고 만약에 이번에 콤 선수가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면 작년 챔피언스에 이어 2연속 트로피를 드는 유일한 선수가 될 것 같은데 좀 본인은 좀 어땠는지 가족분들은 반응이 어땠는지 한번 듣고 싶네요. You know, if and when Com wins the title this year, he's going to be the first ever player to win the champions back to back. So how's his mindset been and how's the family feeling on this?
He's always been mentally strong. He's always about team first. He brings the best in every one of his teammates that he's been part of. And it would be just amazing for him to win back to back. I hope, I know they'll win back to back.
Alright, that is incredible. 이제 워낙 컴 선수가 멘탈도 좋고 이번 팀원들과의 화합도 너무 좋기 때문에 이번에 만약에 2연속 우승을 드디어 차지하게 된다면 너무나 감회가 다를 것 같다고 하던데요. 오늘 파파컴과의 인터뷰 만나봤고요. And let's go back to Bind.
आज रात को वैलो भाई आज रात को हैवी वैलो काफी बेटे आज
PapaCom. I'm a big fan. If you don't follow him on Twitter, it's worth it. Trust me.
Absolutely. And for Trace, this has been a phenomenal first half. Now they move on to their defensive side. And a good, well-rounded showing as well. This isn't the Fung show or anything like that. Bianche had some phenomenal rounds towards the end. Kai really stepped it up. Now the challenge is on for the America's #1 seed. And indeed, I'm excited to see what else Hebei has up his sleeve now that they're on the defensive side. It can be harder.
Really cool ideas. One of them is throwing the barrier through the TP to block off Shower's control and try and trap people in when they go for the AWP. We're not seeing that this round. In fact, it's going to be Lev walking towards the trip. Kai's been decent so far, under pressure, but you wouldn't think it. The way that he's playing! 3 in the pistol round. As said, this guy at times can look like an insane jet, but put him on the scent. He's still hitting the shots. Mazzino, though, returns.
aim or gameplay
this would have to be an absurd.
यही अगर मेरा फ्रेंड रहता था ना 20 साइड के अंदर ट्यूब के अंदर कैमरा ऑन करके बैठा रहता था.
Little heel.
वाशी में आया हूँ एड्रेस बोलो मैं नहीं रहता वाशी में भी.
That spam would have taken him out otherwise.
40 रुपए में एड्रेस बंद है. कम से कम $1 million.
Below 70. Trace. 4 versus 1, nobody looking to peak, playing this one down to the last on the timer. Let Mazzino be the one that has to step forward. He sees an opportunity, and the shot connects through the wall. So much damage done already. If he had some teammates by his side, we might start to believe. But as he walks through, it's Fung to find him. 8 rounds on the board, another pistol in the hands of Trace, and an early lead in this half pushes them ever closer to that map victory.
I have to say, I'm starting to become more and more of a huge fan of this Trace side. Again, like, this is somebody getting pushed by 2 players exactly the same time, getting both kills with a classic, not reloading, and then getting a 3rd kill. Like, I have to say, mine does not work like that. Like, I probably would have maybe hit the first guy, and then the other bullets would have gone into the abyss. And well, that map's not even in the series. 8-5, a huge pistol round to convert and increase that lead. And obviously on the other side, there can't be a lot here. Tex and Aspas, 2 players who've been performing so far in this map, will have Sheriffs a chance to do some damage, reduce the purchase of what is a fairly safe one. In fact, I don't think you normally see this many SMGs, but on a map like Bind, there's a lot of tight angles, a lot of ideas that you can throw in, so I don't really mind it.
I think it was
मेरे को देखने हैं कौन वो बवासीर बंदा है जिसने पहला टीम क्वालिफाई प्लेऑफ होने के लिए रेस चूज किया रहेगा.
When do we stop being surprised? Exactly the real question.
Yeah, I think it was a few days ago. This performance already phenomenal. And now 8 rounds on the board, looking to convert another. Plenty of weapons in play for the defenders. The side has been overrun. A deep flash, Aspas already passed it, close and looking for the fight. Down goes King and Mazzino, and Aspas gets nothing done either. It's again Tex that has to do the heavy lifting, and well, he's certainly being spotted. Deleted moments later.
9
rounds now, locked in
Binks भाई
Trace,
क्या ये
and a
jinx
wonderful
time चल रहा है
conversion
आपका?
for them
मैंने
with
नहीं
4
किया
rifles
कुछ.
carried forward. The only player that died, well, they had a rifle, but it's recovered by the one with the pistol.
मैंने
Yeah,
किया.
it was just the
मैं
SMGs
तो
and then
पहले से
obviously
बोल
that
रहा था
one pistol,
Trace
so it
जीतेगा.
really isn't that much of a problem. They're going to lose that one player and everything brought through.
Binks भाई
Again,
ले
though,
वाला तो
a
reason
lot
आपको
of teams
मैंने नहीं
nowadays,
किया.
you'll even see some going for like 4
मैं तो
rifles.
Trace
Right?
की
We
side
saw
पे
that
हूँ.
quite a bit yesterday, so I'm intrigued to see what the plan is in this round. Is it to try and trap players? Is it to give Kai a little bit more of an aggressive stance and try and use that Guardian? More importantly, though, I'm looking at King, because King's someone, again, you're going to see those assists, you're still going to see him putting in a performance, but last time out versus Vitality, I think he ended on like 25 kills. He was one of the main reasons they were able to win, and it was the post-plants of his Molotovs that did so much for them. I think he still had impact with the Molotov in the last half, but you expect a bit more from someone of his caliber on an individual level. Although the Des put him at number 5 in their blind ranking, so maybe not, maybe not, maybe not.
And we don't expect anything.
Close to double digits. This could be the round to do it, but like you said,
Binks jinx
it's common
yesterday
now to see
मैंने
4
नहीं
rifles
किया
brought
यार.
up for Trace. They go for a lot of SMGs. They're left with a Guardian on Kai. Good man to have it.
भाई आसपास मरेगा
Right
फ्री
up in
में लग
Ahab
रहा है.
with an opportunity as they look to come through. 2 big traps set up to try to catch them. For Leviatan, they have to be cautious.
भाई क्या
Angles being
combo है
watched,
बे
Cam
ये.
further back. As the ability for
भाई
Fun
क्या
Fun to
combo है वहाँ
swing
पे.
straight through after contact.
Yeah, they were waiting for contact to the cam. They've also got Aspas still holding on
40
to control in
seconds.
case they
Deep
want to go back
जाएंगे.
through the TP. The worry I have, though, is that he's alone with the rifle. So if he goes down, there is
Oh,
potential the rest of the team are going to go pushing, and they've walked straight into the trap. The
combo
sensor
है.
catches one now. Aspas trying to take space. He loses the fight as well. This bonus round is about as good as it
By
can
heavy
get. The
nade.
nade going to do an extra little bit of chip damage. And my main worry now is that time is ticking. Com, though, has brought this back. He's made it competitive.
They don't want to get too far ahead of themselves. 20 seconds on the clock as the spike was starting to be planted, and sometimes you'll just go swinging in madly, but now these players are boxed in. The rotate's not quite here in time. Tex holding from further back. He has the back, and in fact, he has the front too. Fung down, but the battle for Lamps is a little labored. They get there in the end. A 2 versus 2. Big swing in from Yankee, but he gets nothing done. The tap from Bay, and that was terribly close. But it's calm to bring it across the line. A narrow margin in this round, but Leviatan win an essential round victory in number 3.
That's such a huge bonus, though. Like, you're looking at
-1.
like multiple SMGs,
3
a single
SMGs.
Guardian. So, like,
-1
really, they've done
करो.
an insane amount of damage. The setup as well was just utterly gorgeous. Like, the way they're combining the sensor alongside those trips, because you
Binks
kind of
भाई
have
किधर?
to either
Marathon.
just slow walk into those trips through a
Good
smoke.
bonus तो
You
sexy
will
था
do.
लेकिन
Like, that'd be an
Binks थोड़ा
insane
marathon
risk.
में चला
And
गया.
then the second you pop out, if you do pop out, you get hit by the stun.
Yeah.
So you basically have to either be giving the game away and maybe throw in a nade in to try and break that early, or
To be honest,
you
Trace
have to
अच्छा
walk
खेल
into that
रहे.
setup
Crazy
where you
खेल
can
रहा है
get
बे
stunned
Trace.
and revealed, and that's exactly what the guys
जाने
on Trace
crazy
were
खेल
waiting
रहा
for.
है.
It doesn't work out, and of course, there's still players like
वो लोग
Tom,
अभी
like
A-shot पे
Tex,
रेस
who
लगेगा.
are up there at the moment
Close
performing.
nade करना.
I do understand the pause, though, from Leviatan. Like, it's about to clearly realize, okay,
हर round आसपास
that
A-shot
was
में
too
nade डालने वाला
close.
है.
That was a moment where things
Away
could
में.
have slipped away from us, and this map might even be in the dust at that point. So I'm going to try and take a moment. I think since he's taken that head coach role, it does seem like this team has found that synergy, has found ways to turn
भाई
around maps that
अपनी
aren't quite
दोस्ती
going their way.
मियाँ
Yeah, sometimes NA needs a bit of EU to lead the way, you know?
You
ये
had to do
क्या
it.
नाम है
You
चीन
had to do it.
बंदम.
Oh, they got Tex too. I mean, it works in both parts. But, you know, the funny thing is for Trace, in this position, they're still in with a chance to do exactly what you said, to leave Leviatan in the
Like
dust,
Sanjit
because the
के,
damage
यार,
they did
like
last
करो ना यार,
round
मैं बार-बार
means
मुंडी उधर
every
नहीं घुमा
credit
सकता,
has to be
please.
invested. So many players down to their last couple.
Like करो पट
Couldn't
से.
even man the arcade machines. And the beautiful thing as well is the trap set up by Kai, he leaves one out for free. Yeah, if they go blast packing through, they're going to get caught, but most of the time they'll destroy the first trap. And then they think they can walk right in. Little do they know.
He's stuck.
Beautiful net. Tex, though, holding his ground. He doesn't want to take the pin out just yet, and will use Mosh to do it. I like that. A little bit of utility just to make sure he stays
Mosh
alive.
गया लेकिन.
Now this time, they're going to go forward. They've already broken the traps. There's a sonic sensor covering it, and then Fung ready to swing.
No, he took it back.
Blocking.
He took it back. They didn't break it. He took it back, and he has the second one down. It's actually
भाई
just
क्या
the
BT
guy
है
is
ये.
reading them like a book at the moment. Expected it to come in, maneuvered it. I think he's put it over the TP, so if they try and rotate, they're going to get stuck. Yeah, it's like right on the edge.
Past it. And this one not as easy to break. Oh, never mind. You have to swing out wide. I thought it was on the other side of the box.
Very realistic.
Well, they've also broken the one over towards Showers, so information is there. Feng Feng's still in position. It's expected, and he's going to be removed. An important opener, in fact, 2 coming up from Aspas. We know what this man can do when he's in form. Oh, well, he's cleared the whole site on his own. 3 kills for Aspas. The other 2 players from Trace are out of there.
Lev जीतेगा करके बोला था कि नहीं yes or no
ready for the player to be tucked in the corner. It's a gamble that Trace took that evidently did not pay off, and it's just due to the pacing. The fact that I assume LawKing was going back to put down another smoke. He wasn't able to swing on time to trade it out, to take Aspas down. And as a result, even the 3rd kill goes his way. Leviatan locking in the 7th round with the save from Hebe and Bianche. And the credits for that defensive side, well, they require these weapons to be carried forward if they have any chance of the next.
Yeah, I still feel like they might just opt to save in this next one just to make sure that they'll have a better buy going forward. But those are the sort of rounds you expect to see from someone of the caliber of Aspas. I think widely regarded as the best of the best. I think him and Texture are the one put into that bracket right now. But well, this is the exact reason why. Just finding opener after opener. Stun not quite catching this time, and well, even the nade to close out Kai at the back of the site. Trace is going to take the pause of their own. And again, I like how proactive they're being with it. I think both teams, the coaching staff, are willing to get involved, not going to wait until it's too late to try and slow down what has been a response, because we've already seen it. Like the last time this map was played versus Talon, it was a late resurge, and it was a 4-round streak to close the map. Trace probably had their eyes on that game and have decided, you know what, let's not allow them to build that momentum, because
भाई तो please match commentary मत कर, match के लगा मत.
You can see it on your screen there as well. That little blinking light.
Feedback में fine मिलता है. Doubt, I doubt.
The last time out for either squad. We've had them all burned.
ज़्यादा करेगा तो ऐसा
SOT. It's okay. Sorry. That's the last pause in regulation. You know, I think most people understood that, but yeah, you'll get an extra one if we make it all the way to overtime. And in this, with how the map has played out so far, that might not be too much of a surprise if we do end up there. For now, though, not expecting much from Trace. They have their 2 rifles, sure. Minimal investments around those. Orbital strike, not likely to be put in. See, Feng Feng's able to afford himself a Guardian, a Stinger in play. There are definitely going to be a lot of weaknesses. But a killer 2, and this is doable.
Yeah, they made it work with the SMGs. Even though they didn't win round number 15, they managed to do a lot of damage. So I always like watching what ideas teams have with the deadlock. Because I think a lot of teams, the way they played the deadlock was just put it underneath hookah, like one of the sensors. And that was about all the ideas they had to just try and throw the wall over. But he's using all his utility on that side of the map and then just running back in the other direction to set up on B, which is currently where the remainder is going. Zeno's trying to sell the idea that there's a lot of presence. Bianche, he believed him. He believed there was someone there and decided to swing and take the fight.
Right here.
Successful fight. A good scrap. And the rotates on the back of it. No information on the A site. Nobody else seen. They suspect that the B site is where the fight's coming through. That's when Feng Feng steps up. The lighter investment. He couldn't even get full shields. They're trying to save their money for the next round. But now, like I said, a killer 2, this becomes doable. That orbital strike. You start to think about possibly using it. Get the information, and that they most certainly have. All 3 players spotted towards long. They're not going to have a way out of here. It's being watched. And they've been spotted coming back 35 seconds. Even dealing with that man. If they don't kill him, you're not going to want to rotate to the A site. So much utility waiting there. And yeah, he's on his way to the other side. They still have to break through. Feng Feng, who's got another nade and the net, stopping them in their tracks. 20 seconds down. Leviatan, they have nowhere to go. No space taken. And the spike on its way to spawn. That's a double-digit round for Trace. And it looks like they might want to go hunting when this timer ticks down. Yeah, Feng Feng stepping through.
It's more so if there's guns. I think that's what it is. He's only got himself a Guardian. There's also a Stinger. They are somewhat being watched for, but I think King couldn't really risk an overextension and giving that away. A big round for Trace and a big round for Fong as well. Just being able to find some ridiculous shots with the Guardian. And that was a lot of what this round was, sure. I think after the fights, there were quite a lot of really good pieces of utility. But the actual kills that came in were raw firepower. Like, then, you know, look, then we've got a nade. And oh, once you got the kill, I put a wall down. That was just firefights. And I think if there was any aspect of this game where we went, yeah, let's probably have them beat, it was raw aim.
Again, you know, you look at Trace, it's not an issue of what if one player cools down. Everyone is putting up the performance. It's a team effort that's gotten them to double digits.
For every jinx or prediction, do some challenge, content ban.
Credit's still decently healthy. They figure out this defensive side. No one there to capitalize on the traps this time. Much more passive on the A side. We saw this from Leviatan when they had 4 players in Bath. I don't think there's going to be too much of a fight on the site itself. Instead, those players will focus on just keeping the control.
With this, it's a delay strategy. Like, you've got the orbital strike, you've got the Molotov as well, the nade from Fong on that side of the map as well. So that they're literally trying to play the exact same game we saw moments ago. Already, pressure being put on. Aspas just running out. He takes down Kai. That's a great start. The spike attempted to be planted. Orbital strike going to be used. Forces him out of position, but there's not really anyone to capitalize just yet. Fong trying his best, and actually he comes out with 2. Now has a showstopper his own. I think Aspas may have actually just jumped over that, but now he's surrounded. He's got players coming in from behind. They still don't have Shower's control, and I feel like they need to get out. They need to get out as quick as possible. They may get stunned on the B site though.
And Heibei will be there to capitalize if they do. In fact, Annihilation is used, and it's caught 1. That's the spike! They have to break Tex out, and he's gone when he comes out the other side. Calm left with it all to do, and he's shut down. What a round from Heibei! That utility, the rotation, the reads, absolutely perfect. 11-7 for Trace. They are steaming ahead.
That was just unbelievable. Like, you look at this round, and you kind of sit there and go, okay, they lost an opener. A showstop has been used by Aspas. You go, that's probably a done deal, right? He ends up in no man's land because of what Fong was able to do. Like, he gets 2 from Showers and holds that control. Like, that was pressure being put in by Leviatan to try and clear that angle. And then you just had superb utility users. That was the exact sensor I was talking about. I was like, that's what a lot of deadlock players do. You put that sensor down and you leave him for the whole round. He combined it with his ult.
Spectacular. Trace 11-7, putting Leviatan in jail, and it looks like Heibei's the warden. Lights out though for Kai. Aspas the one to find it.
Back to back.
He's been opening up well on this site, but there's always a response. Only the one to start, and the trades come in favor of the attack. Now the plant can come through. There's not much to deny.
Maybe an from
Heibei. Oh, it's definitely not pretty. Eventually, Mazina will get the job done. And the only reason I'd say about Yankee going for this, credits are not bad. 2 players are incredibly low. Now, one of them is going to get healed. That's something at least. Aspas is not going to be on his last legs, but we've already seen what Bianche can do. That information's crucial. Mazzino willing to give up his life, potentially, just to try and find that. And why I think there's going to be the swing eventually from Aspas, but he's playing it slow. He's playing it patient. Bianche just trying to isolate one of these fights, but the crossfire should be enough to take him down, and it will be. Tex ready and waiting. Left break back immediately. A continuous back and forth between these 2 sides.
3 rounds between them. This one's going down to the wire. And we've seen some spectacular uses of those timeouts. Every time one has come in, the team calling, it's finding a new groove, but there's no more left to use. They're on their own down on that stage. And it's Leviatan. Big ultimates coming online. Viper's Pit. Seekers as well for the late round information. From this attacking side, just looking to find any spots where Trace are getting aggressive. They're feeling confident in their individual duels. And if worse comes to worse, just send Aspas in to kill them all.
Deep smoke BT there, na?
Spike dropped.
This could be a way back in with credits on the edge for either side. Wang Feng waiting patiently, but after the shot's not connected, he's not going to overextend. That is something else I've enjoyed with these players on either side. Is feel like there's a respect for each other. Again, those sensors going to be frustrating. I think they did throw a blast back to destroy them, but just wasn't quite there in time. Spam, it is going to deny the plant. Well, at least by a little bit of extra time, and this fight for Showers could be crucial. We've already seen what they could do with that control, but clearly unaware of how far Com had got.
Great lurk by Com. Yeah, he's just been shift walking up the whole round. Kill comes back in the other direction. Aspas isn't happy about that, but he goes a little too far. Yankee waiting for him. Com walled off and dropped, and a stun in. Retaking the control at the very least. King down to 58, the double TP used. This time, the B site not so well defended. No traps waiting for them, no annihilation. It's going to be the plant in the 2 versus 3.
There needs to be an immediate shot connected, which there is. One goes their way, it's all up to King, and he gets all 3! It's been a quiet game for him so far. But the crowd back on his head.
You see Tex hyping him up afterwards as well. Leviatan starting to hit their stride. That's 2 in a row, and just 2 between them. Trace will feel that pressure, and they'll see it manifested in their economy. This was a round that put them down to their last. What a way for King to close this. He had one opportunity. He seized it.
Hey, my hand's sweaty, my bad. I saw you wipe it.
Got it into the next. There's a Viper's Pit and an orbital strike still for Leviatan. Attack side, a couple of safety nets to fall back on. They get site control. Post plant's going to be strong with either one of those ults, let alone both.
18 HP, 1 goalie.
A bit of a tougher time. I feel like he's always been in a 1v1 with Aspas. Anytime he's in a fight,
Race will become favorite
he's not been winning that 1v1.
Already
try to play a bit more aggressively. Bear in mind, a couple of stingers in play, but we've already seen that Trace are competent when it comes to their lower buys. Kai already going to fall out of there, not look to overextend and make sure that there's delay. The Seekers have gone out on the other side of the map as well, which means that we're going to see Low King already push all the way up. They have so much information. They can stack this side of the map.
Viper ka round hai.
Now he's up close, ready for this fight. But he loses it. And now the back is open. Leviatan have to worry about that. The rotation through the TP won't be as easy this time. And lots of utility. It wasn't placed in the early round by Kai. Oh, he has to get out of there. Giving up the control, and Leviatan quick to seize it. Trap goes off, but no one there to capitalize on it. Broken the trap to take Lamb's control. And a lot of space now given to that side with Kai down. It's on Feng Feng. Able to at least take King. Keep the favor in the hands of the defenders, but it doesn't last long. The weaker weapons starting to show the cracks in this late round defense. Play up by locking, going all the way around. You can see Bianche's trying his best to draw their eye, and he's done exactly that. A free kill, and now these players surrounded, pressured on both sides, locking down to 11, and he gets one more needed, but he stops at the last second. Tex delivers the fatal blow, and double digits for Leviatan.
I don't know if he thought he was dead or if his mouse went off his mouse pad, but he just froze in place. I don't know what's just happened, because that looked like it could have been a ridiculous clutch. Instead, though, it's the same again. I mentioned this last time out. When they played Talon, it looked like Talon had the game done. And then Leviatan dig deep. Then they start grinding out these rounds in clutch scenarios with big individual players who have been missing. Wow, King literally doubled his kills.
Yeah.
A round ago. Even still though, it was a low buy. Trace now have weaponry back in hand, but for the series' sake, if they've learned anything from Talon, you just can't let this match slip away.
ऐसे राउंड जीते लेव जो नहीं जीतना चाहिए था चैट है टीम तो है
primed and ready by Trace.
लेकिन नेक्स्ट राउंड है ना बीटे होएगा नेक्स्ट राउंड बीटे होएगा क्योंकि नेक्स्ट राउंड में फिर अल्टी जाना चालू है डेडलॉक का आ जाएगा शायद रेस का भी आ जाएगा
wrestling for this
या फिर
control.
next round. तो OT जाने के chances है.
Forcing the rotations, and they've done just that.
Heavy chance
He's on his
OT
way to
जाने.
A.
Heavy.
4-man stack up on that side of the map.
Well, Bianca just used a lot of his utility. He used the Sky Flash down long, then used the Tiger to clear out Hookah. So that's why they've gone for this massive rotation, because he cleared all other information. Now they have to try and sprint their way back to get into position. There is an orbital strike available. Maybe they could try and use that to deny the plant.
I think that's the idea behind the gamble. They'll allow this team to take site control, knowing they can pop down the orbital strike. It's primed and ready, but a little late. Perhaps the plan is to use it in the post plant, in the retake, for the defensive side to open up some space for them to fight with. Aspas up close. That could be the disruption that they need. In goes Thrash, causing problems. In fact, detaining a teammate as well, but it's good enough. Aspas is caught, but they still have to get through that Viper's pit, and plenty of players are standing in their way. The spike right inside of it, but the sprays going Trace's way. Blind fire, and every shot landing. King and Calm with the smoke now falling. Hey, Bay dying because of the decay, and quite a lot of these players are decayed, but the health goes back to full. They start to tap that spike, cause the spams to go back in the other direction. Kai loses a lot of his life, and the spams aren't landing. They're not even close! Right under their nose! Trace of defuse behind the smoke! And now, on the cusp of victory in map 1, who could have seen this coming?
Well, I'm sure there's a few analysts after that first match that were saying that they could have seen it, but versus Leviatan,
भाई ये कौन सी टीम में भाई नाम
gain some legs. Just that retake into a Viper's pit. The orbital strike didn't even really catch that much, and it came so close towards the end. Those spams not far away, but just not on. And even though there was some body blocking, I think if they had got that correct, it would have easily cleared the players. Just unable to get it. Look at the weaponry as well. Now Leviatan need to make it work. With a couple of stingers, or 3 in fact. At least they've got the showstopper.
Well, that's exactly what's going to open up this round for the side of Leviatan. Dodging the annihilation, but the rocket doesn't land. And Mazzino already out of the round. He's caught by a big play through the TP. Fung keeping the control up there. Aspas desperately trying to hold on to life on the site, but this attack side's being split, diverted, and now they've got nowhere to go. Sending it back in the other direction, utility awaits them, but more importantly, there's an aggressive stance from the Brimstone. Now falling back, conceding the space somewhat in the molly to slow them down. King's isolated by it! Beautiful utility! And although he's down to 5, please don't step into that Molotov. We've seen that one before. It's only caught 1v3, the first kill easy, the other 2. Possibly, he's just stolen it. He's walked right in and walked away.
Wait a minute. He must have been in that smoke, but he's a little bit late. The thing is, the trip's still online. And in fact, he's going to die. Surely he's going to die! The man was on 5 HP, but he still manages to land the headshot. Well, if you weren't familiar with Trace's game after their first match, I bet you are now. What a surprise. Map 1 goes to China number 3. Leviatan have got to turn it.
America's number 1 struggling early. Heibei got to face his idol and best him on the first. Let's see if they can take the series after the break.
Bhai, easiest group of the world of the century. और लेव हार रही है। कैसे? भाई कुछ ज्यादा बाप नहीं खेला यार ट्रेस। आउट ऑफ सिलेबस आ गई। चैंपियंस इज अनप्रेडिक्टेबल AF। यश भाई अच्छा वो मेंबर्स वाला नहीं किया। 50, 100,000 million मेंबर्स। भाई ट्रेस कौन है, क्या है, कुछ पता भी था किसको चैंप्स के पहले? तुम में से एक बंदा है, एक ये 2 हो गए, लेकिन ये उंगली वो समझो बंद है। एक बंदा है तुम में जिनको पता था ट्रेस कौन है, और करो आप पिकेम्स। हेटर लाइव रिएक्शन एक्चुअल में भी ये भी मेरे ही फेस से लग रहा है। अब से चाइना वॉच पार्टी। भाई क्या सीन है? 2-1 Lev wins 50 subs. मैं भी यही एग्री करता हूँ. I also think still Lev wins. I am still with Lev. Yes, bhai. भले ट्रेस बाप खेला, बट बाप का बाप, ग्रैंड बाप लेव है. समझ रहे हो? सो एज ग्रैंड बाप पहला टीम बाप जीता है, लेकिन अभी ग्रैंड बाप आने वाला है. सिंपल बात है. द फादर ऑफ ऑल द फादर्स. लेव अभी 2-0 निकालेगा, मतलब 1 वाला काउंट नहीं होता, वो डेथ मैच था. प्रैक्टिस अभी अच्छा हो गया, हाथ गर्म हो गया. अब अभी आसपास भड़का हुआ है. चाइना वॉच पर टिक करो. रुको गाइस, हैवी पेन है, जरा दवाई ववाई लेके आ. तमक भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40. हैशटैग लेव फाइटिंग. लेव फाइटिंग ने लेव विनिंग. हेलो
What an incredible start that was for Trace Esports. I'm now joined by their head coach Destroyer and Echo, who's going to help with some translations. Now, there were some very important moments in that game, and one of the moments I wanted to talk to you about was round 16 when you called a timeout, and after that timeout you guys managed to recover and win a few, again, very important rounds. So what did you say to your boys during that timeout?
那其实在这场比赛当中有非常多重要的时刻嘛，有一个非常重要的就是16回合，你当时的那个技术暂停，帮助你们追回了很多分。当时你是说了什么呢？
我当时和他们说的是，让他们回想一下我赛前跟他们做的一些布置和他们有一些习惯性的动作，然后其次就是我告诉他们手上道具要捏死一点，而且我们的防守策略是没有问题的，只需要多冷静就可以了。
At the time I just told them like. Be calm down and think about it, the preparation before today's matchup. And you know, I think the tactics in our defense side is super nice and there is no mistakes on our tactics. So just remember a little bit and take more time on your utilities.
Well, thank you very much, Echo. Thank you very much, Coach Destroyer. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And look, I'm just gonna. It's happening! It's happening! What's happening right now? Oh my word, Trace Esports pulls off the win on Bind against Leviatan. And you might be thinking to yourself, oh man, it's a fluke, you know? Oh, you know, maybe they were caught off guard. No. That was not the case here. This is a perfect description of this Achilles. Why don't you run through why this worked out so well?
I mean, one of the things that we were talking about coming into the series was wanting to see really good proactive reads coming out from the side of Trace, and they were able to put that on display. This last round of that opening half where they're on that attack, and they just immediately know that there's going to be this pressure coming out in through short. Kai is able to collect 2. They once again get that net lockdown onto a player in Lamps. Bung is able to just jump forward, get that punish. They read the wraparound here from Calm, and it's just bing, bang, boom, one by one, picking these players apart.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed overall with the way that they approach these games. I really like the question that Sue asked during that interview because I think it's really important for the way that they come out of these timeouts with them. Great mentality. and the way that they approach this map. But I think the most important thing for me here is that their post plants continue to be an absolute nightmare on this map. They are absolutely disgusting. It is so hard. Like, you could see early on, Lev had ideas to try to stop it. They were posting themselves in angles to cut off the executes, to knock players down as they were forced to dry peek, to avoid some of that early utility. But then there were adjustments made right after that timeout. 3 in a row for Lev, timeout, boom, they start stringing rounds together. And once they get that plant down, it is such a nightmare because of all that utility that the Deadlock has in particular. That wall is so stupid good on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Trace talked about their bread and butter being their teamwork, their tactics, how they play together. But the thing is, the individuals also had moments as well. That takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. We got to give some love to Hebei, taking out his icon there, his idol in Aspas here in round 9 Achilleos. And I mean, this has to feel good for him.
Oh no, it really does. It's a monstrous clutch. It really sets the tone for the remainder of the map. And like I said, yeah, you might have to kill your heroes here today. And Hebei did just that to be able to get this big clutch. That's going to be you know, a huge inspiration for the rest of the players. You can see right there the pop-off coming through, just bigging this guy up. I mean, Hebei just a couple days ago was on that stage getting his first ever international win, having a nice, wholesome cry about it, and now he's here potentially looking to take down his idol.
One map away from defeating Leviatan. I did not think that that would ever be a possibility. In fact, I don't think the coach of Leviatan thought that either. Let's actually go ahead and hear from Pada as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Itopata ahead of map 2. Now, this is the first time you faced Trace Esports on stage here. Is there anything that they did you felt like maybe caught you off guard, surprised you, that you guys can maybe anticipate a little bit better for Sunset?
I don't really think they surprised us. I think they played
आपकी शक्तियों को पहचानो और ट्रेस को सपोर्ट करो.
They played better as a team than us, and that was the,
मेरी कोई शक्तियाँ नहीं. आप गलत फैमिली में हो. मेरी कोई शक्तियाँ नहीं है.
Thank you very much for joining me, and good luck on map 2.
I just love this, you know, whole thing about everyone always likes to harp on the individuals and how they shine, but even Nito Pada got to give the flowers there to Trey, saying they just played better as a team. Plain and simple. They lock up the win, but now
ऐसा नहीं था कि एक बंदा strong था ना?
Sunset here. This is a great map for Leviatan. If you're a Lev fan, you should be feeling pretty good right now, but keep it a $150, man. Like they saw what happened in their last one, Trace. They could have fixed those errors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, again, it's some little things that Trace just needs to do. A little bit more proactivity, getting info on the map and making better reads. Overall, will...
भाई, जिस हिसाब से वो 4 राउंड ट्रेस खेली थी, जिसमें प्लांट डिनाय हो रहा था, आगे तक नहीं आ पा रही थी ब्रो. हाँ, साइट कैसे दिखता है वो तक नहीं देख पा रही थी बे. अचानक से क्या हो गया गाइस?
Coming back, kind of flipping the script from their last international appearance on Sunset. Are they going to be able to really showcase that? They're not having any problems here. They're going to come through. They're going to be able to bounce back, and they're going to be that team that seems to be on that upward trajectory throughout this year, just like DRX, just like EG last year. Right? These teams that peak at the right times.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a preview there of what we should be
seeing.
Trace
को support करो, Lev जीतेगा नहीं.
Popping up here too, but we are going to be getting
देखना तुम लोग बोलोगे Binks I love you.
Hopefully
Lev
seeing him
#OP.
if you're a Lev fan, and I'm a Lev
Binks
fan.
you are the
hoping
GOAT.
to see them bounce back out of this, because I think this is a series now that deserves 3. All right, let's just take it over to Ascent. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, man.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things are going to come together for Levy, because, I mean, coming out and saying, yeah, they did exactly what we expected, but our teamwork wasn't there. It can be really tough to make sure that you're shoring up those gaps that you saw in the first map with just a brief little bit of time.
Maybe Banco between
those maps to try to make those adjustments to get everybody back on the same page. On Sunset should be feeling a bit more comfortable, so maybe that will come more naturally here for the side of Lev. But also for Lev, I mean, really, absolutely, utterly destroyed.
Yeah.
And he's still going to be playing this Raze. This is where he can feast. If Trace have fixed the issues that we saw from them versus Vitality here on Sunset, if they continue to have a really solid read on this squad, and they know how Leviatan's going to play this map, they very well could get this win.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you need to turn up the tempo a little bit here at Leviatan. Get Aspas fired up. Make sure the Xeno is in sync with him, with that breach utility. That's a real key part of this composition on this map. Making sure that breach is really getting that deep util and connecting with it.
I'm seeing everyone on Leviatan on their bread and butter, right? The things that made them, you know, prolific to begin with. Calm on that Sova, Mazzino on that Breach, right? What got him the MVP at Americas, right? King back on the Omen. If Aspas can get activated, it will be quite difficult for them to shut down. But on the other side, man, I mean, if Fung and Hebei keep doing what they're doing, if Kai keeps showing up the way that he is, this is going to be wild. We could be seeing Leviatan getting 2-0'd in a #1 seeding game.
Yeah, it would be monstrous here, but Trace, the ball is in their court. They're holding this match in their hands.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send this back over to the casters, see if this one goes the distance. Mitch and Tom, take it away, fellas.
Well, America's #1 is going to need a third map to take this series, and they fight for it here on Sunset. A map that has looked good for them. Crew managed to beat them in the rematch, but for the most part, this is somewhere I think most people will expect them to beat Trace.
Yeah, for sure. I think even when we saw Trace play versus Vitality, I think it's going to be... It was a tough one. Vitality very good at this map as well, so it's not like the end of the world there. I think the other thing as well is, like it was spoken about in the interview, that they weren't surprised on the last map. Well, if they're surprised on this one, I'll be gobsmacked, because I believe that Trace have played this comp 15 times in a row. So even though it hasn't been the biggest success for them this year, they have stuck to their guns. They're comfortable with what they're playing, but it hasn't been massively successful.
Well, this dart's going around the world to try to break some setup on B, but there's nothing there. They know that from the double bounce. Leviatan in position on B, but the A side pushes come through. Trap broken. Trace now there's some pressure behind them, and again, the clock is ticking to get into the site. They've done just that. The plan secured. One man left behind with a camera. It's Liu King that has it all to do, and King about to walk straight into his angle, but hold on! One shot connected, still drawing breath. It buys enough time for the trade from Mazzino.
Yeah, they're looking for Aspas as well. They want to try and close out some of these flanks, but they're slowly starting to be picked apart. Aspas just almost acting as distraction now as the rest of the team look to fight back in. Even still, managed to hold on for a moment, but Mazzino putting another in the death toll. He's traded out as well. Some utility being expended and that time ticking, and Com so desperately low. Hebei with a triple, and it's a pistol under the belts of Trace.
Another. I think that's 3 for 3 so far for Trace. Early injection of rounds, and that's going to go a long way.
When there's no hope, hiding, no chance.
Either, but that wasn't what he put the loss down to. Leviatan said that they weren't playing as a team.
चैट में वो मैजिक बॉल के साथ क्या करूं चैट पार्टिसिपेशन गिफ्ट चुतिया गेम है बे.
The hit is coming in on A.
Well, I think they come in as well on a much more comfortable note on this map in general. Like, okay, sure, they beat Talon, but on the last couple of times they'd played G2 regionally on Bind, it hadn't gone well. So I think this is one where, excluding that crew defeat, they have proven that this is a solid map for them and a comfortable map as well. So I'm hoping that the issues he mentioned will be fixed in this round again. Like you're playing into the post plant of Trace. They've got these SMGs up
15 lakhs ka skin plus 100% title plus
level of distance still. A little bit of damage being
done. जो किसके पास भी नहीं रहेगा.
Are that there won't be too much more.
Still one pistol to be upgraded. Any damage from here will actually be felt.
Ludo King मार रहा है. मैं Ludo King क्यों बोल रहा हूँ?
Well, he's on the slide to catch one. Style points. Now looking for a bit more. How many weapons can he drop? The round's already lost. The answer is just the one. The big guns saved through to the next. A 2-0 start for Trace Esports.
Most आगाज पिकेम्स में आपका नाम on top है.
To invest. Like, do they bring in another rifle?
Magic ball
अपने
गाफ में
maybe
डालो.
put an extra stinger or pistol in, or are they just going to keep it relatively low? Doesn't seem like there's going to be a massive amount. There you go, just a stinger added in. Now, last time out, previous map, they were able to make these rounds very costly. I think that was one of the other issues that they had is, although they had a couple of flawless rounds at the very beginning of the game, other than that, every round seemed costly. And it meant that their economy quite regularly ended up on a lower note. Now, though, immediate pressure, a much faster paced look from the side of Trace.
Putting all their eggs in one basket on a straight push
Shimending के
towards
चक्कर
the
में
A
सुपर
side.
जेट मिस किधर रोहित भाई
It's not too pacey for now, but there goes
आप
the
कब
utility
neon
that
main
signals the
बनोगे
start. The
बंस
blast
भाई
packs in
love
and
you
around
यार
elbow we go. It's not started out too well
मैं
though.
neon main
Leviatan
बनने का जरूरत
taking all the
नहीं
picks, good
actually
flash,
neon
but
main
it's dodged and King's there to support. Mazzino steps up
यही
to
हम
the plate
expect कर
and
रहे
leaves
थे
it into
clean
Kai just with a pistol in hand. And only the one
यही
kill
हम
to
expect
be
कर रहे
found.
हैं
A much better response from Leviatan than what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Trace that you're going to try and
कभी आएगा
test your
surrender का
opponent
option
early when you have those weaker weapons, see how far you can get, but it looked comfortable.
पूरे गेम
The
में
shots
किसी
connected,
का भी
counter
होगा
utility,
पिकम्स
able
100%
to
मेरे को
move
डाउट
out
है
of positions and not get caught by an off
I
angle. And also just
highly
having a
doubt
solid
कोई भी
read.
बंदा
Three
ऐसा
players
रहेगा
were
जिसका
ready
सारा राइट है
for
पूरी
the pacing
दुनिया
of
में
that take. For Trace, now they buy back in with the rifles.
highly
That said,
doubt
early in the last map, Lev were able to get their first few rounds very clean, at least build up a bit of economy. We'll see if they can do that again here.
Oh, an early bit of aggression as well, but Aspa still caught by the stun. It was sent from further back, so there was no safe haven. And now the nade puts pressure on Tex to try to push out of this angle. And the drone was watching him as he attempted the escape. Looks like a late lurk on mid might catch some value. And very early peek in from Market gets next to nothing. The one-to-one Trace, not really worthwhile. Great response by Trace already, and it's not going anywhere.
Is he even going to get spotted? Yeah, there's not even any way out. Is he going to run into the trip as well? Yeah, why not? Let's just reveal him on the other side of the map. I think perfect denial. And it does seem like in a lot of positions on this map, Trace just have a very good read. Like, they're willing to commit early utility if they believe there's going to be a push. And I actually think the counter stun that came out from Leviatan was pretty good as well. I think the Fong Fong on the other side was stunned. He just hit the shot while stunned.
VLR में 12
again,
लोग हैं
the cosmetic didn't
Out of?
play out for him.
12 का 0 हो जाएगा
A
यहाँ पे
really clean response. As said, having 4 players left alive and saving a weapon in the last round will mean that Leviatan will be able to get back in, at least maybe with a few light shields here and there. But Trace, I've already said, like, this map, regionally and versus Vitality, has been a little rough for them.
मुझे नहीं लगता
Getting off to
खुद
a strong
ट्रेस वालों ने
start here,
पिकम में खुद
using
को
the
ऊपर रखा
momentum
रहेगा
that they found from the last map,
एक्चुअल में भी
capitalizing on it. It's going to be a big part for them.
वो लोग ने खुद को सिलेक्ट किया रहेगा I doubt.
Most definitely is.
आपका 100% हो सकता है बस जो सोचते हैं उसका उल्टा बोला करो
No slouches. They'll be buying right back up.
अभी too late हो गया
Rifles in hand, light shields for the most part, rolling thunder online for both sides. But a couple more ultimates very close to being online for Trace. They could find themselves an early safety net, and that was almost the showstopper. The wall got in the way, and the spray slightly off.
भाई ये कौन है बे प्लेयर
If
यार
one kill goes his way, well then that's a completely different round we're looking at.
Out of
fighting for
syllabus
the
आया
ultimate
बे ये
possibility.
fan
Leviatan won't be able to defend. Instead, they look for some mid control. I think they wanted to pincer 2 players out of the market. A flash or stun, perhaps, on mid if there were players there. Tracer taking that control much later in the round than expected. They're rotating to A as well. You know, they stopped the B push. They saw nobody mid. They think it's A. There's 3 players. Leviatan stacked up there. Rolling Thunder for retake, of course, but that can be countered right back.
Oh, well, they know where Tex is, that's for sure. Stuck
पिंकी
in the back
लेव
of the
कैसे आ
site.
रही है पिंकी
Post plant will be in, and it's almost like a double.
मैं कल वही बोला था ये
run.
फैन
You've
लेके जाओ
got- They're going to try and isolate Kai,
Why,
but they don't know that
UC.
there's actually a second player. In fact, they may not even know that the first player is here. This late push could be everything. The whole goal, look, they've got a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury. They can delay a ridiculous amount of time, but King is holding. I don't know if he spotted Low King, though. That second player, he's still watching in case somebody looks to wrap around from that corner. A good read from King, but he can't quite land the shot. Now they have to try and deal with it. Bianche's gone, and so is his ultimate, but that doesn't matter anymore. The time is ticking way too far. Trace have played this post plant fantastically well. Well, Aspas has no choice but to try and hold on.
भाई क्या
Well,
सीन
at least he
है
will get that rifle through to the next, but this is a devastating start. A 4-1 lead. And the fact that they were so contained when you have Leviatan
Out of
pushing in,
syllabus
just
कैसे आ रहे हैं
complete
लोग
calm on the side of the attackers. Trace, keep the Rolling Thunder at first, use
That's
it.
what I like. I think they read into the fact that, okay, we have a Rolling Thunder, so chances are they're not going to play close. because we have a Rolling Thunder. So let's just walk in a bomb and
Race
hold
क्या
it.
खेल रहे हैं?
It's a
Valorant खेल रहे हैं।
gamble, but it's a really smart gamble.
After Mizzino puts
समझ
this through,
दिलाओ
you
मेरे
saw
को।
Hebei take out the ult and then realize, I don't need to.
It
I don't
didn't go
need to. Let him
towards
have
us.
the space. Now, there was a read from Leviatan that there was a late lurk on mid, but that didn't really net them as much as you'd hope.
Okay.
The fadeaway king
Quality number
killed,
starts
and
हो रहा है
well,
बे।
the A site's going to be taken over by the drone. There is a response attempted by Mizzino, already tagged up heavy, and that's one of the two rifles that they have to work with. He goes out anyways, and he goes down right after.
It's definitely going to make things tougher, but with the kill on Takai, the flank is no longer covered.
चड्डी खोलते
Let's give some space. Now, it is being
Thirsty
watched by
बोलते,
BNK, but
चड्डी
if the remaining
खोलते।
players, common text, can make a bit of a distraction, show a couple over on that short side, it might allow Aspas the space. I think that's the goal. Just try and give him a route into this one. The thing is, the post-plant setup again is strong, and Bianca is watching.
Let's go Aspas.
He hasn't switched his position, but he still loses the fight. Second man here, and with the bullet shot off, they now know it. Aspas no longer stunned, but Hebei catches the other two.
Good.
Puts it into the 1v1. Aspas on 5 HP, and that time is ticking. If anything, I think it's ticking too far gone again. Aspas.
हार गया good.
He's looking to try and find him. He's even going to land that last shot, but it's too little too late. Has to fall out of the round. Trace will convert. It's incredibly costly. And it does mean that there's still going to be a bit of damage done to their economy, but they'll comfortably buy.
A timeout called by Leviatan. They're feeling the pressure, and it's Hebei applying it. That could have been a very different round if he doesn't catch that double.
He's just sat on the spike as well. Like, it's not the most uncommon spot. Like, you can understand why, like, a lot of people would check that. But you can kind of understand why they don't. Like, when they have the rifles, you expect them to be a little bit more passive, maybe playing behind that sort of default box on site. Not going to be the case. And yeah, Leviatan, whether you're a Trace fan, whether you're someone who watches all the watch parties or even the main broadcast for China, I think a 2-0 for Trace here was unfathomable.
Out of the question.
No shot.
Unfathomable
Leviatan, out of the question.
+1.
You know, for me, Leviatan, G2, they've looked so strong. America's impressed me in opening games, regionally as well. They're playing a good game. But Trace have flown under the radar. Even after that first game, I expect it to be close. And to be able to have a little bit of a battle here,
भी on है तो
but
बताओ
not to
मैं
be able
left.
to decimate them. The first quarter already behind us, and it is firmly in favor of China's number 3 team.
Lead heavy है 5-1. About like their last match versus EDG. They got 7 rounds in 2 maps. So maybe that just shows that everybody should be a little bit more scared by EDG. They also were 2-0 up in a best of 5 versus FPX, which they then lost. So they've had those sort of tough defeats. And let's be real, it's definitely not over yet. But just the manner in which a lot of these rounds have been going, I think even if you're the biggest Leviatan fan right now, you're probably quite nervous.
Billy or Trace, both out of syllabus.
Their tactical pauses haven't gone amiss. Like, they have been valuable, to say the least. We'll see if there's an immediate response from the side of Leviatan.
The time it is going to make you change your setup and your plan. Knowing they've just called that pause, obviously Leviatan are going to do something different. So Trace do much the same, focusing fully on the B site. They found space here for 3-4. This time there's a showstopper to lead the way. Tex knew where he was, but couldn't quite get it done. They know Feng Feng's going to the back of the site, and the flash is good. Calm, trading it out. Look at finding it! 4 under his belt already. I don't know what he'd have had to say during that timeout, but it's got him fired up. Not much Hebei could do. You know, 1 versus 4, and all the roses to come in this round.
I think we've come to the million 4Ks at this point after yesterday's match, but that one has to be up there with the best of them, and that's the perfect response. Do I think that was part of the coach's game plan? Absolutely not. Do I think it's more likely to bring them back from the brink? Absolutely. Those are the sort of rounds that get everybody pumped up.
अभी ये लोग का मूड into 10 हो गए, अब लग गए। देखो ये लोग पास पैसा भी नहीं है। 5-3, फिर वो लोग जीतेंगे एक राउंड, 5-4, फिर बाद में इको जाएंगे 5-5, ऐसा करके मेरे हिसाब से 7-5 हाफ। 7-5 हाफ लेव के लिए, क्या बोलते हो?
for a full buy here. They're going to go with Stingers instead. I'm not sure if this is just wanting to have everything online, maybe even wanting to get themselves the ult, but I feel like they're going to put a bit more into this round.
I think Lev thought that too. Early commitment to the Hunter's Fury after catching the tag, but no conversion.
चार मारने के बाद यूसी की आपको कैसे लग रहा है?
All three pulses.
Just didn't hit a single
माइक आपके पास कैसे लग रहा है आपको?
Gave some of those players a haircut, but not quite enough. Reveal.
ये क्या भाई पता नहीं. 50 subs बोरा और लेव जितना शुरू.
The reveals go through, but those players are safely behind the box.
देखते. यश भाई.
Very
वैसे
slow
लेव जीतेगा लेकिन देखते.
I think they're trying to find the gaps.
मैं किसके
in this
तरफ हूँ मेरे को
defensive
कभी-कभी
side,
doubt
and it
होता.
looks like they're assuming it's towards A. Smoke on right side,
Ab
drone
Jinx
going
ke taraf ho,
through. This is
Jinx.
looking like a B split from the side of Leviatan, but now they're about to find out it isn't. That
शादी
paranoia
होने के
has bought
बाद
just
भी
enough time to
support नहीं है.
retreat.
We've seen this for a couple of rounds now. King getting aggressive on A, taking that space away. This battle could be everything. Bianca waiting.
Yeah!
Closed by the attack. That's got to be a bit of a
भाई
confusing way for the round to be played out. Instead, they're going to go back to top mid, looking to try and surround the players on that A side. A lot of space already taken, but a double up will be in from the defense. Com joins them.
आज तक मैंने कभी नहीं देखा ये चीज.
Dancing around the box.
15 seconds.
12 seconds. They have to hurry up. And Com's here to support as well, watching the back. No element of surprise, but still the fights go their way. The plant will come in just in time. Fast as he is, Aspas won't be there in time to stop it. But both players tagged terribly low. 50 HP between them. Weak weapons, it's tough to get done, and Tex swings and he doesn't miss. 5 to 3. Leviatan are on the way back.
भाई ये close gap है लेकिन 2v2.
Incredibly close. Like considering that they
Teams ने
invested
बंद
into
करो ना
Stingers, a pistol,
कास्टर
and
भाई.
a couple of rifles.
कुछ तो यूनिक
and the way
रहने
that
दो
those
मेरे
early
chat
fights
में.
went. Like it seemed like all the information was there. They had 3 players within the site already. I don't think we needed a slow-mo replay of that last one, but.
God, I'm Shroud.
Shout out to you.
dear.
Hey,
5 to 3.
ऐसा इज्जत कमाने का. कमाने का तो ऐसा इज्जत कमाने का यार.
The players from Leviatan starting to wake up.
गोट ही दूसरे गोट को
That
पहचान
was
सकता है.
a reduced investment in the last round from Trace. Rolling Thunder will now be online once again. And early control, even with a boom bomb in hand.
They're pushing them right back, but Leviatan are all too happy for that to be the case. The Rolling Thunder expected and denied with players now far back. They'll concede site control, but look to take it back with numbers quickly here. Any aggression will be punished, and a shock dart through from Com, taking out Bianca. Another shock dart does big damage. Beautiful stuff from the side of Leviatan. They haven't had to face them, and already these players are nice and squishy.
And the post plants have been where Trace thrive. Overdrive utilized, information garnered, paranoia even sent through to try and leave them in awkward positions. Oh, in fact, almost a kill directly through the smoke. Re-aggression attempting to do something, but they are being torn apart. It's left all on Takai.
He's back.
He knows where they are. The spam isn't going to do anywhere near as much as he's hoped for. And even though he catches the kill, they're already defusing. Just not enough time for him to get that done. An incredibly nice attempt from the Sentinel. He's made things costly, but it wasn't a round. That's gone to Lev.
Yeah, he should have fallen flat there and been deleted instead. At least able to put up a fight, carry the weapon through. But like you said, the timeline's all that really matters. 3 times in a row, Trace have gotten themselves a sight. More or less for free, although this time the shock dart certainly added an extra flair to it.
भाई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कॉम की
3
वजह से
times in
जीत
a
रहे.
row, we've seen Leviatan fight back.
इंटरनेशनल स्ट्रीम कब
grab
होगी?
those
14 को.
diffuses. Economy, though, for the defensive
14
side,
का plan
is in a shaky enough position. Trace could still capitalize, but they're not too healthy either. This is going to be a swing round for the lead. Trace have their sights set on B.
आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Definitely know that Aspas is there. There's no doubt about it. Drone is available. It makes me a little bit nervous just because of who's on the other side. Available to get aggressive, and it's actually Tex to land the first. The guy defending, the paranoia, the stun, in fact, everything has caught on to Aspas. He's still going forward! No! And he's just torn them a new one. It leaves Heve to try and fight alone. But this round is for Aspas.
अच्छा गेम खेला
He
आपने
uses
इस
his
मेरे
own
साथ.
stun to keep
याद
them in
रखूंगा.
position. And then another comes in from a teammate.
बीमार
Door
इंसान के
closed
साथ आपने
behind
गेम
them.
खेला, याद
And
रखना.
that's the door closed on the round.
A timeout called now by Trace. Not happy with how this has gone, and they just got decimated by Aspa, so I'm not surprised.
He starts his move while still stunned up because he knows it's going to fade while
he
knows they're going to be stunned. He had full faith in Mazino's breach stun.
That's fair enough.
Good reason.
Yeah, that's fair enough, honestly. I think if Mazino was my teammate, he'd carry me. But also, I'd have faith.
I have no doubt in that, Tom. I have absolutely no doubt in what you just said.
Oh, yeah. But do you reckon he can play in bronze? It's actually tougher down there, you know.
Oh, yeah. People do things you're not expecting, you know?
Well, Trace, no one DM me saying bronze commentator. Don't you dare. It's not true. It's a joke. Please. I don't want those DMs.
It's at least silver.
At least. Minimum. I'm a peak goal. Pause taken. 4 rounds in a row.
Was he qualified already?
3 before it. Had contention. Retakes when necessary, but that was, I guess.
चैट सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, छाती में लिखो, ओजी जीतेगा इस बार फाइनल्स मेरे हिसाब से। तेरे को क्या लगता है? हाँ?
मैंने बोल रही कुछ।
अरे बोल सकती तू, वेल टीम नहीं है अभी। अरे मैं हंस नहीं सकता, मेरा पीठ दर्द कर रहा है भाई।
What we currently see in this round, ultimates not particularly close, but a kill or 2 in this round could mean that they have a lot on line for the next.
कीमत मार, 1 करोड़ का टूर्नामेंट है, माफ करे। I take my words back. मैं रिटर्न ले लिया।
On the attacking side, but they've done some serious damage.
कुछ बात करते 10% मेरा मुंह बंद रखने का ऐसा कुछ।
Same old story with that shock dart, but Tax has been very aware of that in the early round.
देखो YouTube 30% लेता है, मैं 10%, उससे भी सस्ता।
This time one for mid, broken, and Fong right into the fight. And it's calm to actually take that kill, certainly softened up by Aspas. 2 players you don't want to fight in current form, but Calm has been dropped.
ये हेबे ज़्यादा नहीं मार रहा है।
Rifle, the bulldog in play for Hebe.
भाई मेरे चैट ने मेरे मुंह में लगा दिया
अभी। ज़्यादा
नहीं मार रहा
है।
Yang ज़्यादा नहीं मार
रहा। But in goes Aspas, and he ain't taking any prisoners. 6-5.
बोला था कि नहीं 7-5 बोला था कि नहीं मैंने।
It really feels like he's back. The last few rounds have just been Aspas styling.
जाएगा।
Using those slides, using the fact that they're almost completely accurate, just to take fights that really should be impossible for the opponent to react. We're just looking at it. They don't even see a thing. Gone in a flash.
आसपास मेरे जैसे नियॉन खेलता है।
The fights he's taken, but there is no opportunity to respond. Lead taken by Leviatan. The pause that they called clearly a turnaround point. I'm not sure what was said. Might just have been something as simple as remember who you are.
I mean, there's 2 kinds of Aspas. First time they played through in second. You rarely get the second performance. A tough time there, was shut down in every duel he went for, but now right back on form. Rolling Thunder used to deny the planned aggression from Fong caught immediately, and Aspas back to his old tricks. Around, looking for the fights. Again, assisting on those kills.
By mid-roll pause चाहिए अभी नए अपडेट में।
Used to try to keep them in the choke
भाई
point.
क्या हो रहा है बसाड़? इसको समझा क्या हुआ?
From a 5-1 lead, Trace have got nothing, but the foundations
are
still set for the second half.
I think they're going to appreciate this half-back break because in all honesty, those last 6 rounds, like they started with some sort of competition. Maybe there was rounds that could have gone the other way, but that was a slaughter. We'll be back after that break to see if they can do it on the defense.
भाई कंफर्म बात है, कॉम कुछ ज्यादा मार रहा है। इसके बाद कॉम का मेल भरने वाला है।
मेल
कोई भी मेल रहेगा तो .com रहता ना।
मेल्स
Bull gives you wings.
मत करना लाइक, चैट लाइक बिल्कुल मत करना।
अपने स्ट्रीम का गुस्सा यहाँ पे मत निकालो। अरे मत कर प्लीज। लोअर बैक पे नहीं यहाँ पर। अरे मेरे साथ कुछ तो हो रहा है बे। कल पता है, मैं कल चुपचाप मैं सो गया था, ठीक है, 2 बजे।
हाँ,
ठीक है, फिर मेरा आँख खुला 3:30 बजे।
बराबर।
फिर मैं बोला क्या करूं, फिर मैं वापस सोया। फिर मैं 7:30 बजे उठा।
हाँ।
फिर मेरे को मालूम है 9:30 बजे पिंकी का स्ट्रीम है, मतलब सुबह उठ के स्ट्रीम करेगी। तो मैं बाहर जाके लेटा सोफे पे।
बोलने की भी जरूरत नहीं है।
रहना नहीं थी वहां पे, तो मैं सोफे पे लेटा। फिर बाद में तब तक सही था, जैसे मैं सोफे से उठा ना, ऐसा दर्द हुआ मेरे को, ऐसा दर्द हुआ हेवी। ये भी खोलू?
मेरे लिए मंगाया है।
क्या है ये?
फ्रेंड।
अर्थात
फ्रेंड्स बोल रही थी।
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, नॉइज कैंसलेशन।
All right, time to get back into things.
Love
7-5 when we
Love
left
it.
you off. Leviatan were in full swing, getting themselves round after round, 6 in
Race
a
के
row.
लग गए।
But the pistols
के लग
have always fallen into Trace's
Just
hands so far.
सजेशन, फिजियोथेरेपी कर लो भाई, अभी कुछ नहीं, अभी तो
Here on
हेवी
the
काम है
defensive
ब्रो।
side, there's a challenge. And that challenge is
मैं
just
बोल
to
रहा हूँ,
stop Aspas.
चाहे मेरी गांड की हड्डी टूट जाए, अक्टूबर तक फुल काम। अक्टूबर में एक घर ले लेंगे, घर में नया परमानेंट मेरा एक सोफा रहेगा, फिर मैं मस्त रेस्ट ले दूंगा।
Aspas
तब तक जो
leading
होना
the
है
charge.
लोन कौन करेगा?
Maybe see if they can get themselves their first pistol, but there's already a trap
Back
being
वाला।
set by the defensive
क्या खोल के
side.
दिया तूने?
तो उंगली डालना।
Well, that is quite the
Idan.
reaction.
Who was trapped?
हाथ को।
Aspas doesn't seem to be slowing down and right into the fight, but Hebe and Bianche, they've got the
भाई
control.
क्या trades
Trading
हो
it
रहे हैं
out,
भाई?
keeping the numbers now equal, and then that's
भाई
when Locking
क्या
steps
trades
it
है
up.
ये?
Paranoia doesn't land, but
क्या
there's
trades
not
है ये?
two. From Calm. All the
साला
remains of the hope.
लूकिंग
Leviatan
कहाँ से आ रहा है
taking a
बीच में आउट
pistol
ऑफ
here.
सिलेबस?
You know, 1 versus 2.
पहले तो
both
thank
They
players
know,
have
they
HP,
know.
No shields to work
They
with.
marked
But they're
also,
already
see.
on the spike.
They've already pinged exactly.
दे
where he
नो
was
तो
going,
यस कौन
or
है?
at least it seemed it. Now starting to realize that he could have gone back in the other direction. The spam just not on at this point. Already getting it to half. They're going to look to try and fight
Wrong
together.
point,
And there was a
yaar.
world where he wins that. But his doppelganger, Bianca, is going to be the one to take that over the line. It is another pistol round for the side
लूडो
of
किंग
Trace
नहीं है
1.
वो
But a plant and a lot of kills. It could even be a temptation to force.
भाई इतना क्लोज कैसे जा सकता है चैट? इतना क्लोज कैसे जा सकता है?
I wouldn't be surprised with Aspas on this form.
हाँ?
Half the time he dies, he's shot in the back. You get to see his eyes.
इतनी क्लोज
He
तो
ain't
तुम्हारी
going
एक्स भी
anywhere.
नहीं है अभी।
A big round from Law King, holding down that control on mid, swinging out, giving his life
मत
for the
करना
trade.
लाइक।
And that was all they needed. The pistol. Another early injection of rounds.
सॉरी
as we
चैट,
saw in the
आज
first
मैं
half. That was
सैड
very
सॉन्ग्स
essential.
प्लेलिस्ट का गाना
Being able to
बताऊंगा।
keep this close. Aspas off rip. No
हाँ,
force
ब्रॉडकास्ट
bump.
पे
Pistols. A couple
ट्रेंडिंग सॉन्ग।
invested into.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy round.
Yes, the few extra credits of the plant and kills just being expended into this one. A chance to do some extra damage. And you can see that Trace definitely had the same thought. They haven't gone for any pistols this time around.
अच्छा
There
के
was
लिए
always
बस Trace
seemingly one, but
सेक्सी
wanting
के
to
लिए।
make sure that they can
ये
convert
इसी
this
में
round
से
as
मुझे
cleanly as
पसीना आ रहा है,
possible.
क्या
So now
सीन है?
any loss here will be costly. SMG or 2, it's not the end of the world. You lose any of those rifles, that's going to be a problem.
दर्द की वजह से भी पसीना आता है क्या?
Exactly it.
दवाई लेना।
Want to see limited losses, although off rip.
Well, that's a rifle.
Bang,
Leviatan
bang.
with the opening pick.
Galana.
The rifle to be recovered. Luckily, Aspas is nowhere nearby. That won't be given to him just yet, but they're grouping up. Going to approach this one as a blob, go back to meet King, who's tucked in inside of B main.
पता था यार, डिसमेज
They take site control. This is a different round altogether. Trace have to be very careful not to give away too much here.
अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे पे भाई। एक इंग्लिश सॉन्ग है उदास वाला, अच्छा सॉन्ग है।
For top mid. Almost trying to bait their opponents. It seems to have worked. They're re-aggressing into middle.
नहीं नहीं नहीं,
In fact, it seems like they've got completely the wrong read.
एक
Goes back
मस्त
towards
इंग्लिश
the
सॉन्ग
A
है।
side. I'm not sure what the point of call was.
लिरिक्स उसके मस्त है।
What gave the game away. But whatever it is, it was completely wrong. This is going to
तू
be a
क्यों
post
सुन रहा है ब्रेकअप सॉन्ग?
ए मेरे को स्लो म्यूजिक अच्छा
that
लगता है यार।
B-side. And now having
Song
themselves
होता है, बराबर है
potentially
क्या?
maybe play main
Preparing for the
or with
future.
those pistols, play aggro.
क्या कहा?
That's a problem.
Yeah, from this point, trades, all that Leviatan need, and they've been spectacular in early fights, even without that rifle that now sits on Calm. Having to use up the stun to clear the first angle. Law King hoping to catch them off guard. He might just do that. He's being flanked on though, and does he suspect it? 2 quick kills, but shot in the back.
भाई out of syllabus आना बंद करेगा क्या ये?
To give them a chance. 30 HP on Tex, trying to buy time, but the defuse is underway. Someone needs to go out and drop that diffuser, and there's no one to do it.
Dude हो गया बे.
Rifle still inside of main. It will not be carried forward.
भाई lol dude हो गया.
Do as much damage as he can, and that is huge. At the start of this round, a couple of kills would have been a fantastic end. Instead, they've left it with 1 man alive coming into round 15.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Trace will even opt to play this one as a bonus anymore. Like, do you just fully invest and try and fight this as your buy round? The problem though, is that economically, they're not going to be in a fantastic spot to even do that, even if they spent everything here. So huge round, and again, just a pretty big misread from them in terms of where Leviatan were going to be going. Now they come up with a fall buy. It's going to be SMGs, pistols. In fact, Heibei is only on a classic.
भाई क्या भाई राउंड अभी चालू हुआ है यार.
Make up for those weaker weapons, and it certainly worked to start with. Texas being spotted. He is completely surrounded. Players absolutely everywhere. There's no way out. He tries to find his way out, and he's doing it. 3 big kills. This could have been a nail in the coffin for the round. Instead, an uphill battle remains for Trace. Kai, well, now detected. They've got all the information. The cage might buy him a moment to breathe, but his teammate's been dropped down to the classic. Aspas is dropped, but 20 HP left and a flank under. Get your gun out, Zeno. Flank underway, now caught him, stuns, got him. There's nowhere for Kai to go. It would have to be the head to be 8 rounds for Leviatan.
Yeah, it almost feels like Tex was shooting off warning shots to begin with, because it went from not connecting the spray to hitting every single bullet in a second. Again, with what was on offer, I don't mind the idea in the round. Get aggressive, put the pressure on, and if it wasn't for some incredible isolation of battles and
once एक बात बताओ, Binks so unlucky and bad sense of humor. How did you even get to marry a girl like Pink's Pinky D? Why did you get married to Bunks? I mean, like how?
An immediate push though. Aspas has almost caught Biancain. In fact, with the storm, he gets both players.
Looks.
Follow-up is there from King to A site, completely overrun. Blink and you miss it. I see the credits are low, but that felt more like an eco.
Yeah.
He just dismantled that setup. And now, well,
looks or वो भी है ना?
You can see Kai already repositioned.
by the body.
Be a little bit more defensive.
मैं दिखा तो नहीं होता. Abs.
Yeah.
But that's a big blow to the side of Trace. This was their round, and like you said, almost getting caught. Even as the barriers went up, Biancain doesn't expect Aspas to be that close. And that's a worrying sign, because he's going to do that a lot. And you've got to be ready for it.
There's either going to be immediate pressure on elbow in a lot in a lot of rounds. We've seen that with many teams. The example that always springs to my mind is how Heretics play it with the pot flash. You do the same thing with Breach. So either you're expecting fast elbow control, or you have to be ready for that push towards short. And he was completely unaware. Then just again, a solid stun, but the rest is Aspas. The rest is why we put this guy in the bracket of the best. Like, it is so difficult to play against, and then there's just even the swing from the rest of the team. He's done the hard bit, but they're there to clean up the rest. Again,
भाई 58 कैरेट का गोल्ड चेन देखा किसने आसपास पे?
The pause is being called by Trace before the problems, but I don't want to say the problems haven't arisen, but before it gets too dangerous. Like, you've only lost 1 round that I would say that
इनको सच्ची लग रहा है टाइम आउट के बाद कुछ हो सकता है.
You came in with weak weapons, you lost the round. It's not the end of the world. This one, you had your first full buy on the site, and you get decimated within 15 seconds.
Barriers up, players down.
बंस भाई ये टेक्स का
one last chance to touch in.
ये गया
coaching staff, and a 2-round gap. It's not gone too far, like you say. Before it gets out of hand, this is where they want to do it. But the fact
कहाँ से लाते हो ऐसे
jokes?
means they don't have a lot of credits for this one.
So even deciding how heavy the investment should be is going to be a challenge. At 9-7, 1 roadblock to Leviatan. And they're in the home stretch. Credits sitting pretty as well.
किसी ने good action लिखा था, love you.
They're going to be able to buy up in the next. And if they keep getting a run at it, well, the way Aspis has been running at it, this map might not last long.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I do want to see an Ascent, so I'm kind of okay with that. But
It is what it is.
I'm waiting to see. Once again, I think at this point it would be foolish to doubt the team of Trace. I think that.
अरे मैडम सांस ले लो, काय चिल्ला रहे हो?
Maybe even a little foolish in the first map, but that has long gone already. A good reveal, even a good stun. But Mazino is going to win that initial fight. Hex is traded out. With these lower weapons, there's danger. In fact, they're going to use that Rolling Thunder to try and push the defense back. This has become a deathmatch server, except one team has only more pistols.
Jord, baby, Jord.
One, right?
Yeah, and one team has Aspas.
Jord.
Sure.
That's going to work for you most of the time, although Kai's managed to shut him down. 1 versus 3 now.
भाई इसका aim अच्छा है ना चाहे काय का?
Mazino low. Spotted up by the drone, swung on and sent package. Eventually has to break the drone. They'll reload to close it out. Okay. Check their positions on Leviatan. They're tucked in. They're letting him take the first move, and they'll shut him down right afterwards. Contact from Com and then a triple or at least a double swing on whatever angle Kai decides. Say it's an
Chat, अगर ये साइफर ने 2 मार के कुछ किया,
winnable one almost. Oh, if that
तो
shot
लोग क्या बोलते हैं मालूम है क्या?
The thing is, it's fine for Mazino.
काय करतोस?
He's 5 HP. Like, if you don't hit the headshot, he gets to survive, and Com will close the round. Double digits. Leviatan.
Sorry.
Getting closer and closer to a map 3. Maybe a place that the initial expectations weren't to be, but after the first, well, maybe even expectations back in the other direction. It was a 5-1 start that has now turned into a pretty healthy lead now. Again, the last time the defensive side had themselves a purchase, they got slaughtered. We'll see if they've been able to react.
Hopefully we won't see that same pace. Fung Fung over here, ready for the fight.
I am pissed by भड़का हुआ तो है.
It's Aspas. He's caught. Well, he's stunned
भड़का
himself.
हुआ तो है.
He stunned us many times with his individual ability. The paranoia kept him back for a moment. Now it's time to push right back into that site. In goes Under Fury and Aspas is shredding them, doing all the damage, making this ult look a lot stronger than it usually is. He's got the firepower backing up every single duel. It's Kai left to do absolutely nothing.
इससे ज़्यादा clean neon ult मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा.
And Trace's chances looking slim.
Yeah, they barely took any damage in that
इससे
round.
ज़्यादा clean neon ult.
This man's
ऐसा लग रहा था neon ult से भी ये tap कर रहा है.
Okay, he's a good neon. He's a good neon. Right now, he's been unstoppable.
Yeah,
21-9. The supportive utility as well. I love seeing
Delete
him diving alongside that Hunter's Fury. It means that anybody is slightly displaced. You need to be holding an angle ready to headshot him because he's sliding all over the place, moving at the speed of sound. And so the Hunter's Fury in combination makes it so hard to play against. Now that was a very good ult. I was about to say, we saw 3 players get pinged up immediately. I think there must have been either a combination flash or stun. I think it's definitely a stun.
Follow up onto Com.
Weak
weapons across the board. Okay, Mazino's making a play. Trigger discipline on display. Got one, but that's it. Fung now activated. Tex tagged up by that nade, but he's not the turret.
इसका भी आवाज आना चाहिए ना.
ऐसा
damage पड़ा तो मजा.
Extremely low. One of them in this first crossfire. The firing squad takes it across
साला
the line.
weak by round जीत गए बे. भाई Trace कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे लेकिन यार.
Yeah, I guess the initial combo, like, a huge gamble, like just throwing that in immediately. I think there may have been a ping initially. Yeah, so it's the dart that's used straight away. Fantastic to catch them all. And then just the push up, I think maybe even a stun. Yeah, that was all based on just that dart catching someone. Maybe they even do it anyway, just off contact, but that is a huge round from the initiators of this defensive side. It's one that isn't recreated. The only thing I will say, they still have a lot of ults, but this is an early fight. How does he still get one?
Well, the stun certainly helped out. Might have saved the day. push up from Trace on the back of the Rolling Thunder. They've gone through middle, but the paranoia sent them packing. One player had been caught by the Rolling Thunder as well, so definitely chopping up this defensive side aggression. However, locking, finding one, puts the favor back on the defense. 3 players close, and the information there to play with. The attacking side executing's a different story. Seems like Trace have come back online at just the right time. 2 versus 4, and the info now in their hands.
Oh, just getting out of there seemed like it would be difficult. They have managed it. All 4 players on this B side of the map, so they're able to move into this A site. They will be able to get themselves an arc.
All the
utility has pretty much been expended. An extra smoke is granted to King, but it's thrown down immediately. I have to feel like this retake
मारू कि नहीं मारू?
But you never know.
टीम बताओ मारू कि नहीं मारू? मार मार मत मार मत मार. मार ना मत मार.
No one's going to give him it though. They're all going the other way. For a second, I thought Bianche would double back. They made the right call. Tech's already spotted. They don't know about King, but now they do. All the info there, but the kill's going the other way. Spike still needs to be defused. Kai does well. And the trap catches King eventually. Uses the Shroud of Death to try to fake them out. But Kai's not falling for that one.
ये वही ट्रिप पे बसा है चैट.
Just about enough time. 0.91
आपका
under a
नियॉन
second.
अल्ट आसपास से ज़्यादा क्लीन है. I think love you yeah.
I feel so bad for him that the trip that he doesn't break is what ends up being his undoing. That is so cursed. None of them come in that direction. And all in all, it's a good play. Like, you want to sit there and go, okay, if anybody comes through this, they're not going to expect me just to be sat on the edge. Again, a lot of counter util being expended. Ultimates utilized, and more importantly, yeah, just some big plays to end it all out with under a second. A nice attempt from the side of Leviatan, but a 2-round streak. Operator now in as well.
घर में हेड फैला रहे टाइमआउट कैसे दिया हम बात पर.
That could be the difference maker, because without the ultimates, they really haven't had any success in their rounds.
चैट आज रात को हेवी गेम प्ले है आना ठीक है. PACIFIC अंडी मंडी नहीं आएगा कोई तो.
Trace don't want that. They're looking for their 2-0, still with a showstopper in play.
आज तेरा भाई एकदम इंटेलिजेंट बातें करेगा रात को.
It's Leviatan setting up for the B side take. Stun goes through, catches no one. It's quite a deep play from the defensive side. There's no ultimates for the attackers. They're just conceding this space. Probably
कल भी PACIFIC आज भी PACIFIC हाँ.
Breach right back through.
Hashtag उपयोग.
Post plants in play.
Well, 2 spotted, an immediate stun. Aftershock isn't quite deep enough. Will be counted immediately.
Champion Vandal giveaway. Champions ये tournament होने के बाद मैं सोच रहा हूँ.
On the other side of the map, there's going to have to be a sprint from Fong Bong, and he's got to be aware as well that there is still a player lurking. In fact, a couple that could double up in a crossfire. Aspas is going to try again. This time he's caught, but so is Lord King as well.
The up rotate, checking the wrong angle as well.
Tex able
to grab one, and Kai is so desperately trying to pull this round back into their favor. King's gone down, and so's Mazzino. They know exactly where the last man is, but he gets the jump again. Out goes the cam, it's broken. He knows the defuse isn't underway, tries to stop it from getting the half. And while doing so, takes his fourth kill for a Red Bull clutch and map point.
बोला था यार.
Definitely had his moments in this game as Tex, 18 and 16, but that
आज पनीर बनेगा मतलब घर में.
A lot of absurd impact, waiting so patiently.
पनीर कल बन गया था, आज तंदूरी रोटी.
When that door's closed, that you would almost try and maybe push the spawn or reposition elsewhere.
सब out of the syllabus आ गया था चैट आज.
Late game and then confident in his own ability to take it over.
सारे लोग आज syllabus के बाहर से आए. सारे लोग.
On map point, the potential to take this to Ascent, a map that both teams are incredibly comfortable on, and a great place to end this series.
Especially in the last round, considering they closed the door and they were stuck in market with so much utility coming at them. That's when you just don't think there's a lurker anymore. Like, why would the guy be sat there staring at a closed door? But that's why. He wanted the round.
But Trace इतना close कैसे खेल सकता है? Because वो लोग का trades on point है bro.
12-9, 3 in a row.
Heavy team play है वो लोग का.
We're going all the way to
the map
that, like we said, definitely deserve to see a third map from this series. Leviatan fighting for it. Showstopper fire not landing. Aspas, he took the damage, but at least managed to trade out. And King still fighting for the backside control. Bianca caught off guard. It's Kai and walking to do it all. The step out from Kai with the paranoia, but they're just evading it, dancing around this pillar, forcing the fight. This time, it seemed to go Trace's way.
इसके वजह से एंड हुआ यूसी के वजह से
13-9.
याद रखना
We're going all the way to Ascent, and it's not over
कल के
yet.
जख्म अभी भी नहीं भरे क्या करूं
Yeah, they might have been beaten down in that
Yes,
first
by
match.
100
Needed a response after
गेम
a
खत्म नहीं
slow
हुआ है हेलो
start. But Leviatan
मैप 3 बचा है यश भाई मैप 3 बचा है रुको ना यार जब भी मैं पलटता हूँ ना मेरे साथ गलती होता है समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या करूं हाँ वैसे इस पे फाइनल्स का भी है
Trade in any phone in any condition.
सब गलती हो रहा है आपके साथ मेरे खिलाफ साजिश हो रही है
Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives away. 5-1 के बाद 5-1 पे बैड बिजनेस डिसीजन +1 पहला गाना अच्छा लगा भाई गाना तो है मैं तुम लोगों को ब्रेकअप वाला सॉन्ग सुना हो क्या मेरा मोबाइल बाहर है तुम लोगों को गाना सुना कि आज तुम्हारा का वापिस ब्रेकअप होएगा भले तुम्हारे एक्स तुम्हारी छोड़ के गई कैसे ब्रेकअप होगा The GOAT, the final boss, बात तो है गाइस नाइट मार्केट कभी आएगा रात को भाई टैक्स ने जिताया है ये गेम आसपास ने अपना काम किया लेकिन आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स आया टैक्स कॉम भी मैं तो पहले से सिंगल लोग भी सुन सकते हैं कि तुम लोग जब भी रिलेशन में जाओगे ब्रेकअप होएगा ना तब काम आएगा पर मैं रेजर का माउस आ गया आज कैसा है भाई वो वाला डील अच्छा था डेथ एडर वाला कांड फ्रूट या फ्रूट जूस कुछ तो करके आया
And Leviatan managed to pick up the win on Sunset, forcing a map 3. Welcome back, everyone. You got Golden Boy along with Paperton and Achilleos here as we break everything down. And, you know, we were talking about this being a strong map for Leviatan, but I'll tell you one thing. Didn't start that way.
No.
It was getting a little dicey.
Yeah, it didn't start off too great, but there was moments like this from Comp that just really started turning things completely on its head. I mean, you saw there right at the start, they only had one round win before Comp picked up that 4-piece.
Yeah.
But this was very much, you know, Tex, Aspas going absolutely crazy in the lobby. And honestly, the fact that they were able to close at this map and still haven't gotten a single pistol win, overall, good for Lev, at least in a microcosm of this Sunset map. But as far as the tournament projections and future series look, as well as that map 3, gotta win some damn pistols.
Yeah,
you want to lift your second trophy, win a pistol.
Yeah, your odds of winning drastically plummet when you are winning pistols. But Icebox looking great on the Neon. You know, we talked about at the beginning of the show, the man can play every duelist on the planet to such a high level. I mean, he's such a smooth criminal on this Neon. He's just sliding right by it.
Told you it was going to be Ung Des.
I love it.
Told you it was going to be Ung Des. No, but honestly, you're right. He really is just so damn good and such a reliable person for this team. But it's good to see a couple of those other rifles coming online here for Leviatan, because it was certainly missing in that first map. Of course, though, one rifle that definitely went online was Comms. Takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. A beautiful 4K. And you think, surely my guys are going to go for more. Finds the blinded raise right there. Pops 2 back-to-back. Looks for the other one in Beyond K. And just they lined up for him. But let me tell you, they made that one quite difficult because they were trying to get some tags off him there, but it just wasn't enough. Overall, though, that right there is exactly, Paperton, what you want to see from Leviatan, from Com, to kind of get things going here.
Yeah, their big players were stepping up. You know, Tex was having a great map as well. So it was like these big moments that started to snowball the map towards their favor. They were getting a better read on how to play against the way that Trace Esports was trying to pilot their attacker side, in particular, a heavy hit, something that Trace struggled with in their previous outing against Vitality. They were able to adapt. They started pulling back. They started putting some more pressure onto the onto the plants themselves. Things like that really turned the tide for them and gave them that momentum they needed to carry forward onto the other side of the map.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, earlier in the show, we did bingo.
We attempted to do bingo.
We attempted to do bingo. It didn't come up, but now we got bingo. Okay, so let's go ahead and fill in our blanks here. We got a Lev win, right? We got a TE win. We got a map 3. We got a 5-round win streak. That did happen from Leviatan, I believe. Aspas reclines.
Low King doesn't play Omen.
Yeah, Low King.
Brim on the first one, I believe.
Okay, you want to put that in? Okay, I didn't know if that's jury's out on that.
Jury's out.
Okay. No one's fallen off the map yet. Aspas ain't breaking a record right now. Oh, did Bianca pick Sova?
Let me look.
Wait.
He did.
He did pick Sova.
He was just playing it.
I was like, my brother,
Mazzino also played Breach.
Mazzino played Breach?
You know, the thing that would be really helpful is if we looked at the teleprompter that has all of the answers.
Oh. You know what? You would think I'm good at my job, but genuinely not.
I mean, I didn't even notice until right this moment as well.
Okay, cool. I think we're good. We didn't get to overtime yet. We haven't played it. We're not going to play this. Okay, cool. So far, so good. All right, we just need Chichu to come up clutch, and you can win bingo. What you win? I don't know. No, I'll get you a glass of water or something like that.
You win entertainment.
Yeah, and joy and happiness in your life.
A sense of self-fulfillment.
There you go.
That will briefly linger and then
quickly dissipate.
fade.
All right, well, let's go ahead and refocus. Let's get ready for map 3. We're going to be taking a trip over to Ascent for this one. And this is, we should be seeing, I believe, Aspas back on that jet here. So this is going to be, you know, a jet v jet battle again, right? But this is the map that's, you know, bread and butter, right? Could you maybe see, like, you're gonna run, like, you know, we know what people run on Ascent. Maybe try something out of the blue here?
I'd be really shocked to see it, but the guy who is just on our screen is going to be a big focus between these two, Kai and Aspas. We fully anticipate Kai is going to be getting his first game on Duelist in this series coming into this. Has been on Cypher so far. So fully anticipating that he is going to be coming out here with that jet, and he was huge for Trace in that series versus Vitality. My biggest concern, though, for them, as we see, there's not going to be anything too shocking. Still do have that deadlock variant here for Leviatan. But the biggest concern that I have is that series versus Vitality, it was an overtime game. It was 15-13 for Trace to be able to get that. It did not come easily for them.
Yeah.
This is a tough map, and I think they're going to have a tough time. You know, now they're going to have that deadlock used against them. And on Ascent, it's pretty good on both sides of the coin, whereas Vine, you know, you want to talk about the deadlock as being so oppressive on the attacker side in particular. But on Ascent, there's a lot of angles you can use for the sonic sensors in the wall on the defender side as well. And Leviatan is one of the best in the world at using the deadlock overall on this map. They're so good with their protocols. They understand how to play off the utility extremely precisely.
I mean, 100% win rate here for both of these teams in recent history. We haven't seen Lev drop this since May when they lost in the lower final versus G2. So they have had a decent win streak built up for them.
Well, we're heading into map 3, folks. Can Trace Esports do it again and take take down Leviatan? Let's go ahead and find out. Send it back to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, GB. The third map, the one we hoped we'd get to, Trace have put up one hell of a fight so far. It's been a close series. Let's hope it's the same here, Tom.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think both teams are very comfortable on this map. In fact, I wouldn't have been surprised if there was a world where either of these teams picked this map. I think versus other teams that they would have done, but it was basically both had the expectation the other wanted to play it, so they left it to this third and final map. This is the best map, arguably, of either side at times. Maybe the Icebox for Leviatan, but it's going to be the attack side start. This is where you have high expectations from the side of Leviatan.
ये मैप अगर लेव हारा तो ब्लेम ऑन नहीं हार सकते बैक इसमें क्या स्पैम देते कम जरा देखा है क्या
all of that utility and already
कर जाएगा
sweaty lineup
भी noob जैसे अगर हारा तो अगर हारा
there goes the net. It's landing in a spot with no players. Same for the Paranoia. Much closer angles being held by Trace on the side, around the door. Up top, Kai goes in for one, but doesn't find it. That's okay. He'll fall back to the site, and the rotate's underway from Bianchi, but take a look at Leviatan. They're going elsewhere. The read is made by Trace. I don't know if they're going to get here quite in time, though. And in fact, it's a double fake.
Yeah, they've now locked them off on short as well. They've placed down the barrier. So it, obviously, the time of it may have run out at that point, but there's still very little information. The only thing that worries me a bit is how much time it's actually going to take them to get round to this position. Still a pop flash available for Hebe and a couple of shock darts, but those are not going to be anywhere near this fight.
Recons and smokes, angle sectioned off. They know the backside is under their control, but down below, still one lurking. It's Law King for the double, and he's eventually shut down. But the damage is done. The drop though from Hebe that gives a chance back to Leviatan. They need to plant. 10 seconds on the clock. And the shock dart, they're not quite landing for the damage. King safe from the reveal. That's a blind side.
Free round, baby.
Pistol 1-0.
Yeah, there was no expectation that there was going to be a player up in heaven, the dart, even in hand, but just fired on the other side of the wood, and because of that, it doesn't actually reveal. They're expecting players down below. This seems to happen in almost every pistol where there's a player over on the Trace side who looks like they're dead to rights. Maybe they get one kill and they still come out with a little bit more. But this time, Aspas is able to match them on it. The first pistol that goes the way of Leviatan. The exact start they were looking for coming into the final map.
Now round two. A different buy to what we've seen from Trace every time they've won the pistol. There's been heavy investments. And for Leviatan, they've gone for 2 rifles, an SMG, and 2 pistols. So there's quite a bit of room for error. The margin is wide this time. Some players spotted getting a little bit aggro on A, and we're going to have the drone go through. It should be broken by Hebe before it can find too much information.
Oh, उनको लग रहा है कोई वाइंस में है,
लेकिन कोई नहीं है. We're going to see Leviatan give up this angle and fall back towards middle.
Yeah, this is a
मैं अटैक का होने का ये एक एडवांटेज है बे, वो लोग घुमा सकते हैं बे पूरा.
You kind of expect no kills, but they are stacking up in a manner that could cause issues. They're giving no information away, only the turret for contact.
And everything else,
easy round if they can get anything from this crossfire. The thing is, you expect there to be some counter utility. Paranoia is solid. It did catch one. Okay, that's not bad. At least a kill going their way. In fact, the second is there as well. Aspas, though, puts a pin in it. He's going to try and deny anything more, and even still, they managed the third kill.
2 versus 2, not a bad situation for Trace to find themselves in, but the door blocks out a player. Kai up in heaven, not even punished for the kill. Now Calm surrounded, and he can only get one. It's classics! They might not win the pistol, but they sure as hell win the second pistol. Their follow-up.
They bought nothing.
That's ridiculous.
They literally didn't buy anything. How have they managed to... Like, I thought the moment that Aspas got 3 kills, it's over now. It's over now. And then Kai just walks out and just manages to get a free kill on Tim, blindsided. But this is... I don't know. This has to be one of the most embarrassing rounds I think Lev have lost in a long time. It was just classics. 1-to-1.
Information at times. Even here. Feng Feng opened the door. They know.
Yes. Yes, there we go. Let the rage consume you.
That's a devastating loss. If they thought losing the pistols was bad, well, this is a slightly worse way to start it. Blade Storm active for Aspas.
Which is insane, by the way.
Yeah.
To have a Blade Storm when you won one round and lost a round. It's just nuts. It shows that he's still been carrying his weight. The rest of the buy stinks. And look at the other side. Look how much they have financially. And wow, this is the one time you needed a little bit more from him. Fong as well. Now, of course, worth mentioning, from Raze to Killjoy, it's the switch up of duelists, but both seem comfortable in their alternate roles. I will say,
हर Raze player Killjoy खेल सकते हैं, but हर Killjoy player Raze नहीं खेल सकते.
Playing over in China.
Yankee picking up one. Fong overextends eventually, but it's being cleaned up across the board. Just the one loss. And a gorgeous start to this third map for Trace. And I have to say, you can see already that they have the ideas. They sort of knew what Leviatan were going to go for there. Fong playing way back, so the paranoia didn't catch him, and then he's able to quickly execute on Aspas, who's dashing in to try and catch him off guard. But there was no one caught off guard on the side of Trace, and the Blade Storm falls flat.
That is the cool thing with the idea, though, from Leviatan, is a lot of the time they combine that paranoia with the tried to hold from further back. So it's definitely, like, there is a plan. That time
Classics wasn't
bro. Play, but there is now a purchase backup. Now information is known from either side. King
बस इतना ही बोलने का, तभी तुम लोग safe रहते हो, समझ रहे हो?
Throwing down smokes in middle, giving space to others. In the meantime, something we're going to see quite regularly, I'd imagine, is this B push from Kai. He loves to take deep control, and it allows for them to have much earlier rotations. Hebei, though, has to escape.
Avoids the net that was thrown through just seconds later. And the orb gifted to Calm, now just one away from a Hunter's Fury. Big round for Leviatan, and they're on the rotate. Looks like they'll attempt to get some space with Tex later on, and while his time is going to be, swings into him, he might have a chance. If he swings into Kai, I don't believe he will. And with a trap in hand, it got dangerous. In fact, he has trapped him.
That's actually brilliant. Precision. He was like, okay, what's the chance of someone just holding on the edge of my trip? I'll put it down just slightly deeper and take the other one back. Clever stuff. The problem is, look at the stack. There's still 3 players here. It's only that one operator on the defense, but they start rotating away. They start pulling back. It will leave just 2 here to hold, and in fact, make that just 1. Looking at the same as the pistol, needs to go big. The rotation has come through from above, but it's going to be an all-out brawl. Aspas, King combining, and Aspas again, leaving Kai.
There is no way Levi.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to want to risk this operator, is he? 4 players left alive for Leviatan. They don't have a sense that he's saving just yet, but they will eventually. I'm not sure, you know, he got revealed and he had the op in hand. It just depends if someone was staring him down and got to see that big gun in play.
इसको बाहर करके मानोगे फिर बैठ के देखना T versus
stepping into his crosshair.
Language.
Leviatan right back on the horse, tying it up 2-2, and after a pretty horrible way to start out the half, they have at least got themselves a little bit of momentum stolen from Trace. Problem is, because of that rough start, Trace will be buying right back up.
I do think as well,
बाकी कोई नहीं मारेगा चलेगा.
If you've watched Trace play this before, if you've seen Kai play before, he's a big fan of the sniper. Like you'll be excited because there's high potential. He pulls out the outlaw on the attack. Like, he loves just going for those mid-fights. I even saw them have a second round buy, which was a double outlaw attack, and then had some SMGs alongside it just to sort of pad the gap. But I think that is just the guys over on Leviatan doing their research, knowing that he likes to push B main, knowing that he likes to take that control, and just forcing him back. And even though they did manage to get the players back in position to fight it, they were too far forward. They forced them into a box and then put them up against the bodyguard of Aspas. So it's now 8-2.
Plus
there's the up shining through eventually. Tex is the one to fall right off rip.
जब तक आसपास है,
spam, Hunter's Fury sent through, reveal, decent. Not able to track Hebei though. And the pulses ultimately falling flat from that ultimate. Kai not able to land the shot either. The cloud burst offering a little bit of protection. Moment of solace. Leviatan, the shock dart decent, the plant could be secured. Although, Trace are very quick to break all the utility. Door open, barrier gone. The door mostly broken. It's not quite fully. They're on the run from this annihilation. At least they should be.
Oh no! It's going to be the catch. I don't know if they have time to break it. They should, but it doesn't matter. All too easy.
LOL.
They're going to catch them as they look to make their way back into the site. Kai, though, he's gone from operator to Odin and somehow made it work. Back to the operator again. I don't know what that was. That was maybe the greatest juggling we've ever seen. If that was an outlaw, Mitch would be on the floor.
That was absolutely gorgeous. You know what? I love it when someone swaps out the big expensive gun for the big, quite also expensive gun. They haven't saved it though. That's a mark against their good name. Irrespective, what a round from Kai. The opening shot, precise. Although the Annihilation manages to take down Bianche, that didn't slow them at all. They knew there was someone down below, and Kai was hunting them down relentlessly, runs the ammo dry, and goes straight back in for more. That is a confident player if ever I've seen one. 3-2. Leviatan have at least some credits to fall back on. It's not going to be easy here. Light shields across the board, and early on a ton of information for Trace. They're playing a risky game against this operator, and the flash is good, but the shot lands for King.
It leaves them with a disadvantage, but also it doesn't look like Leviatan are going to overface this one. They're happy to just take that control.
Blind
have a sensor available to set up King if he needs it, and the rest of the team are going to go pushing around the other side of the map. And you can see the defense have fully rotated already, leaving just Low King over on a short.
Mid-ka shock dot lineup.
He might be the one that's going to come under some serious pressure here. Although, as said, Leviatan, after getting that man advantage, is very comfortable to just feel out the back.
इससे फ्लैट लॉबी और इसको कंपेयर कर सकती है
तो मैं शॉक दूं ना इसके लिए
इसलिए शॉक डॉट मारा उसने
Recon online. It's been an essential part of how they take this A site. Recon up, dash in, try to get Aspas the opportunity to take a kill inside his cloud burst while they're being revealed.
खाली साइट है जाओ जाओ
Much
जाओ
the same this time.
जाओ
Look for left. Nice shot by Law King though. He's kept control over short. The reveal will give them all the info. There's no one here. A site wide open. Oh, but the flank! Not expected! That's a massive oversight from Leviatan.
He double shrouded step up the top of mid, so didn't make the step noises. And I don't know if that just completely caught Cobb off guard, or maybe he was just tunnel visioned in. But now they're going to try and fight more aggressively. There's 3 players. Blade Storm activated. Mizzino, again, we've seen this so many times. That stun causing issues. Over the top goes Kai, and then the trade is there. It's all onto Mizzino. Fighting 1 versus 3. He knows where they're defusing. He's trying to catch him with the spam, but it's not accurate. It's not on. He's not getting anything. He's defusing right in front of him. And Biang is even there to close the round. We're seeing ludicrous play after ludicrous play. Give me those TPs. Give me the TPs of him just going up top mid.
Take some gold to just shrouded step straight through. Here he is, finding the kill.
Literally just, used 2 shrouded steps. You can see he's got none online just to get to top mid.
Through.
No, he didn't sprint.
He stepped.
But you can understand why. You can understand why you'd just be fooled by such an aggressive play.
Potential
rattling off those Odin shots as well, sectioning players and taking them down in the end. Leviatan have called a timeout. This half certainly hasn't gone as they wanted. That didn't stop them from taking the previous map. But here on Ascent, Tom, you were telling me earlier, Trace.
ये monsters के सामने के ले लो, monsters.
No, the closest game they've had has been facing off against Vitality. This is the one map where they've consistently been able to best FPX. I don't think they've not played it versus EDG, so they'll tell you what you like. Maybe that would have been a different story. But other than that, they are 6-0 for the year, 5-0 for here and the last split. Even though it was incredibly close versus Vitality, this is where they win. But the same can be said. If you go over, not the whole year, there's been 2 incredibly close defeats back in
मेरे गली में
मेरे
गली में मेरे गली में
they're kind of good.
Flat lobby है मेरे गली में.
They dominated
मेरे गली में मेरे गली में.
And I think
मेरे गले में दर्द मत
as
कर.
we've seen throughout, they were 5-1 down in the last map. pause taken in the half 7-5. So let's not even get close to counting them out just yet.
ये कौन सा shock dart?
Barriers back
Camera
up.
के लिए?
Post pause for Leviatan. They've been picking up rounds most of the time. Here on the attack, they look to close the gap, but it's pistols
I must wait a
and
moment.
SMGs, and they need to be very cautious. Bianca, hungry for a battle, waiting for contact, but soon he's going to run out of patience, and, well, this is like shooting fish in a barrel. They're all here. He hears the drone go out, and now the spams, but the Sheriff's on the other side, doing damage, forcing him back. There's the reveal, but they're safe behind the box. Shock darts about to be sent through. But the close one almost takes down Aspas. 15 HP. Bianca not even checked on the way in, but Tex is able to drop him. Aspas on 15 isn't dead. He's still going to be able to take a fight or two. And they need to be very cautious about the amount of damage. If Leviatan takes site control, there's upgraded weapons, there's post plants. This could get terrifying in the end, and Tex firing off shots. King joins him. 1 versus 2. Winnable. But Kai saves the day. Damage done, but another round for Trace.
Yeah, decent damage, and they had to bait out the Omen ult as well, just to enforce the back of the site. Even still, though, no real trouble economically for Trace. Maybe a couple of orbs up here and there. Annihilation available for Mazzino, which we've already seen in post-plant scenarios, has its benefits. This time, though, it looks like
3 rounds is all they get, I feel.
Relatively successful. I don't really blame Leviatan for going, all right, let's run it back with guns.
Why not? Get the counter spam in the Odin. And listen, if anyone knows about this, it is Calm. Captured my heart early on this map. Further back position from Bianca, finding damage. He's lit Aspas to 50. I think Aspas is getting pretty tired of having an entry on low HP. And now with the rifles, it's even worse. Lockdown used very early on. From the side of Trace, usually you'll see this even in retakes, but they're using it just to stop these players from pushing out. And then the Hunter's Fury catches them on the way back. This was the plan all along. 1 kill and very close to more, sending them into Kai's waiting arms, and he's swinging out. He's going wide, and oh, he's in danger, but he's made it out alive.
There's so much damage done, even to Com. Left on 49 HP, but yeah, the goal was to force them back. The goal was to push them into Kai. The Hunter's Fury even utilized seemingly as a bonus. This time, though, Mazzino's not going to fall for the same trick twice. Now he's going to use that Annihilation. Low King caught. It leaves an isolated Fung Fung on the side. First goes his way, but he takes a lot of damage. The spray's not pretty. An opportunity from the brink of defeat in this round has presented itself to Leviatan at the hands of Mazzino.
He's trying to wall bang with the operator, and Heybei's wall banging with the Phantom. Caught the kills and left Tex all alone. 51 HP, a 1 versus 2. Kai is at least low. But Heybei is being consistent. He might be able to isolate a fight, but in fact, he's the one that's isolated, dropped by the operator's scope. And 6-2 on the board for Trace. A massive round for this squad now with Leviatan's credits decently low.
I think this guy is very quickly going to become one of the most fearsome operator players in the game, like, which says a lot when you're in the same region. This guy can. Like, it really does, but there's a reason that I was excited to see this Jet battle after a couple of maps. Bear in mind, he goes from playing a Cypher, playing super passive, like having these defensive setups, looking for basically, oh, this trip's going to catch someone in, and then I'm going to, to basically that. I'm going to wide swing the guy when I'm low on HP, full confidence. Now, Aspas is only going this round, get the orb, and hopefully not from being shot, because otherwise he's not going to have the Blade Storm for this round.
Nice orbital bus. अब आएगा ना आसपास अपने ओरिजिनल फॉर्म में आराम से अब आएगा.
Should be a relatively close round in terms of packing a punch, but again, avoiding Kai. A big part of the early game. Odin still spraying away over towards B main, making some noise. And how did Leviatan plan to bypass all of this?
First half 15 minutes of gas pass
space for the squad. But the spike's still sitting
Lag
back on
हो रहा है
mid,
यार.
and some aggression in A main.
ये
tells
round
me
देखना
this is just
सचिन
gonna
भाई.
be a fake.
Headshot मारा है turret को. ये round देखना.
It's possible that they have. Can't really be a check into middle. They're selling the idea that this is going to be a B split, but there hasn't been any maneuver whatsoever. Also bear in mind, null command is available. This ultimate could be gone. In fact, not even needed. It's going to be the knife that does it instead. You think this would hold to them, but it doesn't. Instead, it's the swing. Heibei goes out. Already, they know all the information. They haven't spotted Low King either. And now it leaves everything onto Tex. He doesn't have a lot of time. And they know exactly where he is.
Well, his teammate's gone. And he has closed the door with the spike on the other side. He knows he doesn't have time to win this, but oh no! The 180 on a dime with the Odin. And that actually manages the operator save as well. That would have been big economic damage at least. 7-2. I can hardly believe my eyes here, Tom. This much of a lead this early on. We need to see Leviatan come up with an answer, and they need to come up with one fast.
Oh, the utility in this round from Heibei was everything. First things first, the knife takes away the blade storm. Just as they're about to entry, literally the second they're about to entry, they lose the blade storm. They're already committed. There's 26 seconds left. He pops the ult, makes sure that they won't have any abilities back for pretty much the rest of the take. And then he throws out Pop Flash and takes 2 with him. It's a tough spot. Aspas, because he didn't buy last round, will have a rifle in this round, and well, who's surprised? God, he's going back for a little bit more. This man has no fear. Even a third bite at the cherry. Has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah,
they're nice and close. Pistols are going to be happy to take those fights. His 4th shot doesn't find its mark. He's been doing a lot of spamming. Now he's at a nice, safe distance.
भाई कौन डिफेंडर है कौन अटैकर है गाइस
for these weaker weapons. Short, double stacked up. Law King's contact will have an immediate response from Heibei. Backside B being defended. They're all the way in Boathouse, and Calm's almost lost his life. He goes back out. He goes and looks for a fight with the Sheriff. It's a brave play. I mean, you look at this map, you would be forgiven for thinking it's a death match. I mean, the attackers are in defender spawn on both sides of the map. They've got a lot of space, but this is calculated. Trace, no, they can't get a plant. They're just trying to force them into a site push where these rifles can have the advantage.
It's going to be tough to clear. And if they are going to run it back, it has to be now. Now Tex has made it into the site.
Let's go!
In here, and the read is completely wrong. Trace have now stacked 4 players up. Kai is the only one here. For him to go down would be atrocious, but I don't even know if they're going to clear this. In fact, he unscopes. Now here's the plant. Doesn't know that Tex is this close, and he's going to be dead to rights. That's an operator into the hands. This is one of the best chances Lev have got, but he's immediately traded.
They're running it down. Okay, they'll retrieve it as well with the smoke. Calm's got it. 54 HP. Bogdan's happy. But we need someone to step up to the plate. A weak weapon on King. He's been good on the headshot. San, he's good again! That double up! Bianche tries to pull this back. The Odin spots both players, and they'll rush onto that spike, start the defuse, put the pressure on, try to split them in 2, and that's exactly what they've done. The jump up from Aspas, it's already halved, and a double swing. It got way too close, but the recovery is there in the end. And a streak of rounds for China's number 3. They're leading 8-2.
That round had so many things that went wrong for Trace. The initial rotation, the misread after giving up so much control. Leviatan finds space with Tex. They even kill off the superstar of Kai. And then you have this huge double coming up from King. But Bianche just holding the line. The quick read to get back in to kill off Aspas. Moments that seem to just lead to disaster for Leviatan. I said after pauses last time, that was normally when there was a turnaround. Well, they've lost 6 rounds in a row. They need the last couple.
They really do. Otherwise, the pistol, which so far has been...
Guys, kiss
they did, didn't they?
Let's ignore round number 2 where they lost 2.
Of course, you know,
classics.
Trace probably 4 spots second round, right?
No.
Yeah, it was all classics. They're pretty good with those weapons. And that's a pretty scary thought
moving into the next half. If it's 10-2,
ये scripted है ताकि किसको 100% वाला ना मिले.
They need to put rounds up, and this timeout, I agree
सबके
with you. It's the right time for it.
पहली
But you can see
बार
those
सबने
dots
बोला
underneath Trace.
सबके.
They're still colored in. They have felt no pressure so far.
एक
in
बंदा
this
नहीं
half.
जिसने बोला मेरा right है अभी तक.
See if that can change in the final 2 rounds. Some of the last chances for Leviatan to recover.
It's a day of China facing off against Americas. We'll be honest, I think this one was meant to be the shoe-in. This was the one that everybody looked at and went, okay, Leviatan are in playoffs. Congratulations to them. But the whole way through, Trace have been competitive. Their weaker map of Sunset, they still made it close. Bind fought tooth and nail, and now they sit on Ascent, 8-2 in the lead with a 6-round streak, and we're looking at Leviatan and saying, what have you got? You're America's #1.
Aspas, it's time.
You have 2 champions
to show the
winners.
kids
one looking
how
for a
it's done.
repeat. And let's be honest, the rest of the players on that team,
sexy entry हो जाए
not
Aspas.
slouches. Already the reveal attempting to do quite a bit of damage, but there is going to be a response. While the retreat
दोनों
not
जगह
going to
यही
be
सुना है
punished.
इधर से इधर इधर भी इधर
Well, they're certainly worried about Summer
सारा
being up
YouTube
close.
खत्म कर दिया
All the
close
shock
के लिए.
darts and recon sent out in this round. Leviatan have cleared that control. Paranoia.
पहले मिड में
Well, it's
आसपास आया
almost just to
स्पैम
do
का आया
that,
फिर
cause
आया
paranoia
ब्लाइंड का आया
amongst the
किल
ranks.
दोगे उसको
Leviatan are spread, looking for an advantage anywhere. They haven't tried this all too often. But again, the patience of Trace is showing off, shining through.
Makes me nervous getting this low on the clock.
20 seconds. Look, Spike
20
is
seconds.
Spike कैसे
mid.
आएगा
They haven't even broken the alarm bot yet. Now that's going to be the reveal. An immediate TP from both sides. That's going to put another player in the boathouse. 10 seconds. They haven't even got close. They've got to get past an Odin. This is looking messy. They need to go right now, and they're going to get slaughtered. It has to be the plan. They have this happen. In fact, I think he let go. I don't know if he's going to get this one. It doesn't even matter. It's absolutely ridiculous. Leviatan are falling flat on their face. The #1 from Americas. Wow. They're #2 in this game.
Well, right after a pause time, they get to the site with 5 seconds left and start the plant and then reposition it? There's no time. It was done. You saw the round win pop up. No one needed to defuse. That one was done before it got started.
क्या scene?
That's a big mistake. That's not one you can be making this deep in a series. In that round, an essential win.
Yeah, as I said, they're the ones with experience on this stage.
का
They're the ones with players of high caliber, and right now they're the ones looking outclassed. A new boy on the block in Trace. An organization coming into VCT China, coming into Champions as their first look, and right now, well, it looks like they've been here for years, looking to make their way to join some pretty impressive teams over in the playoffs.
Aspas, show them. One tap.
Another team of youngsters.
Spike down mid.
And right now, well, Kai, it doesn't even look like he needs support. He's going to go in for a little bit more. He's looking for style points at this point. Had support from his teammate this time after a miss, but even still, yeah, of course he's going back in for more. Why wouldn't he? Yet to take a point of damage. He's looking to put a 10th round on the board, and finally he's been put down. But does it matter? Absolutely not.
10 rounds on the board at the half. This team, painted as the underdog, well, they are most certainly on top right now. America's #1 pushed to 3 maps, but now pushed to 10-2. We'll see if they can recover in the next half.
भाई क्या देख रहे हैं हम लोग? बोले मुझे एग्जाम खराब जाए, बंदी ना मिले, गरीब बनूं, प्रणव भाई नहीं। आप आपका एग्जाम्स अच्छा जाएगा, अच्छी बंदी भी मिलेगी यार, ऐसे हम नहीं बोलते कभी, स्पेशली 40 रुपीज में तो नहीं। 2000 मेरा जिंक्स का रेट है, मेरे को टाइम लगा बनाने को, 2000 जिंक्स का रेट है मेरा। चीन टपक डमडम, चीन टपक डमडम हो गया वे लेव के साथ। अरे के चैनल पे तू रेकमेंडेड पे आ रहा है, हाँ क्या? कोलैब नीडेड यार, मैं कुछ बात ही नहीं कर पाऊंगा यार, लिल ब्रो बनूंगा मैं, विंगमैन उसका, कुछ बात ही नहीं कर पाऊंगा एज ए इंट्रोवर्ट। कोलैब जेनिच के मेरे से।
That scoreline is the correct way round. That is a team with high expectations and a team with none. Let's be honest, making it to champions was a huge stepping stone.
Yes, bhai, ready home, gifted.
Knowing that they can make it to international tournaments with teams like EDG, obviously being a regular alongside FPA.
Chat Trace Esports Champion जीतेगा तो?
Made it here before. For Trace, that's not been the story. It hasn't been.
बाइंड में टीने डेडलॉक के साथ जीता है, पता नहीं कैसे। डेडलॉक में अगर कोई जीत सकता है तो बस चाइना, सिंपल बात।
Kai is making himself known, I'd say.
Not a lot of people had this result on the board. I think maybe Artis predicted this, but yeah, double digits for Trace. I think this is a surprise to say the least. And now, on the cusp of victory, they've won every pistol bar, the one where they won the follow-up. And it looks like we're getting into the same boat. It's Aspas immediately eliminated, and the paranoia used to save them from being pushed down.
Where's he going?
Kai has gone running straight through, and the punish is there. A sense of normality, but with the B aggression, the site is now wide open.
He's gone rogue.
I
can't imagine that was the plan, but even still, they're going to come out with an advantage. The first pistol that Leviatan won was off Aspas with a 3K. He had a Blade Storm by round number 3.
भाई स्ट्रीम करने के लिए परमिशन कैसे ले?
To step up.
गेमिंग करके दिन रात. Radiant बन के.
So far away. He's only just making his
One taps मार के मेरी जान.
From behind them, like this is such a ridiculous lurk that I don't know if they're even going to question. He's still behind them. They've got to clear the players on the side. They have more pressing matters to attend to than this man sneaking up on the flag. A third kill up, but Com, alongside Mazzino, have done well. They've made this one competitive. They made it possible. It comes down to one, and actually, they've made this one work. They've got enough time to get that defusal over the line somehow. From that position, Leviatan have got a lifeline.
A lifeline indeed, 10-3. That's now both pistols under Leviatan's belt, and well, that's...
Nope, it's not happening again.
You don't think so?
Nope.
The classics?
No shot.
All right.
No, there's no way. If that happens twice, we just end the streak. We just
दोनों पिस्टल राउंड जीतने के बाद भी 4 विन है. Any comments?
It happens. You know, everybody on watch parties just agrees that, no, actually, I'll get fired if I say all watch parties will click stop streaming.
No.
मैं तो already बीच में करके आया हूँ.
Hold on. Don't do that. Please don't do that. 10-3.
I reckon Finesse is down.
Trace with double digits on the board. And they've gone for most.
कोरिया जा रहा है नहीं, मैं
they've got
stream
one
नहीं कर
sheriff.
पाऊँगा.
It's not happening this time.
Wow, they're trolling. They're throwing. The 5 classic buy, they win it. But that Sheriff, it could be the curveball. But in all seriousness, yeah, Leviatan need this round. It looks like Trace are going to play right into their hands. Full utility setup, not just from Deadlock, but from Cypher as well.
After the watch party,
inside B main. They have everything waiting for this B push. And indeed, you can see Mazzino's got a net in his hands. The second they make noise, net goes in, and you're completely stopped, which means Kai has no support. Really nice setup by Leviatan.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult.
भाई technically Lev जीत सकता है अभी भी, क्योंकि double sentinel है plus defense है.
Mazzino, he knows his spots.
Technically अगर तुम लोग देखो, technically,
not really a lot of expectation.
So they have a high chance.
Are supposed to go. Com even playing the Odin. He's got to be careful. He does still have light shield.
मेरे नजर से देखो chat दिख रहा है?
The Sheriff from any distance will be there to finish him off, but with Aspas watching the cross, they have thought of everything. They've got every angle covered. King just waiting for anybody to try and attempt the plant. And actually, they are going to get a plant. Fair enough. That's at least something. A few extra credits.
Yeah. For that side of Leviatan, confident they can win the fights. And as you can see, it's not misplaced confidence. The follow-up round for Leviatan. This pistol at second has doubled up their numbers on this map
Double
so
sentinel है यार, आराम से खेल
hit a
सकते
bit of a
हैं.
roadblock.
Off चाहिए
I will
जल्दी
say
थोड़ा.
again, Mizzino, you're
Odin
insane
तो आ
for
गया
buying
है.
the Ares. The weapon is trash. And Ares
Off
and
चाहिए.
Odin buy in second round. Y'all got love hearts in my eyes right now, but
Ares plus deadlock is equal to double
well. The
trash.
fact that you
Just
have
saying.
the dash, and the point is that you can immediately follow up with the other two players. He's creating a bit of space.
Combos
and they're
of
swinging with
trash
him
है वो.
at least a second or two later. Not possible when that net hits them all.
Over there.
Bianca likes the odds.
G VLT याद आ रहा है?
For himself. He's going to try and pretend. I would say counter, but he's not gone to B.
Yeah.
Going for the early setup. And they're walking into Zeno once again. Now bear in mind the weaponry, not the best. So Levitt would be a huge stepping stone back into the match if they can win this with the weaponry that they have. Shock darts are being utilized to clear out a lot of that utility. One of the major things with the sensors is a lot of teams, in fact most teams will play Jet on this map and you go dashing out and you're immediately stunned. So the fact that that's removed sells an idea, but here you go. I saw that Odin, I was thinking an A-site Odin, bit weird. They're going back towards that B side.
Odin और Cypher की इसमें जा रहे हैं लोग.
Being made. They know that there's a player spamming. They know where he was.
क्या
But they'll
scene
be a
है?
little bit late to the party. Shift walk.
जीतने का मन नहीं है इनको.
You have to put
लग
some
गए.
faith in the fact that if Calm
ठीक
starts
है, लग
spraying,
गए,
if
bro.
Yankei can trade it out. He's actually going to be the first one to
Odin
start
और
spraying
Cypher
away.
setup में जा रहे.
The site under pressure. It's
Are you
Tex
kidding
inside his
me?
cages. Dash in. Good for Kai. He's got control on the right side. Putting pressure on. Aspas toying with the idea of going through. Only has a Guardian, and now the door is closed on him. It's Calm on backside. Odin in hand, and he doesn't last a second. In fact, it's Bianca to wallbang him out of the round. 5 versus 2. Looking for their 11th round. And what would be another nail in Lev's coffin for sure. Putting them to bed here and now 11-4 locked in.
And it's clean. A flawless round for the side of Trace. A great way to kick things off with their economy. As said, that was a weaker purchase. But just how clean everything is, the utility in support, the spams as well, actually just immediately ruined. And then just meeting Com in his angle and fighting him back with the Odin.
2 wallbang kills as well in that round. Both of the players on B side didn't even
क्या
get to see a player.
चल
They just
रहा है
got
ये
shot straight through.
chat?
There's no margin for error. A loss here would destroy the economy of Lev and mean they need 8 rounds in a row. The net has been dodged, and actually, they seem like they know that King's there. It's not worth the gamble, and there has been a push from the defense on the other side of the map.
भाई 11-4 अच्छा मेरे को अब समझा प्रोडक्शन वालों ने नाम चेंज किया है.
2 more rounds for Trace.
उक्कट इतना टेंशन दिया.
This one, they know Annihilation is online from Mizzino, and you definitely have to be cautious.
वो लोग ने
It's
नाम
hit most of the time for either squads that it's being deployed. Barring, I think, 1 on bind. Smoke down as King runs away, concedes the space. They're beckoning them in. Once that
का भी नाम चुज रहे हैं.
once it's broken, the little barrier. Take a look at the sonic sensor on A site. This is, like you were saying earlier, Tom, for the dash. But Trace are making noise there and going the exact opposite direction. There'll be a challenge. It's going to be Kai against Aspas. This could be the round decided. If Kai goes down, then they're in trouble. Instead, it's Aspas who falls immediately. Oh,
Cypher का round
catching them on the cross, and in fact, catching them on the way out. Tex completely unaware. Annihilation goes through, but it looks like we'll have a counter spam, some utility perhaps.
It was immediately broken, but it doesn't seem to matter. The time now starting to tick, and they are fighting back into this one, leaving it all onto King. Lockdown going to be used, but he's looking to fight the site. In fact, he can get onto this one without too many problems. The first shot connected. They need a little more, and he's going to get it as well.
Hashtag OP.
Leviatan needed a hero. Only one King
King
can wear that crown.
चड्डी खोलते.
stepping up when they needed them the most. Their back was most certainly against the wall here. Late play, catching them off guard. Same thing.
बोला था कि नहीं ओमेन का राउंड है.
Working away.
Excuse me.
Of Trace, and my goodness, he's playing it up to the crowd. 11 to 5.
Crowd नहीं, I
Still a long
think
road
crowd
back into
में
this.
कोई है.
Relying on individual performances is never going to be consistent, but they've managed to take some dangers out of the arsenal of Trace. In particular, lockdown no longer there. There won't be an easy way into the A site. Annihilation for Mazzino has fallen, but Calm back up with a Hunter's Fury. And that's an ult in his hands that you rarely see miss its mark.
Oh, here comes that attack side operator. Kai is looking for this fight once again. Looking for Aspas this time. The Brazilian will live to tell the tale on the other side. Very different setup. The hero of the last round dropped down to a judge, but if anything, in some cases, it might be considered an upgrade.
Back up Blade Storm for Kai if he needs it. It's a slow walk up through.
बंग्स में सैफर का राउंड है. ओमेन बोला था.
Stopped early.
वो माइक ने पकड़ा नहीं.
To find any information really, and the counter drone will go through. This one focused on middle again, which hasn't really been held by Leviatan in most of these rounds. It's a much more passive hold around that angle. But after sneaking a player through there last round, it makes sense that they want to clear it and see if anyone's filled in that gap. Still, it's pretty open. Orb taken. Didn't get the ult quite online, but just one away, and the shot from Kai dodges with the dash. Hunter's Fury fired through, and it's got one. Hey, just before the ult comes in, so he can't be rezzed.
Zeno's gone though. That leaves Con to try and make a play above the smoke. Doesn't want to overextend. It will be a post plant. I don't think there's anything that can be done about that. The second shock dart might do a little bit of damage. And some counter being put in. Kai
good, bata de.
Give up this fight again. He's going to meet his opponent of Aspas and win another battle, but that Odin's still doing damage, still making this one competitive. As Tex looks to try and jump down, he's caught by utility. They know that he's done it. The spam almost trying to act as a distraction. Sat towards the generator and a full wraparound from Kai, just waiting in the backlines. Tex with everything to do, and he has no idea that there's still another man there. 12 to 5, 7 chances for one of the greatest upsets we've ever seen.
And no matter what you thought about this squad coming in, how much promise they showed, and even after the match versus Vitality, this, it has to be said, is a massive over-deliver for this squad. Like, beating Leviatan 2-1, 2-0, that's a big accomplishment. They are grinding them down to dust here.
I was messaging good old Ryan Central, the man who watches every game of China. He's like, I think they could give them a run for their money. I think they could give them a match. But I don't think a 12-5 was ever on the cards. Maybe he'll tell me otherwise. 3-man stack, weaponry weak. The only advantage they have is the fact there's plenty here and the damage they've just done.
Kai barely holding on to his life. 8 HP, it is a lot of damage. Tex tagged low. The weak weapons across the board. It's not looking great. Com's just been wall banged down. A taste of his own medicine. Bianche's been doing this a lot here on the attack side, and the reward is massive. Rotation underway from Mazzino. That's the one main rifle that they have to work with. A nasty trap setup from Aspas, but if he gets greedy, they've pumped the brakes, they haven't moved. Someone's got to check it eventually. And if he does, they are ready and waiting. But the patience might pay off. He gets Kai, but that's it. Shut down after just one. The trade's not coming through for Leviatan. Tex trying his best. 5 shots and a stinger down to the classic. And the Odin spray gets him. It's all on King. 1 versus 2. He clutched it out before. And now has the Vandal to work with. Time ticking, damage done. And he's being pushed back.
दोनों का इन्फो है. प्लांट करते वक्त मारना. मेरा आवाज आ रहा है किंग. प्लांट करते वक्त मारना क्लच है. अभी जा. अभी जा 1v1 मिलेगा. One way smoke पीछे.
Connected just yet, but he's definitely tagged a little lower. Isolating these jewels is not going to be easy. They play this one together, and it seems like it's all over. King gets that first spot, but now they know exactly where he is. They're going to try and play this, and they almost line up, but almost doesn't win anything. Last year, champions won by EG. There was a man who said that Americas would never be beaten by China. It's time to take a seat.
There were two kings on the server today, Tom, but it's Trace that seemed to have a real shot at the throne. Number 3 Chinese team beating out America's number 1. If you had this in your pick'ems, well, I might take my hat off to you. An upset like we've never.
Last warning दे रहा हूँ कास्टर भाई, last warning. पिकम्स के बारे में कुछ मत बोलना, ठीक है? जो बोलना है बोलना, पिकम्स के बारे में कुछ मत बोलना, मेरा गुस्सा मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Just what China can do.
Yeah, it's so massively impressive. Again, you see those duelists switching up across maps, both having lights out performances. We saw the switch up of Sentinels, the ideas that this squad have had, the leadership, and also don't play them on Ascent. Don't go anywhere near it at this stage. We spoke about the fact they'd beaten FPX a couple of times, a tough team to play against. But now they've come in and taken it off Leviatan. They've come in against.
Hey Yash bhai, where are you? पेमेंट कर रहे हो? कोई सीन नहीं, कोई सीन. आराम से करो, बहुत टाइम है अभी. आराम से करो यश भाई. 50 गिफ्टेड मिला मेरे को. ये होता है. हेड्स भी मेरा, टेल्स भी मेरा. हैशटैग ओपी. गाइस, यश भाई ओपी इन द चैट रेडी रखना, ठीक है?
They say never meet your idols, Tom. Well, what about beat them? Because that's what Heibei's done here today. And absolutely.
Genji versus Finals Fnatic. बोला एक इंसान ने दोनों टीम हारा. लेव जीतेगा 2-1 बोला एक इंसान ने, लेव हारा 2-1. लेकिन ना, नजर तुम लोग मेरे पे.
It always has its upsets. It always has teams
that लगे हुए कल से. मेरा तो पहले दिन में गया था. Day 1 match 1 मेरे पिकम्स के लौड़े लगे थे.
Goes to Trace. A fantastic performance overall, and you just love to see it.
Well, Tom, after this wonderful win, I'm sure they'll need time for their emotions, but Heibei, he used to look up to Aspas. Now, maybe Aspas can look up to him. Let's toss it down to the Verizon post-match interview where Bella's standing by with Heibei.
अच्छा, recon हुआ था क्या वो? वही मैं सोचा कैसे देखो.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the post-match interviews, and I'm joined
by
Trace
Esports. भाई ये कौन सा मसाज सॉन्ग है बे? स्पा सॉन्ग. भाई ये कौन सा सॉन्ग है भाई? ऐसा लग रहा है स्पा में मैं लेटा हूँ.
선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 이제 첫 챔피언스에서 중국 팀으로 처음으로 플레이오프를 진출하게 됐어요. 헤이베이 선수의 개인적으로 우상이라고 알려져 있는 아스파스 선수를 상대로 가져간 승리, 좀 소감이 남다를 것 같습니다. Congratulations again, Heibei. First champions, and you're the first Chinese team to make it to the playoffs. And I heard that your idol is Aspas, and you took that win from him today. So how sweet is that today? Tell me everything.
那这一次是你们第1次的全球冠军赛嘛，并且也是第1支进入到淘汰赛的 C 的队伍。并且你也说过你的偶像是 Aspas， 然后跟 Aspas 同台竞技，这场胜利对于你来说会不会更加甜蜜一些？
首先。
smile 的更给的，
也喜欢他很久了，就是也没想到有一天能在这么大的舞台上能跟他一较高下吧，就也很开心，因为也算是击败了我的偶像嘛，但是他永远也是我的偶像。
Okay, I have to say Aspas always be my idol, and I feel really, really amazing because I never imagined I can compete with him in such big stage.
이제 아스파스 선수는 항상 저의 우상이 되겠고, 근데 또 이런 큰 국제대회에서 아스파스와 같이 경쟁을 하게 될 거라고 상상을 못했다고 합니다. 그리고 이제 차이나 리그, 그냥 중국 지역 자체가 상하이 이후로 좀 다른 국제팀들과 스크림을 하면서 엄청나게 성장을 많이 했다는 평가가 좀 있는데 좀 동의하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, a lot of people are saying that the whole entire China League has been really stepping it up, and they improved after scrimming with
शर्म करो शर्म.
in Shanghai. So do you agree? What's your reaction to that?
Chinese team playoff में जा रहे BC.
上海大师赛之后 ，CN 整体的实力是有
一个很大的
提升的。你认同这样的看法吗？
首先我认同的，就是因为我们也打过很多比赛吧，就是比如 EDG 也好啊，其他队伍也好，也是出去 虽然是输了，但是
clean
比赛的经验还是比较重要的吧。然后就不断的进步，对。
I definitely approve with your opinion, and I have to say, like, we have a lot of competition with no matter with the EDG or other teams, and I think this experience is pretty special for us.
이제 전적으로 동감하는 바고요. 아무래도 차이나 리그 안에서도 경쟁이 되게 치열하기 때문에 이런 국제 대회에서 얻어가는 경험치도 되게 도움이 많이 된다고 합니다. 그리고 다음 경기 EDG와 G2의 경기인데 좀 같은 리그 출신인 EDG에게 응원 한마디 들어보겠습니다. You know, EDG is playing G2 next, so any words to EDG? Words of encouragement?
下一场 EDG 马上就要跟 G2 打了，有没有什么话想要对 EDG 说，鼓励他们一下？
首先我昨天在酒店的时候已经跟浩东刚好撞到了，然后我们都说我们明天一起晋级8强，祝他们好运，加油好吧，能做到的。
Okay, actually I just met Haodong in our hotel in such coincidence yesterday, and we said please let's get into the playoffs together.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
네, 아까 허동 선수를 호텔에서 만났는데 좀 이제 우리 같이 한번 진출해보자 이런 이야기를 했다고 하네요. 전 트레이스 esports의 행진 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. And don't go anywhere because we have G2 vs EDG coming up after the break.恭喜恭喜!
अरे माइक तो लो कोई तो बीच माइक किसको देने उसे नहीं मालूम बेचारा बोला था कोई तो माइक लो मुझे जाना है ये लोग ने कैसे आ रहा है भाई कैसे कोई एक बंदा है जिसके पास 100% टाइटल है मेरे चैट में से तो एनएच के फुल टीम प्ले था हैवी था चैट 5 के लाइक्स करो It's time for the sexy match of Kang Kang. Kang Kang time, baby. It's time for Kang Kang. अभी Kang Kang जीतेगा. छाती पे लिख के लो. Kang Kang, Kang Kang. मोन्टाज बना रहे बे कल टेक्सचर आज आसपास कल टेंस क्या सीन है पता नहीं बस मेरा वॉच पार्टी राइट्स ना जाए यार जिंक से बोल के बैठ रेड वाले कास्टर आपके आंखों में देख के स्माइल कर रही थी +1 लिखो चैट लेट्स गो गाइस 50 सब जाने वाले हैं यश भाई आते ही ये यश भाई भागो नहीं आओ रिटर्न आओ कैम ऊपर कर तो मैं इधर ऊपर नीचे होगी ये कैम ऊपर कर मैं ऊपर हो गया हाँ करूँ कैम नीचे करूँ अभी अच्छा ऐसा कैम ऊपर कर बोल तो ये बोलने का ना ऐसा कैम ऊपर कर तेरे को अभी समझा पहले बोलने का ना +1 मिलियन ऑल्सो यश भाई अभी +1 Sorry, I was not familiar with your game. ऐसे ट्वीट्स मांगता है
नहीं है मेरे हस्बैंड को. बोलता है मैंने जिंक्स कर दिया वापस. ट्रेस जीत गई. खुश हो रहा है वो, खुश हो रहा है. मैं बता रही हूँ तुम लोग.
Welcome back to Daeyuk. That's 6 in Korean. Look at me, I'm multicultural.
5 seconds ago.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions Tour. It's time for our second match of the day. It's G2 Esports taking on Edwards Gaming, who look to become the second VCT China team to make it to the playoffs today. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Achilles. And what the hell just happened?
Look, it's insane. I mean, Trace, I had said before, like that, you know, them taking out Vitality, that could end up being one of the biggest upsets of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's been usurped immediately. That was an incredibly dominant performance.
Well, they did it again.
On the Ascent. Yeah. Coming out of that map 1, I said Feng really, absolutely, utterly destroyed Lev. If you spell that out all out, it spells fraud.
America's number 1 का ये हालत है तो
proud of yourself about
Pacific number 3 का क्या हालत होगा?
You bum.
क्या?
Paper thin though, man. Seriously, before we move on, I mean, just this Trace team, I love them. I'm a fan. This is it. Buy me a jersey, buy the bundle. What we got to do to support these boys?
What else do you want? They played amazing today. Top to bottom, they look really, really good. Yeah, Sunset's still a weak point, but that's okay because the rest of their maps, Bind and Ascent, look phenomenal. They are absolutely a team to be feared.
क्या होता है? मैंने तो कुछ नहीं किया ये
They
सब.
flattened them.
मैंने नहीं किया ये. क्या
Unreal
होता है
stuff.
Pickens?
Just
I
again,
don't know.
Trace Esports. I wasn't familiar with your game, papas. I'm so sorry. Okay, pero now I'm on your side. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to their compatriots on the other side of that. They're going to be taking on G2 Esports. Got EDG going up against G2. We'll start with G2 first, though, because G2 coming out of this one, when we saw G2 versus PaperX, we were all stoked. Paper Thin, we were all excited. But G2 Esports, it was business, and they took care of it with a 2-0.
And it was business time for sure, and they are really in form right now.
They had their business time.
ये तो hashtag 3 था China का.
The suit, the tie.
अभी तो hashtag 1 China है.
I do too, man. No, they're such a fundamentally strong team right now. They're so well prepared for all of their matches. They play off of each other very nicely. They come into all of their games with great ideas.
1 or 2.
Josh is a great coach. I mean, top to bottom, I am so impressed with G2 this year.
Yeah, it really does feel like this G2 team, Seth, can, you know, find those layers, and if they do it here at Champions, it could be dangerous.
नहीं bad नहीं वो लोग तो अपने करवाने दो ना
करवाने because they just have such a solid team. Valorant has been an incredible IGL since
एक साल में जो upset हुआ है ना सब.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, this team is incredibly gifted. We saw in the the bumper coming into today, our nice little pre-roll video. They're saying, yeah, we see your playstyle, EDG. Yeah. Our playstyle counters yours.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we'll see how this plays out, though. But let's check in with the professor and get a lesson for today. It's Jonah P, standing by with Yinsu.
Hate नहीं दे रही हूँ मैं.
I'm now standing
I'm just
by
saying
with
they
one
are
of the
too
tournament
good, bro.
favorites. It is Jonah P
Defeating
from
our
G2
favorite
now. I think the
teams
hype is
Rona
real. You even have the
It's not
doubters
hate.
believing at this
Sorry.
point that you guys can do this. So
You're
I wanted
getting
to
it
ask
wrong.
you,
Hey, banana milk. मैंने ये try किया था banana
setting
milk.
you apart right now?
उधर.
The way I think about it is like no team wants to play us because of our playstyle. Everyone's very aggressive and
Are you
capitalize
talking
on
to
that.
me?
So I think we have the best best discipline compared to all the teams. So I think that that little thing makes us different from everyone else.
Oh, I can't wait to see you on the server today. Good luck.
If there is a word that you can associate with G2 Esports, it 100% is discipline, because they exude it every single time. In fact, Paper Thin, I know you have a round that you wanted to break down for us on this. What you got?
I've got round 17 on Icebox versus Paper Rex. And so there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. So first of all, I want to highlight what the situation is coming into. This is just coming off the back of Leaf's 4K on the Eco, where he snuck up behind. Now, they're in a really good situation here with their ults. Oops, wrong button. That's okay, though.
Seth cursed
we'll
you,
clear
by the
that.
way.
He
Seth
did curse me.
You.
He does this to me
he
all
said,
the
don't screw it up.
All right, so for real, 3 ults, 1 away for the side of G2. Plus, they're going to opt into an outlaw here because they know that PaperX economy is not good. There's a great reason for that. Leaf also very good with it. But let's start the round. And immediately, I want your eyes to go to the mini-map and look what they ping out. The orb. They're going to prioritize the reckoning here for Valen. Okay, that's the first ult in this equation.
याद है मेरे को ये.
They're going to wrap around. We're going to speed up a little bit here.
पीछे से आएंगे पहले
You're gonna
मिड
see, they're
थोड़ा
gonna come
ट्राई
from the
करेंगे
back. Now
फिर
you've got
वापस
the
पीछे
outlaw.
से आएंगे पूरा
You've got the
ये राउंड
util
मेरे को
from the
याद है
Sova to delay here
ये
to buy
किया
a little bit of extra time.
Yes.
Now pause. There's going to be a wall that comes up. That's to kind of fake a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're going to anticipate Paper X's reaction. Paper X wants to not have happen what happened in the last round.
Yeah, they don't want that backstab.
They don't want that. So they're going to send some players down themselves.
और वो मर जाता है
So let's
सोवा
take a look.
तुरंत
And they're going to send, first up is going to be Forsaken. And he's going to come around the corner. They're ready for this. Gecko util, boom.
One
He's
more
done.
will die
The Reckoning
वहाँ
is
पे.
already out, and it is going to spot something.
This.
He is stuck in the corner. They're going to use Gecko utility as well. That's a
I
kill for
remember
Icy.
this.
That is the Thrash online. One of those 3 ults I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they knew coming into this as well that there was an ult for Mind Freak here, right? You have the... Yep, the Viper's ult, and they are very ready for this. They have so many answers to this, whether it's Leaf getting a kill, he gets the lockdown. If you get the Harbor ult, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have the Thrash, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have everything you need here to clean out the rest of this round. From the start to the finish, they have this round read like a book. They have Paper X's number the whole way through.
Yeah.
Insane preparation.
It's wild because, you know, it's not just the prep too, it's also their mid-rounding. They're so aware of everything. It's almost like Valen just has everything in his head and he's thinking about everything in a 3D plane, Achilles. Like, the guy is just, he's like a walking GPS, it feels like at times.
I think he does exactly that. I think he just goes into his mind palace and then he's able to just see through walls and everything like that and just download and just recollect things from team's previous series. It's been incredible performances from Valen as the IGL, but I mean, Leaf is also nothing to shake a stick at.
And that is something that, Paper, that you were talking about in that telestrator there, that the round prior was Leaf having massive impact here. And well, I mean, quite frankly, Leaf has massive impact all the time because he's such... he always finds those openings, those gaps. He did it as a duelist, and he does it as a Sentinel even better.
He's so reliable.
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely incredible. And when we think back to Shanghai, I think about him playing Breeze, those lurks that he was able to come up with.
Yeah.
It was insane how many multi-kill rounds Leaf was able to come away with. And when G2 were starting to kind of get ground down, slowing down their performances, is because we weren't seeing that same impact for Leaf because teams were starting to get a read on his tendencies. But he's looking very much reinvigorated here.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not forget, this is not the first time that Leaf has come to a Champs event. It was actually here in 2021. His hair was quite long at that time. But thankfully, he found a pair of scissors and pop, pop, pop. He went right to work.
What team was that? What team was he on?
I believe that
I'm not
was...
sure.
Yeah.
Are they?
I don't know who they are.
Well, yeah, are they around?
I actually couldn't see because I'm blind.
It was Cloud9.
It was Cloud9.
Okay. I couldn't tell. You
I
gotta help
remember
me
that
out.
team because of Zeta, but...
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zeta, we love you, buddy. But yeah, he has been here before, so he is no stranger to that stage. The guy has popped off time and time again. But let's go ahead now and turn our attention to the other side of the field. Let's talk about Chichu here, because he's going to be speaking about bouncing back after Master Shanghai, a massive event that for EDG's team's history in this Omen player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的七主。我觉得很不容易吧，因为我们变了阵，然后现在能打成这样，我觉得很不错吧。然后也是我们换阵过后的一些效果，我们也看到了。然后我们希望我们后续能做得更好，然后去突破吧。其实怎么说呢，我们现在其实在心态上面应该是没有负担的，因为毕竟我们也经历过5杠26这种东西过。我们的整体来说是每拿多1分，其实对我们来说都是好的一个过程吧，所以说我们现在就是更加放得开了，因为毕竟已经更烂的已经出现了，不可能我们还会打得比之前那个还烂，对，所以我们现在会放得更开。
Molly's all going to be used in conjunction of one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course. EDG got to put a stop to this. But certainly here, still, Kang Kang.
कोई भी टीम आए जिंक्स कर लो खत्म。
也很感谢观众对我们的喜爱吧，跟支持，我们也会去更加完善我们自我的一些技战术吧，然后去打出更好的比赛。因为我们经历了低谷，然后还能喜欢我们，我觉得大家都很不容易吧。我也希望我们整个 EDG 不会辜负你们的希望，然后也能不辜负整个 CN 去打得更好吧。我希望你们的加油会让我们的手感更加火热。
And after I had mentioned before, right, that Shanghai was a massive, you know, like a hole in EDG's team history. A team that's only ever been on the up and up, but they experienced utter defeat in their homeland. And they're now trying to bounce back here, Paperton. They're trying to find that mojo again that they had when we were first introduced to this team.
Yeah, and that's why they made changes after Shanghai. They talked about how they needed a reset in a bunch of different ways. You bring in Simon, you change the code, and all of a sudden, you know, EDG still doing what they do regionally. Sure, they're winning. That's great. But now they come in internationally and they smash foot. And it's on the back of these two controller players who have been really, really special for them. Chi-Chu and Smoggy, absolutely incredible. Obviously, everybody knows Kong Kong. Yes. He's always nuts. He's a very, very good player. But it's some of the other players now that are starting to step up behind him and really start to take over these games to assist him in his role.
Yeah, and is that like going to be the thing here? Because the thing was, everyone was talking about EDG and Foot was a bit of a muddy game. Yeah. Does EDG drag G2 into the mud with them?
I think that this is going to be difficult. I think that EDG does have they certainly have the firepower to contend with everybody that's there on the other side of the stage. My biggest concern is going to be how does IGL look for them going up against VALORANT, because you have somebody who's very recently been taking up that role and piloted the team to good success. They've maintained their position at the top of VCT China, but VALORANT has so much veterancy. Does this end up being a Mako v Boaster type situation here, or will this time the veteran IGL be able to win out?
Who do you got again, Paperton, on this one?
I have G2. I think they don't fall into the mud.
I mean, I took a punt with EDG, but we were all wrong about the first series too, so.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see how this all shakes out. We got G2 Esports about to take on EDG. Let's head out to the stage and meet our teams.
PaperX. T69 क्या लिख रहे हो इसकी बात कर रही हूँ मैं G2 PaperX EDG मेरा तो जेंजी है Sentinel Fnatic T69 Fnatic and PaperX Edward Gaming guys मैं ये टूर्नामेंट की बात कर रही हूँ Edward Gaming.
Can history repeat itself? Can a VCT China team defeat a VCT Americas team? We just saw Trace Esports do the unthinkable.
Guys, I'm gonna do the
question on everyone's mind
unexpected.
Is, can Kong Kong and EDG manage to pull one through and dethrone and take the G2 boys off their pedestal here? But we got our series layout as well.
We do, and I think that this is going to be a little bit of an inverse compared to that Trace series. They said we don't really rely on hero plays, we don't rely on individuals, we rely on our teamwork. I feel like for EDG to come out on top of this one, it might have to come down to some of those hero plays for Kong Kong to have these fantastic moments to break through the lines of G2.
Yeah, you're just going to have to find a way to keep G2 off balance, to get them to start having their protocols fall apart. That's something that's been very, very difficult for most teams to do this year. G2 is a well-oiled machine. It's going to be getting through those structures, finding cracks in the defense that G2 has let very few teams through.
Yeah, and that is going to be a challenge. I think it is quite fascinating though, right? Like, we have been really pushing about the individuals and what they bring to the table here. Teamwork does in fact make the dream work. So maybe that will be the recipe for success that G2 can continuously lean on, because that has been their whole MO throughout the entirety of the Americas season, Achilles.
Now, it really has been, and right now I think they're looking absolutely red hot. Taking down PaperX, they were dismantling them. They were having solid ideas and understandings of exactly what PaperX...
And that's a team with all the individuals.
Yes, but they were able to go ahead and pick things apart moment after moment. This is going to be a tough one here for EDG, but if they can hit those highs that we have seen from them in the past, I think they're absolutely capable of dealing with G2. It feels like they're on the up and up, and right now we can see a bit of a pivot compared to the last time that they played on Icebox, as Simon's going to be there on that KO.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what other initiator do you want to go with? Which Flash initiator do you want to?
Indian समझ जाएगा कौन जीतने वाला है.
That's good. No, but you know, Gecko or KO seems to be what most teams want to run with, and we already know what G2 does. The Harbor here, VALORANT Harbor, really, really impactful. He's not just a fragger, he's so smart with the way he uses utility, the way he's going to set up those cascades and high tide to allow for their retake play. They're so patient. The one thing that makes G2 so difficult to go up against is they know when to fight and they know when not to. That is something that a lot of teams don't do well with.
Well, let's see how this all plays out and get ready for this one. We got your caption on standby. It's Sideshow and Brand's tragic hairline.
That's just insanely out of pocket.
An insane thing to write in
also,
the prompter.
imagine saying you have the tragic hairline. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I missed the memo. St. Patrick's Day was a few months ago. But we're going to get into the action soon enough. G2 versus EDG. And listen, there's a couple of things you can go into this match talking about. One of them, though, much more important, given the fact that we just witnessed a massive upset before Trace beating Leviatan. And it's that spotlight. EDG is that powerhouse China #1 seed. They're used to that kind of attention being settled on them. They're used to all of that expectation as well, and the fact that they had that poor Shanghai performance and needed a return of it. But to be honest, at this point, they're losing.
Love you, Eddie. Bye.
China is catching up and maybe even beating them out in terms of.
Nobody shoot like somebody.
To see during this match. Yeah. If they can get a
love
win
you, Eddie.
That would certainly put the
send by. See you next year. Q bye.
Lead this Chinese region forward, but
send
right
by
committee at the moment, which is even more brilliant to watch.
A map like Icebox to kick things off. Here's G2's playground. They are absolutely stellar from beginning to end.
Nice,
usually.
nice.
In terms of the calling, the desk was mentioning the word mud quite a lot.
Yeah,
which I do appreciate. Don't think we're going to see much of it here. Shots rattled by Leaf is going to be given him a lot of space there, playing for his own life. Simon, the plan, nothing to push it back.
ये defender wall क्या है chat?
Into the post line here, Kangan wants to get aggressive and will be rewarded. That's two players plucked out of the picture. Maybe a few more where that came from. He's eager for it, but Leaf, you don't want to test this guy because he will challenge. Standing tall. This guy has already done the damage.
Leaf.
And it's fallen to pieces before their very eyes. EDG, it's Smoggy forced to back away here, still with a plan down, time ticking. Leaf, not too many options left for him. Stick this one just for the wing cons, having a defuse, sticking it all away. Slow body bullet tag, but the final one. Won't do it. Straight to the chest of one singular Leaf. And so a pistol round earned up here.
Not
for
even
EDG.
close.
Great beginning.
And a great performance from two players to keep your eyes on throughout this entire match. Kangkang to open up, gets double-faced or at least traded, or an attempt to trade, I should say, from Valin. Instantly being able to pick up 3 on his own. So great individual performances from both of those players. I think Kangkang's going to need to try to take moves like that, where he fights in, knowing that G2 are going to be double-swinging him or trying to trade him. He has to try to outskill G2 today if they want a chance at winning this. The whole of EDG does. Because we talk about it so often, but this G2 team, they are so disciplined.
Yeah.
You know you're not going to be able to catch individuals.
ये मैंने देखा हुआ है second round Marshall
They're going to be trying to set up these team plays.
इधर तो देखा है मैंने second round
That's the
Marshall.
area that EDG should try to fight on, having better teamwork than G2. They want to lean into their strengths, which is the individualism, the brilliance that they can pull out at times.
If they can drag teams into that tempo and play style even better, the trouble is G2
एक बार mid में जाके देखो ना अच्छी क्या हो रहा है.
like to opt into it.
हाँ तीनों को मार क्या one tap.
An extremely slow-paced team, especially once the side swap and G2 get onto the attack side. But you can see here, for example, no G2 players on the defensive A.
Out of
Contesting these
pata
angles,
nahi कल
they
रात को
allow
बात नहीं हुआ
EDG
मेरा.
a lot of space.
Really going to be trying to lean onto the retakes, I think, throughout most of this map, at least for this half.
Thing is, though, if you play retake all the time, EDG are going to get an idea of that, and then they're just going to start vacuuming up space without using too much utility. They're going to have it all for post plant. Kangkang's going to be on aggressive angles. You know, at some point you do need to mix things up and go for contests, tuck somebody in the pipes, run strats like this.
This is getting a little bit messy, but at the end of the day, it is cleaned up with 4 players surviving, so EDG will be happy with that one. Keep it moving. Going forwards now into the bonus, bit of extra weaponry.
अब Fnatic ने इसलिए मारा तो बाहर ना.
Points there as well. Getting closer to Simon.
अभी इसके बाद शायद कल से या परसों से जो भी टीम हारेगा वो बाहर.
For your attack side on Icebox. Now we get to see what G2 are doing with an economy advantage. This is one of the rounds where you might expect them to play a little more aggressive. You know, we talk about G2 playing slowly, but that doesn't mean that they're completely passive all the time. They do have aggression. They do like to contest, tuck people into nest, fight over B green, for example.
कल से बड़ी कल से.
Deep tap over there. Not too sure if the orb got grabbed.
I
don't believe so.
Nail biting होएगा ना? मेरे
Just
nails तो
trying to
बचे
see
नहीं.
whether Nobody and Smoggy are going to sync up that utility combo that we see from a lot of teams on their attack side. Notice as well that G2 is not using Nanoswarm to deny pipes, but Trent might get overwhelmed.
Yep, might indeed. Underhanded flash as well, straight through and out. Nobody wants to take that point and contact, and his body's dropping on either direction still. 2 left to stand here for G2. EDG with that player advantage. Massively so, in fact, now left down to just Jonah P. This is an EDG fully powered up, fully empowered. A bonus round win. That's 3 in a round now.
That's a fantastic beginning for
Chinese
EDG.
team qualify
They
हो रही
used
है.
very little utility there. Like I said,
Number
no
1.
shock molly combo to deny alt orb. They used the knife over towards pipes, but they also didn't use an Nanoswarm to deny space. They're not using
G2 अभी हारेगा
on
फिर
A
PRX
already
जीतेगा
in
G2 के
round
सामने. Hashtag
3
बदला.
because they've got the read that G2 are going to be sat back a little further. This time there was a bit of a brawler scrap on site, but you could just tell from the position that Trent used his drone. He had no clue that EDG were pushed up that far. He thought they were still sitting back waiting to exec. Valen likes to get the read of teams throughout a series. Sometimes G2 will be a bit slow off the blocks or download their opponent as the games go on, sometimes from map to map.
Everybody.
They tend to take a bit of time as well, like you said, to download the opponents. And
3-0 हो गया, obviously, bhai.
It was becoming a bit of a chore, honestly, watching them in Americas. They drop the first map and then just go on to rinse by the time they got to the 3rd.
But what that means
ये
is
best
if
angle
you're
है
a
mid
team
hold
like EDG
करने का
looking
पता
to
है.
secure another
Issue
massive
angle.
win for China here today, it's about trying to punish them
G2
when they're
FTW
in that
कद्दू का
warming
मेरा.
up phase, when they're gearing up.
2-0 EDG.
You want to get
2-0.
as many rounds on the board as early as you possibly can, so that comeback becomes impossible.
EDG's
Bhai, Kangkang strong है,
take
bhai.
this one slowly, steadily. Orb in front of them too. Plenty of players close to ults. One of the benefits of getting off to the start, bit of snowball onto their own attack side as well. You have some big ults to utilize, which Simon's going to be letting loose and letting rip right now with a no command, at least to get a bit of safety down onto the side. Nobody wants to get this plant down.
LOL be. LOL हो गया Jonah P के साथ. LOL. बाप रे.
Simple cleanup.
है बे है.
But a pretty big ult expenditure.
मैं birthday wish चुजा तो आकाश.
Would
मेरी
love
जान
to
के
have for the
टूटे.
next
Many
round.
many happy returns of
I'm a
the
little
day,
worried
मेरी
about time
जान.
pressure there, but they've kept things very, very clean apart from
G2
that
मेरा
no-command
EDG
usage.
50 of double or nothing.
Coming into round 5 here, where they'll
How about
have
a
pit, no
bonus?
real ults to be able to get into the
More
sites, but
50
to be
from
honest
my
with the way
side.
that G2 are currently playing, EDG are just kind of waltzing on in there.
EDG wins 101%.
Too much of the early fighting, as we've already mentioned. At least when we've seen it drift over towards the A site. We'll see though. G2 also coming up close to a couple of ults of their own, big ones in fact. 2 from the lockdown, Reckoning, Thrash
मेरा
1
phone
away.
पे notification आया है. Phone किधर है
To
मेरा?
put that onto the board, but G2 have got to start, I think, pressuring at least that they're fighting over A early. Again, the knife
Then
just tagging
overrated,
onto the
चल
two
रहे.
of them. Pair of
Then
players,
बाप रे
Valen
मैं.
and Icy. Ordered back, pushed away. And Jonah P
Map
is going
किसका है?
to walk
Valorant
about
का.
over the wall in his faces. 2 players side by side again. A game of time, and G2 are they going to be catching it, looking completely in the wrong direction.
Yes, भाई पीछे मत
No
हटना.
response there to the audio cue of the wall falling. They're already pushed up too far. Leaf falls as well.
पीछे मत हटना.
It's open season. EDG looking like this one is far too easy for them. Simple stuff. These first 5 rounds that we've watched, I mean, look at this.
पीछे मत हटना.
Yeah, okay.
Kangkang making a bit of a fool there, making Icy dance and taking the pick. Valen's the final one to pick up the pieces, and it's as likely as anything that he'll take a bullet
5-0.
and have his ult for the next round. A 1v5 here, it's just not doable.
No, it's impossible. Got to keep the rifle, but already
Yeah.
slotted out, noted, and he's going to be swarmed. Won't be able to
Clean.
carry that one into the next.
Clean,
Another
babe,
flawless
clean.
one. 5 alive, this time.
13-0 लग रहा है.
EDG have a tremendous amount of momentum behind them now.
13-0 लग रहा है chat.
Remember that EDG have been sat kind of in the back of champions today, watching their compatriots destroy teams that other people are suggesting favorites for the tournament.
Oh yeah.
They don't know if it's going to go 2 maps, 3 maps. They have to be ready. They're sat there backstage waiting to go on, thinking obviously about the game coming up, but also watching the match, realizing wait a second, our region is doing extremely well today. And if that didn't give them enough confidence, how about a 5-0 start against G2?
On Icebox, nevertheless. I mean, it's a map that G2, as you said, mainly on the attack side, the calling of Valen. He'll be running rings around teams, he'll be calling perfection, the ults in terms of how they sync it up. It's all...
भाई simple बात है बे, G2 अभी नीचे आएगा, PRX G2 आएगा, PRX जीतेगा.
They're on the defense and they are struggling.
सारा signs यही बोल रहा है.
Adjustments have to be made. They thought that they maybe have come to terms with it, but I mean G2 just losing track.
I think in the previous round, G2 taking a hard read that when the knife and the recon came in over towards A, Valen, he's thinking about going for the ult orb, he backs off and he's thinking, all right, this is similar to what I've seen before. This is EDG contacting in behind this utility onto A. And in fact, completely wrong read. EDG mix it up, drop the wall on B and get a couple of picks.
Yeah.
आप नहीं बोलोगे तो
होएगा. Just for people who haven't been aware of both these teams, if you haven't been following them in their regional leagues, I thought from watching EDG, now they don't think this because they don't purposely.
Morgan by 9-0
was their worst map that they play. So for them to be 5-0 right now, looking really prepped and running rings around Valen's understanding of what's coming at him, pretty fantastic stuff.
Bodes well, definitely bodes well.
But my prediction to I love you यार.
See the timer frozen.
चाइना का अलग region क्यों है?
क्योंकि वो लोग अच्छा खेलते हैं. Especially when you don't see the timeout.
We had a lot of very late hit rounds in our first series of the day. It's already the time ticking. We could be down for a very long one today.
Been here a few hours already.
Yeah, buckle in, get some snacks. G2 on the attack side are going to be slow as well. And here it is. Confirmation.
Pansy lands in Korea and this happens, okay.
And this will give more time for Valen to be thinking about things. But also, when you've just come out of attack timeout and there's ideas that you want to implement, that's frustrating.
भाई ये fan तो love you यार.
Through, we'll see.
Love you यार
Rohit bhai. A bit more
भाई.
information in terms of what exactly is going
on. क्या मस्त fan मिला है.
And it looks like we're gonna be back in the game fairly shortly as well.
Heavy power
the time
भी
is
है
already ticking. We're into this next round of Icebox. So very small tech pause, nothing to be too concerned about. G2 trying to make sure here that they get good info on A, tucking Valen into nest.
It's a bit of a bluster, isn't it? Four of their players looking to try and fight this one. Waiting a bit of time out here with a Dizzy. The dart.
Blind करके मतलब नहीं है. 13-0 है. 13-0.
At least around, but they don't know how many.
Timeout क्यों लिया पता नहीं.
And the slow pace that EDG are applying right now is making G2 just sweat.
One tap मारे क्यों भाई.
Valen even going for a couple of peeks here, but he's missed. Oh no, not quite. It's nobody that's missed the timing here with a cove to evacuate. It's going to be safety in numbers, backing all the way out of A. Almost expecting that reposition.
क्यों को मारने बोला था? Change किया player ये लोग ने last moment.
Choosing not to try to turn that into an all-out brawl like some teams might. There's that discipline of G2 dropping back in the 5v4, but with their weapons still free players and sheriffs, it's not yet a clear advantage.
Love you यार Sonubar Khan bhai.
Just the first hurdle that's cleared. About 40 seconds.
Look at all the space that Chichu got over towards B very early on. Dodge on those shots. Could have been bad for Simon.
Mid to B setup here. Leaf doesn't have the weapon to try and push this one back here, so should be an open side, but also being committed, and I don't blame them with only 20 seconds. Could be the difference maker. Simon going to be sticking that, going for the plan as well. Thrash doesn't really clear too much. Well, but a backstab, no way! Responded and adjusted. Icy just whips it around and rips the head clean off. Now a reckoning, lockdown, all going to be combined. EDG just trying to stem the bleeding and stop this one before it gets out of hand.
Uh-oh.
Players are weak. G2, they committed a hell of a lot into this round for them to try and lose it. Slide awareness, Smoggy already wrapping this one. Thrash connecting, that's a detainment.
Got you.
And there's still potentially that time on the board to make a go of things. Damage done though. As a casual reminder, and Simon still with that nade in his back pocket. Could play spoiler to absolutely all of this one. It's already gone flying and is finished. Icy with a defuse, but that's been broken. And already, I hear it, time has just squandered. Gotten away from G2 with the kills.
Hello?
Not away from these EDG players. Edward today is gaming.
By China Day.
G2 did a decent job of that, considering the amount of money that they had.
FPS का भी game आज ही कर लेते हैं.
Not cleared properly by EDG because they're contacting in, because they don't want to make it obvious what position on the map they are. There's going to be gaps. So G2 tried to exploit that.
जिसने PRX
But at the end of the day, too little time,
ये
too
लोग
much
ऐसा
good post-plant utility. Double nanoswarms on the spike got broken by the shock, but they still had that fragment to work with.
एक ही हाथ उठ सकता है इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ EDG जीतेगा. Let's go baby.
I think doing the same
Let's
thing
go,
on A
EDG.
would be silly, but you know, going for a mid push like this where they triple up does seem like a decent idea. They were threatening
Yeah, let's go.
constantly in their opener against PaperX.
Using a drone now. Take that
सच्ची बोल रहे हो यार. Chinese teams have
give you access to flank most of the way. Instead, that one's just watching towards the flank because EDG want to go for this 5-player group up. That will go down here without too much again push back.
This turret position is actually lovely. You look at the position of Jonapi's wall. If the turret was on the left here, it would get blocked off by the Viper wall.
चलेगा ये देख रहा है.
EDG now to the flank as well with a snow command emanating out. Valendo catches the kill onto Kang. Wasn't expecting that one. Looking into the wrong direction. But the first kill does not necessarily mean a round
diffuse
win.
करने का मन है ये लोग
The
का
rest of
नहीं
the
है.
work past that point. Dizzy to clear this one. G2 blinded. Oh, still lands the shot before the eventual trade. And holding it tooth and nailing through the back. But G2 finally with those guns in hands. Put a round on the board.
It's the same flank play that ends up working out for them. It's been a staple of the G2 defensive playbook. They bring it out, and despite the turret realizing they get the round done. Mostly thanks to Valen and what he was able to do to control the post-plant aggression. You watch him take down Kang there, and that's an absolutely vital one. In those kind of spots, the Jet's always going to look to try to get aggressive and open up some space on the other side of the map. So the first attempt to stop the bleed in there from G2. Now they're going to start to get ults online as well, but I'm sure EDG are thinking up a response.
Yeah.
Language.
They ended up using it into that half by round 6. To no avail. They're almost halfway to him again.
आप क्या switch होएगा?
Kills and the diffusers stacking up.
मेरे हिसाब से
this looks a lot like the same setup
8-4
when they pushed Valen into Nest. I think when you push up deep like this and then you get a recon dart, you can be pretty certain that EDG are not just going to contact back in.
And they're just full running, full sprinting. Simon with a tap as well.
Trent's too far away for the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
But Buddy might get it on the next tap.
Walkabout Sleep has got to put a stop to that one. He will. Alternating the movement, making sure that he stays frosty. Aware of all these possibilities. Chichu is being caught out of position. Hunter's Fury, at least to leave that pressure, does not do enough. So with Chichu dropped, that's 2 players now down for EDG. Plan going to be committed. Simon gets it, but that's going to be a tag onto him as well. Lit up, and already players fall one after another. G2 racking them up. That's 5 alive for a flawless round to get that second round.
मेरे हिसाब से 9-3.
You see what a difference it makes when G2 anticipate what
Chat
the
5 के
round
likes
looks
करो
like.
यार.
What nobody is calling.
400 लोग चाहिए.
They had the protocol to flush out both of those lurkers through mid. Great discipline to even think of the second player in that spot. And the fact that they'd pushed out on A, got the recon deep as well, gave them enough peace of mind to know it was a full B hit. They weren't worrying about which direction things were going. The things that were working for EDG early on were when they were quiet and contacting. Very difficult for G2 were playing more passively.
Yeah.
At the moment, this seems like a very good adjustment that came out of the tactical timeout. EDG are going to try to make one of their own.
2 बार कर दिया, 2 बार नहीं यार.
And Haldong, of course, got a lot of experience IGL in this team before in the past.
Yeah, it's an interesting note. I mean, we didn't really talk
भाई
about
मेरे क्वेश्चन का आंसर दो. Champions के म्यूजिक सिस्टम को क्या हो गया है?
Sometimes a shift up is what you need, honestly, because this EDG team, they felt just, I don't know, knocked down, unable to really get back up, I think, as well after that series of losses to Shanghai. But they make a series of moves, switch it up.
Excuse me.
Fresh perspective, I think, especially from a former player. Maybe.
What's up, Edwin Jinx?
Yeah,
language.
I would phrase it as that they had hit their ceiling. They were still performing very well in China, but they'd had one breakout event last year in Tokyo, and they weren't able to replicate that. They weren't able to go further than that. And so at that point, you got to take a risk. It might make you worse. Bringing in Simon and making all of these changes, but if it doesn't,
support to EDG or G2, bro. EDG जीतेगा, G2 नीचे PRX, G2 वापस होएगा और इस बार PRX घर पे भेजेगा G2.
Extremely hungry.
Storyline है, मेरे पास script है इसका.
And now they're in a race with the rest of the Chinese teams by the look of things to crack a big result here at Champions.
Yeah. Snipe just unable to get broken early off the rip here to Simon keeps throwing out, so he gets the tag and the information.
But it doesn't push G2 back. G2 still get good information. Not A. Yeah, this usage of the recon dart, stuff like that, it's basically exactly the same round that we just watched. Last time, the wingman got denied by the nanoswarm from Leaf, and then you had ults ready to deny. I could see a very similar round happening here unless EDG have got something different. Well, the shock's a good first thing that's different.
ulti marega.
No longer a problem for them. Again, a lot of walking up behind these walls and underhanded flash. Simon wants to make a play for this one. Leaf was tucked off. There is safety there, but not for the respite of the rest of his team. They couldn't quite follow up on all of that, so he's going to get traded. Tag up into the back. Thrash now followed through, straight through onto the side, but broken just before the detainment. Onto the high ground, Kang.
That's a
risk. In terms of trying to play this spacing and timings as well. He's already flanked straight through, and Icy, the knife out, just was not expecting it. Deep dart. Trent is so damn concerned now. All these players, because Kang is ripping them to shreds, man.
What a great adjustment coming out of the tag timeout. Obviously, great individual play from Kang too. But I got to give credit to Muggle and Halva. We were just talking about how good the tag timeout was from G2. EDG hit the panic button, immediately come out with a round that looks exactly the same to the one they just ran, except they flash, they push deep, they trade out Leaf, who had the lockdown, and then they have all of that position for Kang to go nuts in the post plan.
Crazy playstyle of EDG, it is almost hard countering the fact that G2 don't really have a natural. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's really bad in this patch.
Yeah, we won't talk about that.
Yeah, you are not going to have any smoke for mid now. Good job that they break the turret, otherwise that would be giving permanent mid in.
Sabotaging team.
Well, the point I was just about to get on to is that there's not necessarily a natural op carrier on
Sabotaging
the
team
side. Something to contact play that EDG.
Abhi login kare report pat se.
It's a great point. Icy, even when he plays duelist, doesn't pull out the operator too much. He is almost the opposite of Kang in many respects.
Yeah, he definitely is. Not leaning into it. Although Kang's rifling.
Kaun bolega wo MVP match abhi tak?
Definitely been on the up and up now. Year plus, to be honest. And again, that contact playstyle, just walking all the way up. Shot dart again is good. Dash is active, but it's going to be dissipating. No value to be had. Just walking most of the way up. Another plant down. Shot darts are missing. So there will be no pushback, and there's that extension into round 10 now.
Kang's playing for this, trying to deny the lockdown.
He knows what to play for, just needs some supplemented utility as well. I can hit a footsteps, lovely sidestep. Just rips to it ahead, clean off G2. Have no chance in hell to keep playing this one. Spam through the box, Leaf is lucky to be alive. He'll be backing all the way away, needs to be defended here. They want to keep these guns.
This G2 team is normally so good at shutting down superstar individual players.
They just cannot deal. I mean, cheeky.
Only frying.
They cannot deal with Kang.
Flying ka bhi frying ho gaya. Hello.
What we're getting from Kang in this map so far, it's Tokyo.
It really is. It's given Tokyo.
Tokyo.
Bye.
12-4, top of the scoreboard. Not just for his team, but top of the leaderboard overall.
Vote for a reason,
not just the kills that he's getting, but here, completely denies a lockdown opportunity, completely shuts down G2 trying to trade him out. You know, he's facing two players so often and killing them both. And that's going to win you rounds.
Bye, China day, bro.
G2 are going to be desperate to salvage up any rounds that they possibly can before they get into that
bro,
second
China
half.
day.
Round 11. They do have the Viper's Pit in the back pocket already offloaded. Down through B main. One less thing to worry about.
पैसे की गाफ लग चुकी है.
Isn't too good. Only a couple of players with a rifle, so you're looking at Icy, Val, and Jonah P to do the damage.
8-4 बोला था ना मैंने, बोला था. हो सकता है.
Drone, get a tag and a break.
Yeah, Simon backs off as Chishu goes forwards. They're hoping that they don't read there was a second player there.
And it's just barely held. Jiggle peaked as well. Chichu almost lucky to be alive. There was a couple of players that we're looking to try and put a stop to this one.
A is extraordinarily open, but if they come into the B split,
देख के बोलने का तुम लोग बांटो अपने रीजन में.
I think that's through the window. Leaf has got a lot to do into this spot as well, but just with the stinger in hand, close quarter combat, even with him being set up for it, the pit's still up and active, walking around. Icy, he does drop Kang. With the dizzy broken as well, he knows that there's even more where that come from, and Jonah P's worked his magic! Right from behind, just not expecting that. Level of awareness that went missing there for EDG into this round, and it leaves it to Chichu. One player running and gunning, but time is against him with only 12 seconds to do it all. Him versus Jonah P. The timing should be granted. You need to hit a miracle shot, but Jonah P won't even give him the chance.
Brilliantly played by Jonah P. He gets out of his pit for a kill over towards orange, and that makes the rest of EDG think he's still playing on site. He manages to duck back inside his pit.
That kill there.
Yeah, that kill is just so big. He manages to duck back inside his pit, and then they don't realize he's somehow managed to loop-de-loop behind them and picks them both up from behind. He's called the Professor for a reason, and that was locking down B with a Viper's Pit 101.
Yeah, I take that class.
I think
the classes are normally more generalized than that.
Yeah,
it's
that's
extremely
incredibly
specific.
Yeah. Egotistical professor. We've all been there. Not me. Didn't go to university.
I got kicked out.
It's round 12.
ये flank वाला round है क्या?
And there's big ults online for G2 here again. Going for this re-clear into mid. They've been doing this quite a lot with the drone. Gives them peace of mind in that direction as well. They've got to get a good read, at least, that it's going to be leaning over towards the A side. They do have, again, the ults for the retake.
Yeah, and they're going to try to...
Leaf dropped.
Oh, that's huge. No lockdown now available. And Simon, if he pops ult, can deny the reckoning. He's just got to get the timing right here.
You should run.
And locking down one avenue as well. Lockdown's going to be just dropped straight into the center of the site with his flank. They're going to be pushed out into Audi's extremities, and Smoggy is left to watch most of this one. Tucked, crouched. The peak timing is absolutely everything. And Smoggy delivering death blow after death blow, and toying with his food at the end. He knows that he's essentially wrapped this one up. Running around him. Not giving Jonah P any easy access. Onto the body. Valen shut out. G2 with a movement. Nice little jiggle. Pit in the face. Jonah P shut down and shut out of the round entirely. This is a 9-3 if I've ever seen one.
And a beautiful half from EDG. I mean, the way that they played around the ults in that final round completely outplayed G2. And then you think back to previous rounds where Kangkang is pushing deep onto screens to deny lockdown. They've just had a phenomenal awareness of how G2 are going to play around ults this whole half. And I'm sure that's going to extend into the next.
Tryhard ऐसे कर रहे जैसे कि चैंप से भाई, लेकिन ये क्या, मेरे को एक बात बताओ भाई, हम लोग ने इतना देखा है वैलो, अपन ने इतना डिसिप्लिन भी देखा, ये कुछ ज्यादा नहीं हो गया डिसिप्लिन? मतलब अगर वो फाइट लेके हार गया ना तो भी राउंड नहीं जीत सकते बे, फिर भी अल्ट मार के रुका है अपनी टीम के लिए। क्या सीन है भाई? राइट तो है भाई, ये कुछ ज्यादा है बे। हाँ, कुछ ज्यादा है। लास्ट राउंड था, मैं रहता लड़ लेता भाई, कौन नहीं लड़ता उधर। लास्ट राउंड तो इसलिए अल्ट मारा, अरे लेकिन वो पहले लड़ सकता था। पहले लड़ सकता था, तो आराम से लड़ सकता था भाई। उसने 3 मारे, उसने अपना काम कर दिया भाई। मैं रहता तो पीका बूथ देता था।
Be
discipline hai.
I think we've had a few upsets now, early days so far, but with all the number 1 siege just taken a knock.
भाई क्या है ये bazooka वाला कैम?
Take one of the best maps from G2.
भाई here comes the party कर रहे हैं बे कैमरामैन, हेलो।
Early on, but it's 9-3
क्या कैमरा है भाई?
My goodness, it's
और मेरा कैमरा देखो।
China just one event too late, I think as well. They probably would have liked to have done this at Shanghai, but they'll take now.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's a great question. Would you have preferred to win in China or win champs? I think most people would still say champs.
Oh yeah,
but to be honest, that might be a tough question for some of the Chinese players.
2-0 मार दिया जिंक्स भाई, chill stream delay है।
Way far away from that. Way far away. But it's difficult not to get sucked up into the hype. Again, EDG, if they're able to close this out, would be looking good to be the best performing #1 seed in the tournament.
Yeah.
Which
what a world, man. What a world.
Yeah. G2 have got some time to fight
Ascent
back.
से है ना
They need a
G2?
pistol here for it to seem even remotely doable.
That's the trouble, is their attack side does look good.
भाई अपना टीम एसेंशन जीतेगा मजा आएगा यार
Even just get the buffer room to breathe, because
heavy मजा
if you
आएगा
win this one, you're looking at 11 on the board.
क्या
At
बोलते
that
हो?
point, it's just, I mean, it takes anything. A swift breeze can potentially take you over the finish line.
This is where nobody absolutely
On
shines.
stream नंगा
If
नाचूंगा
there was a
मैं
lurker over on A, he's dead right now. I mean, the risks that he's taken, he's a very feast or famine player.
We do love our nobody.
But nobody over on the A side. It was just guaranteed to his team as the IGL that this is a B.
वो हाथ में क्या है
He should be
उसके
able
पता
to
नहीं
completely box G2 in here.
They're going to go for a refine, a reclear. It's just a contact swing. Straight up, taking the fights as well. This one could get dangerous and dire still. Within it potentially out as well. Kang needs some help here over the shoulder as well. Reinforcements have to arrive. He needs some defense, but still, yeah, G2 is right there on side of him. How could I doubt? The 10th round, a pistol round.
1 करोड़ का वो कैमरा पहला बोलते लेके आता था मैं वहां से सुंगड़ी में.
Looking great there on the pistol. They got the read perfectly that it was on B. Is it a risk to go for a reclear like this when you know that they're 5 stacked in B main? Absolutely. I mean, you're opting
बस what are your picks? इसका head the mod.
Disadvantaged team fight, and yet they still come out on top. They had that element of surprise, dodged the utility beautifully.
गलत मार रहे.
Just take a look at the
अच्छा
scoreboard.
इनका watch party होगा सिर्फ अपने टीम का bro.
Been bigging up Kang. Smoggy was
बाकी teams
amazing
भी
in
है
the game
अच्छी.
against Foot. Chichu's at the top of the scoreboard. Everything is working right now for EDG.
Right here.
It would be unfathomable that they drop this map from this point.
It really would.
And that's without
DSG
taking anything away
अच्छी
from
टीम
how
है,
good
boom
G2
भी है
have
शायद.
looked here. It's just, it looks like
लेकिन इनसे
EDG's
अपना
day
देखेंगे.
here on Icebox.
बहुत हो जाए यार, बहुत watch party हो गया.
Read and more firepower.
अपना टीम का देखेंगे, gaming करेंगे और variety games.
Smoggy. Hearing all this noise. Bullets sent flying. Straight into the back here. No punish. Oh, almost catching onto Smoggy. He's going to get overwhelmed. Surely will fall. Drop the gun into the laps of G2.
वो लोग को पता है 2 बंदे यही साइड स्टक है.
On a map like Icebox.
2 बंदे यही साइड स्टक है वो लोग को पता
Looks
है.
like Valen's trying to bait for Trent.
It gets tricky at this point. It gets real tricky.
इसे रीड नहीं किया.
Moving in and out as well. They're in the walls, man. They're in the walls, and it's all about collecting the kills when they're at least propped up, and opportunities are presented to you. Kang, not to be denied. It was looking tricky. You can see the health on a few of the players just to the right, especially when they get that plan down. I start to get a little bit worried, but all contained, all maintained in the end.
They are in control of the map.
भाई ये लोग मूड में bro.
Dashing into
the I respect
Decision
that.
कब है? September में है.
Ridiculous from
That's crazy. Oh. Time has paused.
Yeah.
You know what that means? Oh, it's a timeout this time.
Attack timeout
Okay.
from G2. When you
11-3
call
पे?
attack timeouts after only the pistol and the follow-up, yeah, I'm worried.
Yeah.
Because what kind of input can you really get from your coaching staff here that you didn't get during the halftime anyway? I understand that EDG are up to 11. Maybe you just want to run through the bonus, figure out what's going on. Maybe overall things are
भाई मुंबई से रोड का मैच बंद करो.
somebody's
Excuse me.
freezing up on stage, someone's not playing as you would expect them to. But
Pick'ems guys, Pick'ems कैसे तुम्हारा? Hello.
that's the final timeout that G2 have access to.
एक काम करो ना, VALORANT Champions की जगह पे VALORANT Upset Champions ऐसा कुछ नाम रखो.
No more adjustments. I mean,
तो उस हिसाब से हम लोग Pick'ems करें.
His team in just a couple of rounds time, to be honest.
क्या बोलते हो?
Face to face.
At least the turnaround mentalities. But maybe just throwing out a set strat, an idea, anything to counteract this.
आप कब खेलोगे ऐसा? रोज खेलता हो यार.
They're going to be going into it with bonus round weaponry. A couple of the players didn't invest. They might be able to buy for the next. I mean, Kang might even just be choosing to make sure he can.
Pick'ems से pick random teams you never saw. नहीं आँख बंद करके करने का best है. Next year मैं वही करने वाला हूँ. आँख बंद करके अपन कुछ भी choose करेंगे, उसका ज़्यादा success rate रहेगा.
G2 have all year
But मैंने मेरा दिमाग लगाया.
excellent at shutting down individuals that meet them one by one and get double kills. Get
I'm fearing about tomorrow's
Sens
Sens match.
Good at trading that out.
I already know winner
many
कौन है.
kills so far in this map.
मेरा मुंह मत खुलाओ.
Huge ones, massive impact.
I already know it's.
And this looks like a scrap on B.
All in their face.
Nice reveal.
Try and get your way past this one here with a dizzy,
That's
getting that
very
acknowledgement. G2 sent a couple of bullets through. Do collect the one. Drone as well on top of it. Kang has to respect that. So we will back away. Chichu. Free exploration. Underhand with the flash as well. Right from behind. That is sublime. EDG just cooking in the moment. And they brought it to that 3 versus 3. Simon up close onto the corner. We'll have to give that one up. Backs himself away here, but they know that G2's there. They want to refight it as well. These timings they're taking almost to perfection once more. A stop to anything that G2 are trying to go for here. 50 seconds left into the round. Could call for the pause, but your Viper's down and out. Can't even wall up and just try and fake like you could be rotating. Faking like you could be walking up. Valorant's hard committed. Bodies and shoulders peeking out wide. In the danger zone here though. Just overcommitting here. To at least put a stop to all of that nonsense. Simon now. Last one left. First one's good. 2 more players to deal with. It was just a slight tap as well and doubled up side by side, jumping around the corner to set this one up. Simon, trying to isolate these fights out, but only 2 bullets left to work with. Before he has to commit to the reload, and with the right swing face, that will not land. G2 get to stay and compete.
Many happy returns of the day.
First time actually that we've seen EDG go for one of those defensive reclears or like a piece of aggression that is, I think, risky. We've talked about it being risky in previous rounds, but this is the first time that they lose it. Normally, they've still been winning out these situations, even when they take fights out in the open, trying to force the tempo up against G2. They would have to take risks like that and lose it so much more, though, for this map to become even close.
Not again.
Well, I mean, that's just 1 for 1, isn't it? Smoggy did it.
No way.
Why not for Jonah P?
Brutal.
See, the thing is, people are going to say that Jonah P's rattled in that situation, even though Smoggy did it earlier, and you know, he
when they were dominating,
massively leading.
Not
everything's fodder for the armchair analysts, but
it is for me. Ready to pick it apart. 2,000 years of Roman war. This Kang is hyper.
highlight kar raha hai Viper nerf ho gaya.
Yeah, the Z connects though. They should know he's up top, and the dash will not save you. Nobody.
Lol ho gaya be.
Again, seeking to at least potentially get a few more kills.
Save karna chahiye EDG ko.
2 of them dropping. Drone as well. Simon was seeking a timing, but now he is just fully committed once more into the corner. Chichu responds, vacuuming up that space, but he's traded in that discipline, rearing his head, the G2. He was singing the praises, expecting that level of play from them. It will grant them at least a round win. I mean, there's no real chances for Smoggy in this spot.
There shouldn't be an opening. And I do like that you highlighted that discipline, because you could see that spacing super tight. Beautiful as well, again there, as Trent swings, freezing that player in spot so that Jonah P can get the backstab.
Ye kya ho raha hai pata nahi.
G2 were trying to do these things early on, and the individualism from EDG was shutting them down. They were also slightly off, just ever so slightly, in terms of those multiple swings and timings. I mean, there's a pretty big difference between getting 2 players, one trying to trade, and Simon there getting swung 4 at once.
I heard the crowd go, oh.
Shh, keep it down.
Oh.
I mean, you can't ask the crowd not to react when you bungle something at the beginning of the round, man. They're just going to do that.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Lighter weaponry here.
ये reflex देना जरूरी था, आराम से मार सकता था.
Nobody will not give up this space either. In fact, the rest of EDG alongside him. Very pushed up through A main. Looking for a play. G2 with the peak though.
G2 favorite नहीं है? क्या बात कर रहे हैं? इसमें G2 नहीं था favorite?
Turret's actually staying alive throughout this round. The
मेरे को लगा
weaponry
G2 है
doesn't
favorite.
really seem good enough here, but if G2 can bait so that they don't think about Smoggy.
And also, I mean, EDG have got the hardest read in the world, of course, with Kang getting all this space. Now he does get dropped here, but a pop flash play. Already going to be going live and active into it. Phantoms in hand. Jonah P will offset most of it.
Yeah, amazing from Jonah P again. There are a lot of threats in that round that EDG throw out. I mean, obviously there's Kankan on the flank, which Leaf shuts down.
Come back.
That duo play between either Chishu and Simon, and then trying to set up Smoggy, who had the stinger. Jonah just swings kind of behind a few of the rest of his pack and takes them both down. He's anti-flash, deals with them really nicely there. But Valen did use Reckoning. So they're not saving big ultimates for big moments. They used the Thrash when they were in a 5v3. They used the Reckoning on an anti-eco. They're not feeling comfortable enough here, G2, to save the ults for when it matters. And right now, this round really matters.
I can't blame them.
Comeback हो तो सकता है बे, strong तो है बे. और बहुत comebacks किया G2 ने.
Drone tags onto the one with a dizzy as well, so nobody knows that there's two players here. Despite that fact, he's not backing away.
खेल रहा है फिर भी देख ना बे.
Take the up close angle.
Beauty of steals है बे.
These are the kind of moments where it worries me that nobody is playing aggressively like this, because again, you're 5 rounds up, you actually don't need to take these kind of risks. But maybe a risk like this will end up putting them over the line.
Mood में ये लोग.
Feed waiting to happen, Trent. Okay, drone's going to be used as well, so nobody will get the hell out of there. Lockdown's going to be used as a response to this. EDG going to be...
They have Soul Roll.
Yeah, there's a Soul Roll to break this one, so... Someone to break that fast as well. Plant down from Icy with the wingman dropped, so...
Plant किससे करने दिया Shock Dart?
The post plant, they've got plenty more util where that came
from
as well.
Look at Jonah P out here on B, by the way.
He's going to be trying to wrap this one while nobody's way ahead of the rest of his team as well. So with him drop first kill, advantage has gone away. But honestly, the fight might just be over before Jonah P even gets into the fray. Icy. 3 on the board, there's 2 plays left to stand, you know the maths.
He is good for a reason.
To potentially an ace, but not anymore. Jonah P finally strikes right from behind there, so all the timing's taken. And Icy's just running his body in, based on the end of a stick.
Icy भाई क्या scene है?
Jonah P got up to the Viper's pit, and Icy's not too far away from Thrash now as well after he popped off in that round. He's only 1 away.
इस बात पे CS
So
good
after
कैसा
my
क्या पता
criticism
नहीं.
of how G2 were using their ults, they've actually just managed to win an incredibly crucial round, fairly dry.
अभी इको है ना?
The ult cycle working.
11-8.
And as much as we were talking about, EDG massively in the lead.
Weird play this round.
Mid push मेरे हिसाब से वो लोग
EDG are going
करने
to take a
वाले.
tag timeout, and you hear Trent already calling it out there. He's expecting something unusual.
यार undefeated
Something
बचा
that's gonna
दो.
knock G2 off their game to push them over the edge. I could absolutely see that. I mean, Kankan also has Blade Storm.
Yeah.
If there was going to be any round where Kankan
भाई मैं EDG को हारते हुए
dig a
नहीं देख
tunnel and
सकता.
pop up
EDG
behind
नहीं
you
हारेगा.
or something, some kind of
लेकिन ये
weird thing
तीनों
that
मैप
how
तक
not
जा
was
सकता
cooked up.
Yep,
It
certainly.
would be this one.
Undefeated.
Yeah, but what I was going to say was G2 are actually
I know, undefeated. अपनी गाते हैं ना.
They've just won 4 in a row. And we're starting to see VALORANT really heat up with this attack side calling, get the match read on what's happening in the game. So,
how many rounds do G2 need before you start to become
undefeated?
Only one
more rifle round.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Undefeated.
Rifle round, it's 11-9. Probably EDG have used a lot of their options, and then it's insanely, it is game on at that point.
मेरे कॉन्सर्ट में कौन-कौन आएगा chat?
2 more rounds is not the easiest thing in the world for G2 to be able to string together. That would be 6 in a row. But let's keep our focus in the here and now, because Trent was expecting something silly, something weird.
About to find out if EDG have been cooking with it. As you mentioned, there's a Blade Storm here in the mix for Kang. He'll be holding on to this one. The defensive setup though hasn't really shifted that much. I mean, EDG not going for any.
मैं पैसे लेकर भी नहीं आऊँगा. Sorry, excuse me.
Same old. Just nobody playing over towards A mid. Knocked down by Chichu.
आ रहा कौन भाई देवेश भाई के पास कितना पैसा है यार.
The G2 do not go A early on. You see that the A site is
Devesh bhai,
pretty open almost all the time. It's only nobody holding towards there. This looks like
business class से travel कर करके आते हर meetup पे मेरे.
Thus far it's been all right, but G2 have done great with the space that they've taken on A. They're so patient here, G2, waiting for that aggression. But EDG also matching them bar for bar with the patience.
Match करके point नहीं है.
For mid, Chichu wants to take the peak. Wide committal. No heads to be popped.
You can't allow the time to run too low here if you're Valen, because nobody has that Hunter's Fury.
Seeing that pressure as well, might be calling for a few bodies moving over towards them.
ये क्या ball है?
Not too much shift though occurring. In fact, EDG are kind of scattered to the wind right now.
ये क्या ball है?
Rotations over towards A, and here's the danger zone that you were talking about right now, Josh.
Rotate.
I think play off site here, play for your ult.
Yeah, but he's not intending to do that one. I see what the plan's already 7-4s need to be defended. It's not, and already broken. Nobody in Chichu. They strike from the sides. To pincer play. Double pronged in the approach, and guess what? It's worked out fully in the favor. The flash repeat again in the refight here with the rifles. They're going to try and sail their way through this course, but already it's tumultuous indeed. Time running them down, and a thrifty win to get EDG up to that 12.
EDG too strong.
G2 were ready for it. G2 knew it was coming, and yet they still
EDG
could
too
not
strong,
stop it.
bro.
Ran perfectly into
कौन बोला
that
था
read.
इको है सिर्फ
EDG
कभी
had
कभी
4
चैट
players
लगता है तुम लोगों
rotating
को
over
गेम
to the A
नॉलेज
side,
है
only conquering on the other side of the
अंडा
map before the plant was even anywhere near ready to go down.
+1 देश भाई के बाद बॉस
Patience
पे है
from
+2
G2 ended up being their worst enemy there. Time was not on their side. Now, whereas it looked like those
Business
4 in a
class
row
में
were going to
बे
set a comeback on the path for G2, suddenly EDG won away.
As I said earlier as well.
साला ऐसा मोमेंट पे thirsty बीटी देता है यार.
One thrifty, and a swift breeze to knock you over the finish line here for EDG, because just now won the pressure. It's on the shoulders of G2 right now. Once more, playing it slow initially here, but now waiting it out and taking a main control. They have ults to use and expend, but EDG are ready for this one. It's a knife held in the hand as well. The drone and to the thrash is going to be cancelled almost immediately. And nobody, he's right in their faces, a flash and an overhead. Simon is swinging wildly into them and still returns with 2. Just before that trade comes up with 2 left to stand from G2 themselves. Dizzy, drone, I believe, spotting both. And this is a disaster for G2 here. Individual's going to have to bail them out of this spot. 50 seconds, you can afford to slow it all the way down.
मारेगा उसको काउंटर 100 वाल्ट देगा लग रहा है.
Couldn't have asked for a better beginning to the round here for EDG.
No, they're looking good for it. Nobody tucking himself into generator. Is this a spot that G2 can even afford to clear? This setup looks nice from nobody in Chishu.
It's a crossfire. That though, that's not broken. Trent though, he's going to be dropped and damage done straight through the wall. Wingman broken once more. Icy. Decay down, a tap, forcing them forwards into the fight as well. Needs to try and isolate some of these fights. Done so, 1v1, all to survive. Icy has only gone and done it.
Comeback possible
it's
है.
Survival. That's what that means for G2.
है. Comeback possible
My God,
है.
did it take everything from them. EDG's
Team
setup
है.
looked really solid on site there.
Players
They've been
है.
breaking these wingmans very consistently when they've been coming into A.
Viper
Thrash was
इतना
irretrievable.
सारा Viper बोल रहा
Didn't
है.
make a difference in the round at all.
किलजॉय
And yet
इतना
IC
सारा
did
किया राउंड
need
में
it.
फिर भी आ रहे.
Great kills towards the end. A fantastic fake plants for him to be able to get up into a position to win that.
You can't argue with that.
Leaf is picking up an attack side op to try to make something happen. 4 chances
थोड़ा
remain for
discipline होना
EDG
मांगता
to
था.
close.
Kang himself wants to go with things. Dash was activated off the back of that util. It's going to be fading away though. Still an aggressive off angle that he's committed to. And Chichu going re-exploring into mid. He hasn't been punished for his peaks onto the turret up until now.
लॉल हो गया.
Did he get a spot to know that Leaf is playing with an attack side op as well? No idea. Nobody looks like he wants to take another swing at this. They still have the turret up.
आप किसके साइड पे हो? मैं उसके साइड पे.
They're so hungry for it.
Yeah. The difficulties here for ED, or for G2 I should say, is don't want to be running into the same problems that opened you up for the thrifty loss earlier.
चलो अच्छा हो. कांग के साइड पे नहीं
becoming an issue once more potentially.
ओटी जाएगा मजा आएगा ये.
Nice is dodge, only tagging onto the one as well. Might be a bit of that false information. Oh, underhanded Simon is eager for the scrap. Does come up with the one. Is he going to be into his face as well? Plenty of targets up and over. Jonah P just did not know which way to adjust. And this is it, surely. The impetus to take away this map. Nanoswarm's at your feet, dead, ready and waiting. Trent is spotted, taken out, swinging wide. Simon denied, but not enough to deny. I see that one. Still 13 to 8 for the finish. EDG get it over that finish line, and Icebox is theirs.
An incredible map to open things up in this series. EDG won the win. They've taken a massive scalp there by taking Icebox away, and it's their brand new player Simon that closes things out.
Phenomenal stuff from EDG all throughout the map as well.
Absolutely
deserved. And now it's shaky ground and territory as we look forwards to Haven. Map 2 for G2.
भाई सच्ची गेला बे क्यों? साले ये लोग का डिबट कैसे ना? हर डिबट वाले लोग मारते हैं ऐसा क्यों? इसका आंसर चाहिए मेरे को. इसका आंसर आज रात के स्ट्रीम पे मिलेगा। आज रात के मेरे स्ट्रीम पे मिलेगा कि हर डिवट वाले प्लेयर्स इतना अच्छा कैसे है। समझ रहे हो? एकदम इंटेलिजेंट क्वेश्चन है। रात को आना चैट। गेमिंग करते करते थोड़ा सा समझ रहे हो? आई विल गिव यू सम नॉलेज। काफी वेट आज भी है कल भी है यारो। 3 days in a row. Love you. जिसने वाईटी प्रीमियम लिया आई एम सॉरी बाबू। आहा रेस्ट ले लो अभी। अरे 5-5 मिनट का पे भाई मेरे को ऑयल लगाना है यार। ऑयल लगाना है लेकिन ऑयल लगा के सीधा कपड़ा डालेगा ना पॉइंट नहीं है। मैच के बाद लेकिन मैच के बाद तो शूट है मेरा 2 घंटा। कितना बजे खत्म है भाई? 2-0 होएगा तो अच्छा है यार। 6:15 तक खत्म, 8:30 बजे तक शूट, फिर 1 घंटा ब्रेक। बंक्स भाई आपका वॉच पार्टी हमेशा देखता हूँ यूएस से, बट इस बार टाइम के वजह से नहीं देख पा रहा। बट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? लेव लॉस्ट, फेनेटिक लॉस्ट। Hey bro, hello. Love from India. So, you're watching from US. Well, string is level lost. Yeah, 2-0. What's happening, mate? Fuck PKMs. That's what's happening, dude. Fuck PKMs. Everybody who's doing the PKMs and not PKMs, then what has done PKMs, they're not PKMs, and what PKMs and not PKMs. Fuck PKMs. That's what's happening, mate. Well, if it comes to India, we'll get to know a lot of looking bad, bro. Are you understanding my English? Lot of looking bad, bro. Sky High, thank you for the $5 मेरी जान के टोटे। यूएस का वीजा कंफर्म है आपका? मेरे पास वीजा है यार। मैं सिर्फ रुका हूं कि एक बंदा मेरे लिए एक प्राइवेट जेट बुक करे जो लैंड करे एक प्राइवेट यॉट पे और जाए एक प्राइवेट आइलैंड पे और वहां पे एक प्राइवेट बूथ हो स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए, वरना मैं जाता था। ब्रो नाइस इंग्लिश, प्लीज टीच, थैंक यू। पब्लिक पसंद नहीं है क्योंकि पब्लिक जैसी होता है ना सीधा चड्डी भाई। मीटअप में बंदा बोल रहे बंक्स भाई चड्डी को लो। पब्लिक लोग मेरे चड्डी के पीछे पता नहीं क्यों। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं अकेला स्ट्रीमर हूँ जो शॉर्ट्स पहनता है ना, मेरी चड्डी पसंद है लोग। लव यू यार स्काई भाई, लव यू यार।
Great day to be a fan of VCT.
Yacht में plane
yacht of EDG Muggle and Luna here to do some translations as well. Now I've heard a lot of discourse that looking at EDG this time around is giving the same feeling as you guys back in Masters Tokyo.
Private jet तो देश भाई के ही हो सकते हैं। बात पे
How did you guys manage to turn things around and look this good in the space of time that you guys have had?
हाँ बेच तो प्राइवेट जेट ब्रिज बाय साथ में जाएंगे लेकिन मैं उड़ाऊंगा। क्या बोलते हो? वैसे भी मैंने मेरे दोस्त को देखा जेट सिमुलेटर खेलते हुए। आई नो हाउ टू ड्राइव। मस्त प्लेन को हम ड्राइव करेंगे, टेंशन ना लो। भाई प्राइवेट जेट में वो चाहिए रहता है ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस।
I think we're trying to forget that kind of things really like make us be chaotic, just go back to the pure game.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. Thank you very much, Marco. Best of luck on that too.
Prince Bhai, thank you for the $10 मेरी जान के टोटे।
Guys, it's happening!
Chinese day.
Oh no! Listen here, as the host of VCT America, let me just say for a minute, today's a dark day in our history. But hey, we're not out of the woods yet, right? I'm not selling out my boys in G2 quite yet here, but we got to talk about EDG because obviously not only did they win, they dominated, they looked great. They had their number, they shut them down round after round. I mean, Paperton, this was clinical from them.
No, I'm very, very impressed here with the game plan from EDG in that they get to the post plants, and what would normally happen with Paper X, they're sitting way back. Like, their furthest like forward player on A site is on A nest, and then they're like dice and then on the back.
Yeah.
They're getting ahead of that. They're pushing screens. They're trying to contest G2 when they're trying to cut in towards the site, and they're cutting players down on the way through, and that's what started to snowball their success. Snowball these rounds, and then when they'd get a little bit spicier, when they'd start to get the mud flowing, is when they get a few of those opening kills, and then they'd start pushing.
Join me in the mud. Right. No, but I will say, though, what Coach Muckle said, I mean, they played beautifully. That wasn't money at all. I actually quite enjoyed everything that I was seeing from the Machilios.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple scary moments where there's a run back happening, but I want to highlight Kong and Smoggy because from the outset to be able to get that 9-3 half to start things off, it was widely on the backs of these two players with some really excellent setups from the likes of Simon as well, whose util usage was very much on point. But Kong and Smoggy, they were doing the heavy fragging in that first half. They got them that advantage, which then made it a little bit easier to close things out on the defending side. G2 trying to make it happen. It looked like we were going to be going into an OT for a little bit there, but ultimately EDG were able to put their foot down, and this is a fantastic way for them to kick off this series as, again, G2's map pick.
Yeah, 100%, man. What a way to start off for them. And something we do got to note real fast is, a big win condition for this G2 lineup has been Leaf for a very long time. And what he brings to the table on the lurks and how he plays around the map effectively, he was utterly shut down. He had little impact, which, I mean, that seems like a key to victory for them here.
I mean, I kind of talked about it, what we were seeing from them over at Shanghai when G2 were having their struggles, when they were dropping games. It's when Leaf wasn't able to find that impact. But similarly, we saw some struggles from the likes of Trent, who's normally very much on point when it comes down to those Sova Dart lineups, but we saw a couple of them trying to interrupt those plants in that first half, going wide, not really landing on the mark whatsoever. So things like that need to be tightened up. However, as we have seen from G2 over in Shanghai, drop a map, get the download complete, come back in and dominate the series. That's still very possible here.
Yeah, very true, very true. All right, well, let's go ahead and cool down on the existential dread of being America's fan for a second here and just look at some bingo. We got some stuff to fill out here. So we got Icy gets first kill. Congratulations, Icy. You are very good at the game. And then we have Valen 3K. Ay, también. And then we get a tech pause. So, just make fun of ourselves sometime. We're so close. G2, brother, come on. You got to clutch it out.
G2 just needs to win a match.
I mean, if G2 can get the win,
G2.
if Clove gets picked at all, or, there's a couple different things.
Team Ace would help.
We're hoping for the G2 map win so we can get bingo.
I think it has to be the series one.
Oh, it doesn't? We'll
otherwise we would have put in the EDG win.
That's just too much time. In any case, let's go ahead and hear what Josh RT has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm standing by with G2's head coach Josh RT ahead of map 2. Now, we're going to Haven, and Haven is not really a map that we've seen you guys play a lot of in official. So without leaking anything, what can we expect from you guys?
I think we're going to have a much better performance this time around. I mean, we just experienced some tech issues in the first game. But moving past that, you're going to see a new Haven coming up. I think it'll surprise them a little bit, and we'll bring it to map 3.
Thank you very much. We love new stuff. Good luck.
Okay, a new Haven. Brother, I'm in. Okay, sell me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's too shocking. This has been a very middling map for them overall. They've only played it twice and have a 50% win rate here in 2024 on that map. So doing something new, I don't think is going to be the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they were just running the stock standard Haven comp, right? Like the breach and everything that you would normally go, the KO, Sova, all that stuff. So this is going to be interesting. If he says they have something new cooked up, what does that mean?
That worries me.
Do we have a Neon in there, maybe? A lot of teams are leading into Neon comps.
Whoa, okay.
Or the Yoru. That's the other one.
Okay. And Kong, of course, going to be playing that Neon, so look for him to get real big impact with that.
Yeah, I mean, but this puts a lot more weight on Icy's shoulders as that Yoru, as that solo Duelist here needs to be really smart about his timings because we've seen so many teams struggle with just solo entry Yoru, whereas the Neon, that's something that can go in and very much take over games.
Yeah, but this is a comp that Fnatic runs very, very well on this map, or very similar at least with the Yoru, so they've definitely got some good ideas to base it off of. You've got the Viper in there now as well, so you can use those walls to kind of obscure what you're trying to do with the Yoru a little bit better and things like that. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to work for G2. They've had some time to cook. This could be pretty spicy.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence going into this one, right? If you're G2, you put all your eggs into this basket, and it better pay off. Can they force a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it's a lot resting on the shoulders of these G2 players that this Gambit, and I'm sure that they put time into, at least with this composition on Haven, but the fact that it needs to pay off here because you've already started a map down. It's unorthodox for sure.
And EDG's actually looking really competent on this map. I liked what I was seeing from them.
Hard agree.
EDG are going into the defense side here of Haven with a chance for another big win for China. Their flood defense on this map is beautiful to watch. They also fight super hard over A lobby, so whoever's job it is to try to lurk down behind that Viper wall, good luck to you, buddy.
Yeah. It's a gate crash though. It's dropped down, so I see feigning and faking that they're going for this A pressure. It's going to keep most of these EDG players at least tethered to the spot.
Actually, both teams faking here because EDG were making it look like it was only nobody playing A when suddenly there's 4 players over in that side of the map.
Both teams trying to obfuscate their intent here. Now the swarm dropped down!
By Planta.
Unable to really rest the steady hands there for the kill onto Chichu, but catching this in theory and at least in practice too. Trent does get that kill, so Kang down as a 4 versus 4. Spike. Re-exploration in through Garage. Chichu, 40 health, will be dropped. He's looking to put the squeeze of the rest of his team onto these players here. Icy still comes up with one just before the trade, but they're missing these timings onto one another.
By Simon ko zyada kar raha hai.
G2 got to try and hold this one back here. Util in the back pocket. Simon's got that fault line. It's going to be let loose along with the paranoia in through the back. Valen could not stand a chance against it. And you know where the last is. Jonah P is no more. Another pistol around here for EDG. Highlighting the ideas that they had coming into this map. They look well drilled on Haven. That's why it's that scary, tumultuous territory here for G2. It's a map that they haven't looked too hard. They've had to experiment. They've had to run different compositions, at least here and now. But for EDG, you're going to start to see a lot more of that, I think.
You note as well that Jonah P uses his orb to place that over towards spawn and make the retake very difficult. Where did EDG come from? From the flank, from Garage. Only Chishu, the only player coming from spawn. All of the others were on the flank. EDG know how to play against this composition. That they're comfortable playing against Viper comps.
Just saying.
Smoggy potentially going to be tested here.
Heavy cuteness.
It's just G2 feigning like they are. They want to grab an orb, see if they can pull a few players out of position, maybe get a kill. Meanwhile, lobby control. Nobody's holding onto the drone like, do I use it? What's going on?
Playing aggressively like this is really, really strong against this Viper wall. It's aggressive. It can be punished in other ways.
Just bonkers, though. I mean, going for the flash re-clear.
Wow.
And the crossfire's already been set up, and it's a gun given away, but Leafy's got his back wide open, so Simon will happily take that time in against him.
Leaf ko kaise read mein
is good too, and through the back, Icy's trying to TP and make a play happen, but it's a second one now. Crewed up here for EDG. Not too much damage and danger into it. It still keeps 3 of these players intact. With at least a few of the guns.
They're doing fine, though. There was 2 players that didn't even buy into that round, so they kept all 3 pieces of weaponry. They're doing fine. EDG's bonus is going to be very potent. And we've yet to really see G2 a good opportunity to get in. That goes there. It is going to be tough for Icy to get into position. Paperthin made the comparison to Fnatic's composition. But Fnatic's comp, the Yoru makes space for an ISO. That doesn't exist here. Someone else on G2 has got to step up. Probably Valen going in and trading these out.
Forward trip kon dalta hai.
The soundbait here out towards A lobby.
Still making it feel like it's only nobody home on A.
That fault line still being held by Simon.
Free mein tutega. Yep.
A little bit of mid-rounder, make sure to break some of this util. Drone forwards and through B. It's going to be dealt with here. barely down into the minute mark.
It's good defaulting.
Oh, Simon, what are you going for here? You silly Billy. Dropped, man. He's taking a risk to try and get that mid-round information. Stun connects, but leaves covering over the shoulder. All it takes is a few bullets to drop down Kang.
That is an enormous risk. Just a hard read that G2 were going back and going into an A exec.
Smoggy barely spotting the shoulder on either side here. He is the one in danger. So at the end of the day, you got to take risks. It's a good paranoia. Doesn't connect with too many more of them as well. They want to make a good go of things here, but Trent's going to be swinging this with the might of the rest of his team, and then you put the stop to any sort of bonus round aggression.
That's a lot of economic damage done towards the end there. I mean, considering the way that this started with G2 fully in control, map control all over the place, breaking all of the Cypher utility, like very good slow defaulting, the thing that you come to expect from G2. And it baits out that push from Simon, which was absolutely ill-advised. Considering that's how the round began, the fact that they've done serious damage to the economy.
It's not too bad.
Light armor on 3, Bulldogs on 2.
Last game Smoggy bhai maar rahe the, ek game Chichu bhai maar rahe.
In the end, results-wise for EDG.
Probably going to be seeing more of the same here from G2. Real cautious at the beginning.
भाई लोग बहुत aggressive खेल रहे भाई.
Fully disrespecting A lobby, just walking all the way up. Now they hear the Euro all popped up, and G2, he wants nothing to do with it. Orb over the top as well. It's just straight from the lineup, but EDG player is going to be trying to evacuate into the arms of Leaf. Already sucked up position in through garage here. They hear the footsteps as well. EDG just crossed up. Nobody not expecting like Leaf could already have repositioned there. Fake into the TP. Kang. Going to be setting his eyes there for long, but not also going to be winning out the fight. He's going to be dropped.
Map 3, chalo.
And at this point, with just Simon and Smoggy left alive,
Map 3,
forced to save these rifles.
Simon's petrified. He thinks that Leaf is going to be coming around behind him. In his head there, Leaf was just pushing out garage, and Leaf is going to be popping out of, window or pushing around behind him. He thinks he's fully stuck in that spot. Now, obviously, we can tell that Leaf had decided not to take that particular snack and had gone off in a different direction to make sure that the post plant was secure in other areas. But yeah, EDG getting a little stressed out in these final 2 rounds with the correct ways to respond to things. It was a beautiful insert though from Valens calling to get Leaf into that garage.
Chat like karo, baat
that was lovely.
Like karo chat.
But what we've seen from EDG in China is that they enjoyed flood defending on C. And that means that Chishu, Smoggy would hold their ground on C, anchor the site, and other people would come in to reinforce that. Now, I think one of the reasons that they are feeling like they can't
भाई Euro World is equal to free win ऐसा लगता है ये लोग के
very
lobbies में.
late into the round, because they can never
यो
be
ult में ना
sure
सीधा
that A is
retake के लिए
clear.
चले जाते हैं.
You watch the way that EDG defend on the A site, they're holding the fault line, they're holding the stuns, they're not actually going for early round flushing out A lobby.
Valens walked straight past. There's no TP necessary. Nobody punished for the hubris. Yes, it is these weaker weapons in the hands of these EDG players, and they want to try and make usage of them, but to their own dismay.
G2 का team heavy है bro.
Time to jump.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money as well, talking about that kind of push and pull from EDG, where the defense on
लेकिन एक चीज अच्छा हुआ पता अच्छी कांड एक चीज अच्छा हुआ कि
looking to do some damage.
एक और राउंड में मालूम पड़ा कि वो भी हो सकता है.
Yeah, it's not necessarily weak, it's slow. I think that's the biggest issue that EDG are currently having.
The good side
in
वो
an
है.
ideal world, they would want to flush out A lobby, clear it out, and then get back to doing what they're doing on the rest of the map.
G2 just going to be looking to get some players out alive, although Leaf might want to go hunting. 2 away from a pretty big ult. He's the one watching the flank though, and money is booming, so don't really have to worry too much about losing some of these guns. Taking a jiggle, Simon spotted, taken out. And comes last one left, right through the wall.
Clean.
And to add some additional context, the G2's
ये इतना aggressive क्यों कर रहे हैं? ये लोग बहुत
we haven't
खेलते
seen
हैं
it very
aggressive.
much this year.
No.
We've only seen it twice, I believe. Both times playing this over Breach Comp, which was a surprise to us. Because when G2 were playing in Tier 2 under the guard, they were known for pushing forward this Viper Omen composition and really selling new ideas and ways of playing it. I believe they invented this version of the Viper wall as well.
Leaf का भी आ जाएगा ये
one
round.
that goes over towards the A spawn connector. A lot of other teams stealing their ideas, loving the way that Jonapi and Valen were playing on this map.
You're already seeing the difficulties for EDG to get a handle on that A lobby control. Unless they fully commit with bodies and a bit of utility to clear it out early. The Viper wall.
Nobody needs to be using his drone from short to clear out that area while someone else jiggle spots A long. This is a mistake I think that a lot of people make against this Viper. Certainly one the Sentinels made when they were playing.
A couple of ults to be used, misused by EDG. They've got a lot in their back pocket. See the tap of the orb, that was the intent of it, to see if they had those protocols to...
Both flashes have been used already on A, just to re-clear for information. And there are still 3 players deeply committed to the A site of 50 seconds on the clock. They're not ready to flood defend into B right now. Now they're starting to get a move on. Now they're starting to get here.
Bolt line's good. Aftershock even better. They'll be able to get themselves out of there with the util. Yes, at least. Now the rolling thunder clears it, but it's an open and empty side at the end of the day. Can. It's like tap. That's the first wave of things, which happens to be the bullets. Snake bite, lay it out on top. All alongside it. All grouped up. Needs to be an extra element here from EDG if they want to try and navigate this spot and situation. It's a drone out and through. It's going to get that tag onto Valen. Going to be util used to clear him out here. Wall blocking the way, but holding it down out through garage and whipping the rifle around, spraying. Not quite praying. It was all quite precise at the end of the day here for G2, but very well organized and navigated. As I said prior, I mean, a lot of ults to try and deal with and get through there to even get themselves into a plan position.
And they didn't bait any of them out. I mean, in terms of the post-plan ultimates, the ultimates that G2 had in their back pocket to make that post-plan a checkmate situation, they didn't even have to use them. Specifically the Hunter's Fury, but Leaf with the kills even got his lockdown online. That's going to be another amazing one to add to the arsenal. So, tag timeout called here by EDG.
Good timeout.
They've got to figure out how to stop the rock, because this is now 4 rounds in a row, likely 5 in a row, and they've used that breach ult. There wasn't really a push down mid there going on. There haven't been any opportunities for them to push up aggressively on C or A. They tried once to get Nobody and Kang on a deeper line in A lobby, but when that didn't work and the flank didn't pay off, it seems like they've been disinclined to go for it again. And unfortunately, what that means is G2 have just got their run of the map. Right now, it's almost like there's no defense for the first minute of the round as long as they don't go into a site. They can go garage, they can go down short, they can go up. They're not getting contested.
No. Free reign to just break all the util laid out across the map here. Chichu's trips, there's no playoff most of the time when they're getting broken.
He must be having a nightmare as well. He keeps buying all of this utility and then it just gets broken.
Yeah. Within the first 40 seconds, G2 just taking their time with that one. And this entire comp of EDG, it really relies, I think, on either following those cues or knowing exactly where the hits are coming through. So they can either flood defend, help some anchoring players, but when it's getting slow to crawl by G2, they're forced to spread their players out, and you can't really play to the advantages of the composition. Here's bit of a push, looking like they're trying to feign, like they're fighting over A lobby, at least with the early stun, and Kang is immediately getting the hell out of there. But it's just a cheeky play. Throw out there when your money's a little bit weaker.
At least this time, though, they also have Nobody posted up with a Marshal, so this is going to allow them to rotate other people off. You know, this line that he's on is going to allow the defenders to stack more over towards C rather than keeping those 3 cemented on A. This is the kind of thing they could maybe try to add into their rifle rounds.
Oh, Valen, oh my, nobody's catching the contact. I also heard the ult popped off into the background. That's Kang using it, but already understands that the rotations have to be coming through fast at it. Nobody's going to need some help now. He's going to be swarmed into this short position. Ult's still there, but it's going to be running short. Kills need to be found from it. The stun is almost perfect. Yes, indeed it is. There's that util we're talking about. We've got spades of it to try and refight those areas, and what a time to do it. And Trent, oh my, 30 seconds left into the round. Surely he can't do it in a 1v3. Spike hard committed into the middle of nowhere. EDG's eye set on it.
EDG.
Too little time on the clock, surely.
Yeah, no, there's no way. Unless there's a weakness that pops up here for EDG, but they just catch it. The contact is sneaking around. So there's a thrifty win to put them onto the board.
And that's what EDG have been looking for.
साला timeout लेते जीत गए
Is
बे.
that setup between getting aggressive on people as they're executing with some reach util. That couldn't have been better from Simon. The players are just stunned up, unable to do a thing. Valen's the only one that could have bailed them out of that situation. And he whiffed and also had Leaf jumping around in his face. Couldn't even see the player that he was shooting at, really.
Ult was crazy. By Brits ने shot stun नहीं दिया क्योंकि
bump in the road there for G2, but if they get right back on things here with like a Euro overall kind of combo, then they won't be too worried about dropping it. Kang looks to disrupt.
Just holding time as well, but that turret's going to be dropped down. Kang, you are right into the middle of nowhere, using both the glides, but he just cannot escape from the fight that G2 were just squaring up to.
He knows he has to get aggressive in that spot though, because if you just let G2 fight, that ult combo is going to be deadly.
That's all occurring in the first 30 seconds. Nobody now will be using that drone to clear up and through into short. Don't believe it's spotted onto IC. EDG's defensive setup again has to scatter.
Breach का वो चाहिए था aftershock लेकिन
it's going to be spread thin. Nobody getting that tag as well, and you're going to be hearing that Euro popped off now. Corners are cleared by IC. Nobody going for again that re-exploration. The risky play does not pay off for him.
EDG will go for it just to, you know, poke, prod, see if they can get a pick. But if they can't, this is looking like a save round already. But
Simon's missed.
With a couple kills, with 1 or 2, suddenly it becomes worth going for.
Especially with the damage done to Trent already. Simon's got, again, that util ready. Valen, though, holding the paranoia. It's going to be using this one pound for pound, unless you have a plan around it. There's the blind and there's the smoke. Already down and out here. Time is going to start to tick here for EDG. Smoggy waiting for his win con to try and play himself into this spot. Blinded, that matters not, at least for G2. Got that discipline, making sure to play together as a pack.
And it only hurts the economy there of Simon. I mean, he's the player with 250 credits that might be feeling the squeeze a little bit. The others might be able to scrap together a buy. We'll see what decision they end up coming to. But yeah, that's the reason that Kang goes so aggressive at the start of the round. If you allow G2 to get into a spot, they're just going to Euro roll. If the Euro spots somebody on site, they can solve roll afterwards. Very difficult to dodge that. Lockdown also to try to open up sites. They've just built up such big ult combos that they can use here to try to close out this half. We're in round 9 already. And EDG have actually ended up going for a half buy. They chose not to force.
The economy's gone a bit skew with.
That was the danger of committing to the retake. That's why I said it might have just been a save round, but they were baited into going for it after that pick on Leaf in mid.
So वो ulti crucial हो सकते हैं round.
Smoggy's going to be priming the paranoia. Kang with deep control out towards C as well. There's a lot of information to give the rest of EDG, knowing that G2 are just sitting pretty. Or potentially giving up most of mid control. Thrown out. Used pound for pound again. Broken, taken out. Smoggy still holding, spammed, expected. Heads up play by G2. And they don't overcommit into it. Instead, walking over. Kang's at an off angle. All he needs is the one kill, but running way ahead of it. It's a flash, or at least a stun, at least to play himself out. And he's done so with perfection. Nobody right from behind as well, making sure that this is really putting the squeeze down. That's ludicrous.
EDG and winning thrifty rounds. Iconic.
भाई क्या है ये?
I am loving these fault lines from Simon. Oh my god, they're coming from Narnia.
He's cooking
straight out the wardrobe. I mean, he is miles away when he's throwing these. Take a look at this.
Yeah.
Have a look at the minimap and see where he is. He's on B,
and he's throwing that one out.
He's
to make sure that nobody can swing off of Trent.
Yeah. There's no. Trent jumps through there. And his movement indicates somebody on G2 is supposed to trade that out. They can't, they're stunned. Beautiful moment from Simon with his supportive utility. It won't really show in the stats, but you can see it here.
Thirsty.
It's been a number of rounds now since Leaf has had this lockdown online. They could have tried to build a round, trying to get it into a position, you know, deep down short, tuck it into Bunny. But instead he's been covering the flank.
Never really in a position to use it. Might be getting challenged soon.
Yeah, that flank coverage may be coming through in this round.
No one's watching this.
कैसे देखेगा क्यों करेंगे वो लोग
take point and contact from it. The players have already pushed up from G2 straight into mid with the drone. Again, they are none the wiser. 3 players now. Kang leading the charge as the spearhead for the team and striking right where it hurts. It's G2. You're going to be left reeling and you have to pivot. You have to hard react now into the A site. It's the only option open. Already they've got these kill trip setups and Smoggy's already repositioned. The reinforcements have arrived at that. And ult committed up onto the high ground. This is an awkward position for G2 to be into. Jonapy with a plan, but he's pushed back and away from it with the damage done onto all of them. And already tacked up, a kill to be claimed. Jonapy
2v4.
dropped. Valen is right there, Adam. Kang going to be found. Simon's right from behind. Again putting the squeeze. And just not expecting it.
Oh my god.
EDG are coming out with some brilliant, unexpected moves to turn the tide of this map completely. The rounds that they've won have not been based off having some immaculate defense. It's been based off putting people in unexpected positions. Kang tucks down into a spot. Simon stuns off the back of it. This round, they get a triple push coming out of C. They're finding the gaps in G2's expectations.
ऐसा लग रहा है उनके साथ G2 plays ही हो रहा है ना?
Literal
Triple flank सबसे ज़्यादा G2 ही करता है.
About that round, slipping in behind Leaf. A timeout call for G2.
अभी timeout का क्या
I think they
फायदा?
could have been fast playing some of these ults. At this point, I mean, you're not going to get them back in the half.
No.
Right? So it comes down to finding the right moment for them. But
14th को है.
You got them so early on, you're basically going to get 1 ult per half at this point.
Yeah. Are you going to really be able to find moments to use Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and Viper's Pit all in one round?
Yeah.
Probably not. That's why I was advocating for using them in round 9, round 10.
अगर किसका पिक में 100% आएगा, वो पक्का future से ये bait हो सकता है. Find out कौन future से है अपने बीच में.
But still with a nice comeback here to even things up. G2 with a scrappy buy, but they are going to force.
Okay. In the danger zone potentially, but there's only 2 rounds left to play for in this first half.
The Guardian and the ball.
G2 के दिमाग का MC पीछे करते G2 का तो पता नहीं, लेकिन triple flank BT Killjoy का हो गया रे.
As you mentioned, they haven't gone quick into really any of these rounds. Could be trying offset against the conditioning that they've been laying down, which is that slow play, but maybe that will get read by EDG.
If they do increase the tempo, he's on the wrong side of the map. But no, G2 decide.
Yeah,
play this one pretty similarly to the rest of their rounds. Slowly. There's that alarm bot over towards C. Not sure what happened with the alarm bot in the previous round. I wasn't paying attention to it. So that's going to stop any kind of push now from happening.
Through spots outmost. It's the trip here for the defensive setup. Kang's at the up though. Great line of sight. Good awareness though from G2, already jump spotting this one with the smoke in their face to try and feign like they're crossed up here. But a lockdown's not going to be stretching into the back section of this C site. Kang will be able to hold his ground, stand it down. Hunter's Fury now into the corner. That is a nice set play. Haven't seen that one in quite some time. Reminiscent of EG on Fracture back in the day. Actually, we'll be able to get that plant down as a result of that one. So baiting him in, but he hadn't cleared Smoggy, but the trade is intact. And there, Valen rewarded with it. That patience that's being played with the pit. Drop down into the back. Juju's desperately hunting for the neural theft. He does get it off and stays alive. What can EDG do with that information? Stun into the corner again. Global util, it's been good. Trent is basically dead to rights. Indeed, cleaned up just from that utility time. Might start to become a problem. Spike's ticking away. Chichu with another one. It's still up though. Gotta worry about this one.
It's not planted for the pit.
Yeah, it's playing out wide here to tap. He knows he's not playing onto the contact. Jonah P is going to be weaving in and out. Still going to be coverage. There, he jumps around the corner, but it's Diamond who saves the bloody day. Oh!
Naseeb.
Oh, time getting away. 0.36.
That's a ridiculous situation because there wasn't a player on G2 there that really slowed that down. EDG probably could have played that half a second quicker and still had the same result.
You
know, Valen maybe slows things down just a slight amount, but it's all just based on when Chichu gets on that defuse.
Oh, it's a heartbreak.
He wasn't quite there early enough. Final round of the half. Feels like EDG could have had that one in the bag. Simon with a big breach ult risks his life slightly.
trying to set Kang into the appropriate spot. I see. Spam down into the corner here. Smoggy, though, is going to be going down. And we'll not leave that one uncontested. Nobody. Steep tucked. Paranoia is going to be dodging. But at least with the draw away. Backstabs in play. Kang with all that positioning. 6-6. That is an explosive finish to the first half of Haven.
And one more situation where EDG find the gap. Bait them into a big fight, walk down mid. Kang is right there for the backstab. It looked like G2 had all of their pieces brilliantly set up throughout this half. And yeah, EDG have still responded.
Salvaged it, man, just from the scraps as well. Forged the path to 6-6, and still, you got to think it's anyone's game.
भाई मस्त प्लेयर है बे साइमन रेड वेलिया मैं बड़ा होके सिंगर बनूंगा चैट लेट्स गो 6K लाइक्स करते हैं जाने से पहले क्या हो गया एक तरफ हैवी गेम प्ले एक तरफ सॉन्ग्स क्या ये ऐसे लग रहा है दोनों कान में मच्छर है लगता है आज रेस्ट में मिलेगा रेस्ट तो है ही नहीं मेरी लाइफ में Just saying it's just from playing the game in 2 years Chinese team हाँ ना ए बे रीजन तो है
6-6 finish here. I mean, this is looking like G2 were in complete control.
आपको move use करके
it was only EDG grabbing that pistol round, but
cover करना चाहिए क्योंकि move
and a string of rounds that really followed as well, just from that
डाला
lack
तो
of
spray
respect that EDG was showing.
इसी जली जितनी गांड नहीं जलती
That's what paled them out, you know. That's
खेल लगा तो मैं
they got them going up to that 6-6 half now, heading into the second half of Haven. And expectations again, kind of a skew whiffed. EDG, what we do know about this team is that their execs are nasty good, very well drilled and tempered, and they're going to be putting that pressure and
2 days free upset ये कौन सा वैलेंट चल रहा है पता नहीं यार मैं तो जिसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ वो लोग जीत रहे हैं so I don't give no fucks
different way to the way that they were winning in China and I think that's a sign of a team that's doing well on the global stage where you're able to take not just your strengths that were getting you across the line against the Chinese teams but being able to adapt to what's put in front of you, realizing if we just fight these guys straight up, we're losing the macro game. And realizing that you need to take risks, find those moments to push on defense, to get yourselves tucked into one and dones and then bailing yourselves out. All of those plays that were crafted, probably on the fly, worked out really, really nicely. I think the pressure is all on G2 here, all on them. And that might seem a little unusual if you're not familiar with Valorant because, you know, G2 are not the top seed coming out from Americas, but they did very well in China. They felt like they choked the finals in Americas. They felt like they should have been lifting that trophy. And historically, the Chinese teams have just never really been able to crack the big time, save one, which was EDG at Tokyo. And they're barreling down A-Long, looking to put on a performance like that again.
Right check hoega.
Win over G2 would certainly set that kind of tempo and pace forward. It's going to be util used. Responded by G2 to try and push back this long aggression.
A bit of a team flash there.
Yeah.
I think it was a good sign.
Might just save G2 a little from that opening exec. They still have Paranoia. That didn't even get baited out.
Bunks by like मैं Valorant की तरफ हूँ.
5 seconds until the fault line comes back.
Valorant is OPA.
So the timing's been weighted out, so EDG do have that util now to make another go with it. The smoke in short is causing problems. Kang's just going to just walking straight through it. No util to clear. He's lucky again to be alive. There was no damage really. Lay it down onto him here. There's 45 seconds left. Again the dart at their backs. Recon going to be broken, still lighting them up and up, and the crossfire setups are definitely enough. G2 Much didn't get rooted away from this spot. Trent delivers a 4-piece to set the stage here in the second half.
Fantastic paranoia as well from Valen. Didn't get baited out with that first wave of utility because of the discoordination between Simon and Kankan. So then when it's available towards the end, blinds everyone that could have followed up, and Kankan gets chopped down by that crossfire. Valen and Trent there, really nicely able to catch the duelist. Everyone else also is basically swinging through this Viper's Orb.
Gun round में लेकिन गाफ लगेगा क्यों लोग execute अच्छा था.
Flood defend for A.
Reconstruction सब अच्छा था.
Also, we haven't seen G2 play with Viper in a long time, so hard to know if this is standard or a specific read into how EDG exec.
There's a lot of unknowns. We'll be learning alongside everybody at home.
Their flood defense strat looks like it's going to be over towards C, as a lot of people do. Most teams are going to be running that. Throw a smoke over, get the Viper wall up, and you can reinforce Leaf's position.
Dekha.
Kang not willing to reveal the fact that he's holding on to the Marshal. Now an attempt over towards the C side. The util is always going to be good for it. I mentioned how good EDG's execs are, but they don't really have the weapons for it, so it'll have to be util to try and save the day. Leaf picks up an over, realizing he wasn't favored. Going to be backing away, and a pause is caught at just the right time. Refighting into the back of the site.
Hold the
G2 anything. It's cleaned up.
G2 hold the
down by Jonah P himself.
Nobody saving in that round though.
Hold the heavy.
Up. A lot of respect being shown for EDG.
अभी मेरे को shout out मिलेगा chat. Are you guys ready?
No vandals, no phantoms to carry forward. So this is light weaponry that G2 are coming into their bonus round with.
Why do
it's good though to play scrapple inside smokes.
Excuse me?
So that's something that EDG are going to have to watch out for and dodge here. And EDG would love to get off on the right foot. Losing this round might make Haven an impossibility.
I might just send them spiraling. Flash through into mid, couple of stray shots.
No shot out. Bonus से तो क्या हो गया? वो लोग hold देखो ना क्या कर रहे हैं.
Overall though, nice and slow. Drone timing, I believe, missed there by Trent. He's not going to be able to see too much information, and a shot whiffed by Icy. Looking to get posted back up onto that one. Trent is going to be under so much pressure once more here with a drone into his face. He's going to try and take a timing past it. He's way ahead of it. Question is, does he come up with any results as well? The fuel timing, it's got to be calmed. Aftershock through into the back as well as the dart. He doesn't reveal it. Bulldog spray is laboured at that, but at least he claims the kill. What a trade down. Snakebite up and over the top as well, only applying a slight amount of vulnerability as he attempts to play and swing off of that. EDG are ready, they hold down the rifles.
अच्छा तो है यार.
Nice attempt by Trent in that round. Really needed his aim to be a bit cleaner to pick up two if there was any chance of making this.
फिर भी वो right वाला दिख रहा था तो two मारना थोड़ा difficult था.
They're happy to do a two-wave exec.
Recon late आता था जो कि आया नहीं.
Viper Orb, sorry.
तो शायद वो left वाले को दो मार.
If they're gonna sit there, drone and then execute afterwards, I thought he teleported straight into the.
मेरे को भी लगा बे.
There's a chance.
Yeah, if they're gonna do that kind of play, it's gonna give G2 a lot of time to set up flanks, to rotate over and reinforce the A site.
It's Valen looking to do some damage.
That's good.
Heavy damage ये तो.
Good damage. Smoggy has to rebuy armor.
ये तो nice bonus कर दिया लोग ने.
You see the late reaction on Trent. They were so confident that that drone had cleared his position. Really caught them on guard there.
Yeah.
Icy is gonna pick up the operator. Saw it in a couple rounds from
One guy
Kankan,
is जिस team को support कर रहा है उसे opposite team की तारीफ करो. नहीं.
See if Icy can make the difference.
ये actual में ये map G2 बहुत clean खेल रहा है.
Super good with an op.
Bonus भी अच्छा गया है.
Dodging the phone line, misses the shot though, and the gate crash is not good.
अभी भी lead पे है.
Delayed as he's trying to activate it. Kang will punish. Steps up to that challenge with a stun as well. All up in the face of G2. Makes it feel like they could have been going with a bit more pace off the backside of it. Drone in the mid-round, use the clear. Nobody's going to use it. See if you can gain any more information. Jonah P, they know that the Snakebite was dropped down, at least from the one avenue.
Nice cage, threatening like there could be alert going on. Does Jonah P buy
it?
Doesn't really seem that he does.
They're going for a reclear. I mean, as many fights are about to be occurring here. Nobody wins it out through mid. Valen going peekaboo. Rips the head off Smoggy. Backs away and plays his life. Trent as well baited
to
a one and done position in case there is that re-exploration by EDG.
If you had a stat of players
Pretty sure
Simon would be
he'd be
right
up there.
I mean, that one aimed for Valin, but catches onto Trent. Like you said, he's kind of
तब
stuck.
तक ये एलिंग पे recon भी दे
He has
सकता
to
है.
do a lot. He has to be worried about this B lurk, and he has to try to cover the C site as well. Viper's down, so Jonah P can't pop that wall up and try to help them flood defend in here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And Leaf's getting squeezed.
He really is. Right from the sides. And the damage done. I mean, listen, Kang was
फिर
almost
भी
alone
Kang
taking that
लड़ा
fight,
ऐसे
but he
नहीं कि
would have
मेरे
had
लिए
back at the end of
रुको.
the day anyway.
मैं मार दूंगा.
plant.
फिर भी लड़ा सबसे पहले Kang की.
The tail between their legs there, going to be going all the way away. They want to save this operator.
You certainly don't want that one to fall into enemy hands.
Yeah.
Op है.
Making that donation over to
अभी भी जीत तो सकते G2 easy.
Probably a pretty large mistake. Who knows? Maybe they wouldn't even want to play with it on the attack side as a Neon, but Kang does love to attack up. I think this round was fairly chalked right from the beginning when Icy fails his shot. Kang immediately punishes.
Race Esports and now EDG. EDG तो strong है. Race थोड़ा out of the box आया.
By going and saving it. He's got to be hitting. With Yoru,
Race कहाँ से आया
yes,
ऐसे
you can
suddenly
get
पता
out, but
नहीं.
normally that saves you from the trade, not if you miss the first shot.
Exactly. This time China champion क्या लगता है ना?
Looks like it just skimmed.
Direct सारे lower brackets sir.
And this one's a particularly weird one because G2 are not going to be able to buy up around their weapons that they just saved. The economy on the others is too poor for it, really. I mean, they could scrap together bulldogs if
real
they
rough, though.
wanted to.
I mean, you don't really ever want to be doing that, put in a position to force up around the operator.
Yeah, and
Because
G2, they're going to take attack timeout, and I think half of it is going to be just discussing whether or not they want to commit here. If you take the commitment and you're
Indian
in
teams
a
ऐसा कभी
disadvantage
खेलेगी
because of
September
the
में.
economy, and then you lose, and then it's 9-8, and then you're on an eco, so it's 10-8.
And you're still holding on to the operator for some reason.
Yeah, it's a big...
Cash him like कर दो. We are close to 6k likes.
It could well define the map for them. You know, if they win, they're just in it. If they lose...
बस मैं left bar ने lower bracket.
These last couple rounds for
Race
EDG have been absolutely
number
vital
1 seed.
to re-establishing their position in this map.
कैसे वे कैसे fourth पे रखा था उनको मैंने fourth.
They maintain that composure up to 8-8 here. Second map of Haven, already up 1 here for EDG. So at this point, it's all about putting that slam dunk finish onto the series. With another upset. Can't get enough of them here. Champs
Music की तो
2024.
खोद दिए लोग ने.
G2 have made the decision not to invest. Trent's only bringing a classic into the round.
IC का एकदम तड़कता भड़कता ऑप्शन चाहिए.
So I'm going to be happy for that one now. He's going to be one away towards the Rolling Thunder. Big tool to use. So I'm going to get this one online as well. And you're going to be thinking, favored to at least get the plant or a couple of kills into this.
retake कर रहे क्या?
Weaponry being so low. The danger has to come from Icy or Valorant.
They haven't particularly tested this C defense. I mean, they've been over there once or twice, but we haven't seen what the G2 flood defend on C looks like. They're actually running into a similar defensive problem as EDG were, where they're keeping 3 players deep into the rounds. I mean, look at them right now. They don't have too much info, deep down long, that kind of thing. So you've just got no ability to pivot your players over and defend against this exec. This is just absolute free real estate for EDG.
Kang's the one who steps forwards. Taking a challenge into the smoke. Flashes won't connect. And again, playing a retake without any rifles, really, other than just Valen and the impossibility for G2. That's the position they're going to be forced into. Choosing whether or not to even make a go of this. Up and around as well. Baiting with the bodies, seeing if they can set up any sort of kills, but everybody falls. Flawless here for EDG. Op doesn't survive.
खत्म कर दिया bro.
Kang getting a glimpse of that trophy that he's hunting for.
Are you going to stream third map also, obviously?
So G2 forced to go into the next without the op. Maybe it's going to be a good idea for them. because it hasn't found them too much value in the couple rounds that they've been running it. But this one wasn't really a fair one to judge. He had no chance.
आराम से let's go.
It's so
Let's
hyped
go.
up. You can
मैं
feel
EDG
the
को
fact that
support
if they
कर रहा हूँ,
win
लेकिन
one more
ये
big
map
rifle
100%
round right
जीतू
here,
का है.
they've got G2 on the ropes.
A massive amount of pings over towards the C site. Valen is going to be tested potentially here from the exec. He sprays down a couple of bullets. No kill inside, just contact plays, but a dart going to be short of the mark there, shy of it. All up once more, EDG.
They've seen Valen over towards C. Now, he was previously playing A a lot, so that might make them think, okay, let's not go into C. It looks like it's reinforced fairly heavily. Perhaps we can take another avenue here, a different approach. And the breach ult, as that tool in their back pocket, may end up being a fantastic asset.
Jump from nobody. Nothing else past this point. Looking to fake this presence. They're all in front of it, cuts it up as well, but already deep down C, G2 have taken that space, and they're going to know and be fully aware that there's really nothing else behind this one. So the call is made. They realize it, the slow crawl all the way over towards the A side. EDG think they've sold them an absolute blinder.
What a timing for Icy and Jonah P to be re-clearing C. They are still going to be forced to retake, however. Can Trent ult to deny this plan?
Nobody sticking it. It's a little bit delayed and late here. The Hunter's Fury, yeah, it's not going to be connecting. Kankang's going walkabouts. Played in right off the back of it. Their own ult as well, potentially obfuscating most of it. It's going to have to be held. Icy, no way past it. Has to break the trip now. It's alerted him to his presence. Locked down by Smoggy.
blind
taken, but the rest of G2 is being just again plucked out of the prettiest picture. Still going to be trying to win out these fights. Held over the shoulder. Down to that 2 versus 2. Kankang ult in hand. Lets it rip, but again his head's on a swivel. Trent!
He's pulled out of nowhere! I mean, I had no concept that those players were even lined up.
Fuck?
I assumed they were lined up. Has he just hit a crazy spray transfer?
Gotta see it in a replay. There's no world in which G2 should be winning that.
And they needed that. A round loss there absolutely decimated their economy. They needed this more than any round they've had on Haven. Wasn't a full lineup. That took some serious skill to pull off. Fast reactions.
That's right, it's actually insane, Jacob.
Light-hearted by the sound of things on G2, but they just got away with murder.
Yeah, they're taking the entire map in their stride, despite the fact that it's not quite elimination, but it's a game that will knock them off their feet. Here's a Hunter's Fury to supplement this play as well. Lighten up Trent.
It's another round where G2, if they lose, their economy's broken. They are not out of the woods yet.
Neural to try and potentially play this one into the retake. The Neural theft spots out most of the players. They know that the flank isn't really a threat right now. G2 playing this one in almost entirely together. A lot of util to be used here. Neural already popped off. Blind with the paranoia, up into the corner, spraying away. They know the positions of these players as well. They have to collect it all together. Jonah P up onto the high ground, not enough to collect it, drop down! Straight down! Simon! The players are delivered right to his bloody lap.
Perfect response for what Trent just did in the previous round.
Holy!
Hitting a similar level of spray down. G2, no answers, no economy. I love the increase of pace as well. You look at the way that G2 are defending on the A side. They've got that Viper Orb that needs to come up. They need Valen's Paranoia in that spot. EDG just caught them with only a single player looking to defend. Trent was the only one home. EDG should be favored to get up to 11 here, and that is within touching distance of securing this match. And going to playoffs, the only #1 seed that would have managed that so far.
One that was least expected.
From inarguably the weakest region, and I don't mean that as a knock on China, just historically, trophies gained, depth in tournaments, China hasn't been there yet. But that yet is doing a ton of heavy lifting here at Champs.
The tide might be changing. EDG are grouped up here, contacting most of the way forward.
10 साल तक यही जीतेंगे फिर हम क्या करें?
Taking a gamble of their own on a Eco. It's a stack of players. Could present some danger, especially with EDG just Making sure to walk all the way, most of the way through this one. Spotting the contact here. And now, Dart not going to be dealt with. Lighten them up. Cutting it up into the cross. Fire setup with the smokes finally blooming and blossoming. And Icy going to flash himself in. Play, but this is EDG up to 11.
G2 are going to have to make an adjustment to reinforce this A side. It's been such a glaring weakness in their defense now.
Every
पागल हो गया क्या आत्मा जा रहा है सोच के ही
Leaf is one away from getting locked down. Trent is a couple away from a Hunter's Fury. These kind of ults can really reinforce an A site. They work for plant denial, they work for a retake potential as well. But they're going to get them online by dying, really.
Simon तो मस्ती तो है काफी.
Way for the end of your map to look. No. EDG, like I said, touching distance now.
2 round. ये round जीता
As
तो
we mentioned right at the beginning of this
ये
series,
round अगर EDG जीता
they were the top dogs in China for quite
next
some
round
time
Kang
regionally, but they've been overshadowed a lot. Pushed to the brink by their own region.
Weak by होगा वो
Just that
अलग.
as well, they've been watching some of the other teams at this very event, even just earlier today, overshadow them. But EDG not willing to go down quietly. They want to show the strength of their region, the strength of their team, the improvements that have been made. I'm dead impressed. The pace and tempo. Turned up, increased off the back of it. Ult, not committed, in fact, just broken. Kang trying to play himself in. It's doubled up. Movement slightly ajar, enough to just offset all of it. Fires into the corner. Hunter's Fury again to supplement and push back EDG away from this C site.
G2 are using huge amounts of ultimates here, but it is getting them the value.
C की छोड़ा लेके.
G2 are looking to re-clear over towards Garage.
Spike was picked up. G2's got it now.
Does he realize he's back? He's got enemies there.
Silent drop down Leaf. He nails it. Chichu drops, so does the spike. Nobody going for another reclamation. No, my goodness. Smoggy
Lol.
can only do so much into this spot.
OT जा सकता है.
Got the time to work with, but unfortunately, insurmountable odds. And it's all set against them here. G2 will not go down themselves.
मैंने नहीं बोला था ये.
That was a good setup. They had Viper's Pit over towards A, reinforcing that site that has been a weakness for them. They deal with Kankan by doubling up, break that Omen ultimate. They've even got the Solver ult that comes through, denying a Garage split. Everything there worked the way that G2 would have thought it up.
Cute.
But now they don't have the Hunter's Fury. Now they don't have the Pit to reinforce the A site.
Crucial
Now it
round जीत
becomes
गए. OT
incredibly
जा सकता है.
important that we see a change around in the defensive setup for G2.
वही तो बोला था मैंने.
The A site has been a
All part
massive
of the
weakness.
plan.
EDG are going to try to exploit that. Or fake that they're going to try to exploit that. 3 players cemented in place for G2 on A. And Icy incentivized to go for the push down C.
And this is ballsy. Yes, he has the gate crash, but he's taking this fight almost alone. Nobody. He's droned up and right ahead of it. Nobody.
Free kill, baby.
Burst it down, beam down. Where's the follow-up and through? It's up through Garage. And Kang
जीत गया.
will be dropped.
अब
Leaf
कोई नहीं
making
रोक
sure to
सकता.
shore
ना.
up those defenses with the reinforcements.
अब कोई नहीं रोक सकता. ना ये
Potential holds here into the setup and Chichu.
तुम लोग
Come on,
move
Chichu,
जा
come
ये
on.
सोच सकते थे. ये जीत.
Come on, Chichu.
Very safe positioning there from Icy and Leaf. They don't want to get caught out. They're happy to give the C site over. They've got lockdown for the retake. As long as Leaf doesn't die right now.
Why not play like that? It's a 3v5. Don't give away any unnecessary advantages. Fault line. Push into the spawn. Smoggy wants to go with things, but it did not connect. Not onto Icy, not this time. Simon with the plant. Stuck in place. Chichu's still there. Pushing forwards. Aftershock as well. It's all highlighted and orchestrated like they want to try and fight this once again. And G2 are fully aware. Anti-flash. A dart into the back. A playmaking ability by Icy. Sacrificing his own body for her, but he's still the one to come up with the kill. Simon has got to do so much more. Kills are offered up towards him, but not enough in the end. G2 collect it all together, playing together with that discipline that's highlighted this team as a major strength all throughout, and they've managed to equalize it up to 11.
That A fake was such a beautiful call from EDG. And Icy's push down C long should have been punished if nobody had a single other player with him. Icy goes down in this spot, you gotta think it. And yet both of their players that were in more solo positions, Nobody and Kangkang, both fell. 11-11. Don't know what the thing is.
Voila. Animation.
I've got to imagine here, EDG are taking attack timeout.
Animation.
All set up. We could see on the minimap, all set up to go for an A hit.
OT जा रहा है ये
I would
OT
imagine
है.
it wasn't going to be another fake. Just reading into the psychology of the way that players normally play the game, if you run a fake play and it doesn't work, and the only thing that's been working for you recently is the big site execs on A, I would expect EDG to just go for it. Maybe the coach has hit the button here because he didn't like what the call was. When things are getting to crunch time.
Possibly getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, city economy, of course, there's options for EDG to adjust, but Kang does have that operator on the attack side.
लात मारा था हाँ.
As well. Not really the best tool for the job.
At the same time, it's something that EDG do very often. They will often run fast plays where Kang is opping. He's just super comfortable in those kind of spots. Is it the best way of playing the game? No. But does he still find value with it? Yeah. More often than he should, I would say.
OT में आज तक G2 नहीं आ रहा है रिकॉर्ड है. OT तो 100% जाने वाला है.
G2 to be playing in
चाहे
retake
कुछ भी करो.
positions. You look at the ult status. Attacking team has breach.
थोड़ा एनालिसिस करो भाई क्या हो रहा है बताओ हम न्यूज़ पे. सिंपल है.
Defenders to be playing
टर्न हो रही है, रिकॉन हो रही है, अंदर जाके गाप
Which means that EDG
सिंपल
might want to try to take
सिंपल
the cycle free
एनालिसिस.
and not use that breach ult. You might get some weird situations here where Simon's trying to be a bit greedy.
एक शॉट टर्न होएगा और ये जर्र करके जाएगा. चलो. कुछ नहीं हुआ.
11 to 11. Nice and cautious here by EDG. They're hoping and praying that somebody will just peek onto this A-long angle for the information. Full prey to Kang with the up. It's being jiggled, I believe, onto the other side of things. Chichu also going exploration. Garage does manage to fire a few bullets necessary. Takes out the alarm bot.
And now nobody actually has somebody with him, right? He's not going to get timinged.
All from IC. This is going to be used roughly around the minute mark. He needs that mid-round information for the rest of his team. Spotting two of these players in through mid. Pretty big tell. Exiting out. Gate crashes potentially to the other side of the map as well. So a slow and steady play by EDG. The longer this goes. Oh, Kang misses it with a shoulder peek. And the awareness is now there for G2. They do not want to offer any more chances. Shocked
सब बता दिया कि A जा रहे लेकिन C जा नहीं सकते वो लोग.
Given up with only 35 seconds. This looks like it's moving. The jump spot. Trent tempt him twice. Rolling Thunder now committed. Paranoia alongside it. Valin. He's tucked safe. Nicely inside the yard. Stunned up. Matter start. This guy's still alive and kicking here with a flash of his own as well to play into the back pocket. The rest of his team already played all the way in. Simon weaving in and out. Nowhere to play. With the spike into his hands, he just has to let the time run way out.
वो लोग का योरू का अल्ट भी यही बता रहा था कि ए होने वाला है. उसके बाद वो लोग ने ए प्रेशर किया वो भी बराबर था. साइफर का पोजीशन भी बराबर था.
What a beautiful adjustment from Jonah P of where he put that Viper orb. We've been seeing it towards that A-long entrance almost all the map. And now he's making that shift to put it in a more standard spot. This is where most teams would be running that Viper orb, at least in the previous meta when Viper was played on this map. Valin hunkered down inside of it. Hits a great headshot.
Let's go. Match point. We're 12-11 right here. This is where we end it, boys. This is where we end it.
And
that's confident from G2.
कर सकते हैं, अभी कर सकते हैं.
They were just on the ropes. 11-9 down. Now with a chance to bring us to blind. You gotta close teams out like G2.
ये मैप G2 का.
Kang's going to take matters into his own hands here. Order util to set it up. Another fast play from EDG. Again, an open site for the taking. Fault line in through the link as well. But G2 and none playing towards it. Wisened up to the tricks of the trade. Lockdown's going to be used as well to clear this one out nice and freely. No more util has to be used here by G2. Drone in through the back. Trent's going to be threatening, like it could be making a play for this one.
भाई बहुत सारे लोग पीछे देख रहे हैं लेकिन bro.
Nobody's already passed it though. Lambot triggers. Jonah P diffusing half onto the board. This is for the map. Someone needs to stop this. Someone needs to stop this. But no one is there. G2 right from beneath them. They steal the map away. And bind is fated to happen.
Team hat.
I think steal is the perfect word to use there.
EDG
looked like they were in control up 11-9. You have to close out against teams like G2. You cannot afford to let the series go deeper. EDG have just lost
7
control.
बज गए तो 8 बजे खत्म होएगा. मैं भी काम पे इधर हूँ. मेरे को ये करना है. मेरे को ये करना है.
ऐसे ही चालू रहने दे. हम फटाफट बना.
देख लेते ना कितना बड़ा है. पेन इज माय सुपर पावर. मेरे पास बहुत सुपर पावर है अभी के टाइम पे. भाई मैं सुबह जो उठा ना, लेकिन जो दर्द में बहन जो गांड फट के चाह रहा थी. भाई कितने टाइम बाद अच्छा गाना है.
ऋषि सर का.
ऋषि सर फाइनली चैंप्स में मिल गए आप. सॉरी. हाँ, we got G champs before GTA 6.
ये वो है लोको कॉन्टिगो का म्यूजिक.
ये क्या है? आई एम सॉरी बाबू.
What's up guys, it's G2 Jonah P and I'm here to talk to you. I mean, it's always great to get a dub, but I definitely didn't appreciate my first match to be against PACIFIC, but I can't decide that. But overall, it's very exciting to play them, especially because of their playstyle, and we feel good to start our first match ever at Champs with a dub. I think our coaches did a pretty good job at preparing us for them. It definitely felt less individual plays and more team plays from them, so props to them for, you know, trying to incorporate, you know, W gaming and more structured gaming. So
मेरे को ये verify करना
we just
पड़ेगा.
had a good read, a good flow on them the whole time. It started to get pretty close on Lotus, but you know, one clean round from us.
Hello Penkade, who is this?
Now they maintain their
Alu?
control, slow the push for PACIFIC, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual on a sliver of HP, and he triples up.
किधर खाओगे मेरा?
Growing on me. I have an idea.
Undefeated हो जाए फिर से. भाई अच्छा था वो.
Undefeated.
Gotta shoot my shot. I think that would be cool. Yeah, you know, I didn't really like the name Professor at the start, but you know, seeing how much it's grown and seeing the whole community type it whenever I do something crazy, I've grown to love it.
Undefeated.
So it's great.
Welcome back, everyone. You heard Jonah P there in that Omen player moment talking about, you know, the nicknames. You don't get to pick the nickname. You know, the people bestow the nickname onto you. That is why he is the professor. Absolutely love it. But wow, I mean, incredible stuff. Let me fix my headset for a second. Give me a hot minute there. We're in this, boys. We're back in it. We're back in.
6 map per day. Let's go.
It's a long
Good,
day of work.
honest Valorant today.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But let's talk about what we saw on this one, man, because the talk of the town going into it, fellas, was the Yoru, right? And Achilles, you're seeing what they were getting with that value.
Yeah, and this was from the outset. I mean, granted, yeah, EDG were able to make things very competitive in the half, but G2, I really liked the game strategies we were seeing from them from the beginning. That your ult comes through right there in round 4. Immediately Mask goes on. You chase 2 players out of that C site right into Leaf, who's just counter-taking that space in your mark. He's up in window. and it just lambs to the slaughter for him to go ahead and pick things apart, and the round just falls apart from there. So there's some very good stuff there from the side of G2. Obviously, EDG making this one incredibly competitive. It looking like we were going to be going to overtime for a little while, but right near the end, that economy just getting out of hand for the side of EDG. They just couldn't recover.
Yeah, and I think overall there were some weaknesses in G2's game plan, like where EDG was like constantly putting pressure, especially with the neon, on the extremities of the map. Long C, long A were really difficult for G2 at times here, and that's why. Yes, the flanks were great, and just their ability to control that space. You know, using Kong to kind of dash in and out to get some shots to whiff and things like that really did cause G2 some trouble. However, their fundamentals came in check. They came back. They started having these great retakes. The Aura ults were so amazing. Like you're talking about, every time it had a ton of impact, even if it was on a retake or if it was on just an info gathering mission. It really made it a lot more difficult for EDG to work the map the way they wanted.
Yeah, I felt like whenever they, had the opportunities to pop those ults, right, they were getting some kind of value. 100's Fury, Viper's Pit. They were finding that value wherever it was, available to them. Yeah, and they were able to pick up the dub there. But one player that we were really hoping to see come online in map 2 was Leaf, and he did just that. Yeah. Absolute turnaround that we saw from here him on this one, Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, he went from
in the end, it all matters down to Binks
impact,
and
being near the top of the standings there for the team. Yeah, that's right. His first map was so bad. He had 1.5.4 ADR, which is just abysmal, and also the ending of my IP address. But this was just a really good turnaround. But we kind of teed this up. Yeah. That slow start for G2, starting to get the understanding. This was not nearly as clean as some of the matches we were seeing from them in Shanghai, being able to pick up that second map win. But as we get ready to go into Bind, we could still follow that trend of just slow start into this ramp up into domination.
Yeah, I do think G2's got something with that composition on Haven. I'm curious to see them continue to iterate and grow it. But now we set our sights to Bind. I was actually talking to Sideshow about this before, where he was reading the series layout to me. And I was like, I think this is a pretty strong one for G2. Like, no matter what, if they get the map 3, this is good for G2. And here we are, map 3. And Paperton, I mean, you kind of got to side a little bit with G2 on this one. They have a great track record on this map. They're very good at it.
Now. Spam karo chat.
I don't know. I'm curious to see what the community thinks.
Spam karo
I
G2
felt
versus
that way
EDG.
going into
Spam
Icebox,
chat
though.
now.
I felt like their fundamentals, their structure, would get them over the line against some of the quote-unquote messiness that EDG brings. However, EDG had some good ideas to counter it. They were able to kick some doors in, find some opportune moments to catch G2 off guard. So G2 here, they play the standard Bind comp. They played it to perfection. They were undefeated in Stage 2 in Americas on it. And they weren't just undefeated, they were destroying teams. I think the closest scoreline was like 13-8. Like, they are phenomenal at this map. But EDG also very, very good at this map. They switched up their comp very recently. They have the Fade in there now, so the biggest difference is going to be the initiators. It's going to be Fade versus Sky for both teams. So really curious to see if they can find ways to get some value with that Fade versus kind of that long, deep control that the Sky gives you.
They were able to get the win, in that opening series here of the group stage on Bind. Yes, a little bit scrappy, but still a decent victory for the side of EDG taking that foot. So I'm curious to see how this one looks, because if they can level up their performance, if they can kind of get back into that magic that we were seeing from them on Icebox, where everybody was going, fragging out of control, Smoggy, Kong, they're at the top of the standings, and then Simon and G2 creeping up in that second half. If they have that level of firepower behind them again here on Bind, they can close this out, but this is going to be the ultimate challenge. Icebox was a bit of an hors d'oeuvre as we get ready to go into this.
You know what, though? You get a situation here where G2 does have a lot of film, on how they play this in officials. So there could be something that EDG could lean on potentially in their prep work. One would have to imagine, because you damn well sure G2 prepped for this one.
Yeah, I mean, EDG has been, so far this event, very, very good with their anti-stratting. I mean, Muggle's done a great job with the squad, getting them ready for what the other teams are going to bring. And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's something we saw in Icebox. It gave them grief because there was such a good read. You had already shown it once this event against PaperX. And like you said, tons of data on this Bind for EDG to work with and try to take this strong map away from their
पेड़ का है
opponents.
भाई
One player that we haven't touched on too
पेड़
much
का है
is Icy. We mentioned him there with the Yoru, but he had a pretty good
चाय है
performance
और
on that
पेड़ है
Icebox, carried that over into Haven. If he's
अब
going to
जाओ
continue on that level
Private
with
jet
this
लो
race,
Private jet लो
G2
देवेश
might just be set up for a
Business
victory.
class
So
flight करो
Hong
जाओ
Kong going to have to do that much more work to really try to outdo him.
Yeah, we're on the precipice of a massive, monumental achievement here for VCT China as a
अब क्या होता
region,
है
right?
किसके साथ
Going
कॉल पे
clean in the day with Trace moving forward, EDG potentially moving forward as well.
And with Trace doing that, they were the
मेरी
first
सौदा
Chinese team to be able to make it out of groups as a first seed. It's
वाओ
always
इसकी
kind of
blue
been that
eyes है
second position.
Yeah.
EDG might be able to match them. They can't beat them to that achievement, but they certainly can tie it up.
Yeah, but it's going to be a tough challenge for both teams, but it couldn't end any other way. Let's get ready for map 3 and send it over to your casters. Brennan, Sideshow, one final time.
We're going to be finding which way this series ends up landing as well. And, you know, best of threes. Typically, at this point as well, we're finding that map pools are getting tested as teams are getting pushed to the brink of them, which sounds odd to say, right? When there's only 3 maps played. Normally, you'd expect that to be reserved for best of 5s. But when you have all the maps being shifted and changed just before you go into champs, in before playoffs, and a lot of time to prep for, you end up with holes in your game plans and unexpected results when you reach that pinnacle, that third and final map in series.
And there's a really good reason why people talk about G2 having a little stumble or maybe starting slow and then closing out strong. The narrative is they drop the first map, second map is close, dominate the third map. You want to talk about the last 3 months, G2's win rate in third maps in a BO3, they're 6-0. They have not lost the third map of a BO3 in 3 months.
Yeah.
All year.
Sometimes narratives we spout, they are correct.
Yeah. All year, they're 8-3. It wasn't really a narrative that was around before May, but since then, I mean, the numbers, they speak for themselves. The more time you give G2 to warm up into a series, they do end up dominating towards the end. I'm not sure how much EDG are going to be thinking about that. Obviously, the teams just take it one map at a time, one round at a time. 100%. But if they VOD review and if they look back, that end of Haven was the opportunity. They need further opportunities, and they're going to have to do a lot of hard work to get those further opportunities on Bind.
Hard to push that out of your mind sometimes. Now, yeah, if you've got keen eyes, you can probably tell that we're solving an issue down on the stage. Quick audio issue. Hopefully it's just in-ears swapped in and out. Get that tested.
Yeah, I mean, it's Valen's in-ears, and he's popping them back in right now. We're getting a nice deep look down his ear canal, aren't we?
Cameraman, bus karo!
He's testing them out and seeing what's going on.
See all the details.
अंदर घुस गया सीधा कैमरा
It is
Volume
interesting
बड़ा करो
thinking about audio. For our viewers perhaps that have never been and attended one of these events, they are much louder, bigger events than the ones where you play regionally. Even when these players play regionally, there are things that you will notice in your ranked games, little sounds that you can pick up that our pros sometimes can't, because of the roar of the crowd, or because of the white noise in their headsets that's used for competitive integrity reasons. There are things that are different about this game on the big stage, more than just the pressure, the nerves.
7-11 हर 7-11 में वही छाता
है been missing that one quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely seen some other moments where
वाला छाता जो यहाँ पे मिलता है ना कलरफुल रेनबो वाला सिग्नल हर सिग्नल पे मिलता है वो वाला.
We will be getting into this one here for the beginning of Bind, our pistol round. Starting right at the beginning here, EDG versus G2. Two no slouches on this map. They are dominant. Dusk was kind of going through the details, picking apart the statistics. Early smoke in their face though.
That fakes the fact that EDG are taking short control. We can see not the case.
G2 are right there behind it now. Up and over. Wingman going to be escorted in through the side. A bit of spam into the smoke makes Simon think twice. He could have potentially denied the plant there, but it's going to go down into the next.
That's really good work. Spam into that smoke stops the plant denial. This map, the A site, all about plant denial.
Group stage.
Crucial element of time. Util. Nate's going to be rebounding here, just trying to get Icy out of there. Regaining control of lamps as well. Two for Nail. EDG going to be setting their sights now over towards the forward section. See if they can take the fight through with the flashes and heads are turning, facing away. G2 are dominating now. Every position. G2 the last one left. Do so much here, but Icy with a running gun.
Shuts him down.
I see heaven.
Bullet to the brain for the pistol
I see
round
on
win.
fire.
What a brilliant start for G2's duelist.
I see on
4
fire.
kills in the round, but not just any old kills.
No
He was under a
cap.
lot of
For real,
utility
for real.
pressure. Perfectly timed raise nade to keep back and keep Lamp's control. Came around swinging through smokes, confident the whole time. He's here to play. You get Icy online, and it turns G2 from being a team that's very scary, looking to make deep runs in tournaments, actually, I think, to potential tournament winners. Like, it makes that level of a button increase for them. At the moment, of course, still being pressured hard by EDG. And we've seen with teams like Gen G and Fnatic losing all of the heavy Leviatan losing as well.
Oh, and they are fully aware. Simon was going to try and go for that cheeky play. Most of EDG playing in spawn for this round as well to see if they could just react to the noise sent their way. Now here's the danger zone for EDG. G2 getting into positions as well with his ults being earned up. Icy's 3 away from his showstopper into this. They want to be fully empowering him, setting him up to try and get these kills. Trent's the one though, taking them all away.
Blind may be popping.
3-piece of flawless against the Eco. Very little damage being done to them by EDG.
And like you pointed out, this is massively dangerous for EDG. The snowball is right on their doorstep. It's looking like an avalanche.
पूरा Binks भाई जैसे
Picking
खेल
up
रहा
so
है
much pace
एक्शन
and
में
momentum as it comes down the mountain.
Love you,
It's looking
yeah.
like a thrash, a
वो already
showstopper.
5 kill मारे उस
Super
पे
early on. These are the rounds where if you lose them, if G2 are able to convert a bonus, you get that domination that we've been talking
First
about.
round ही 4
Sometimes
kill.
happens for G2's previous games.
मैंने बोला भी Icy is on fire.
Looking like Trent's going to be playing just to reinforce Icy's position to start with, but could play for an ult orb later on in the round.
A bonus round with potentially a bit of bite behind it.
I feel like we're actually noticing less and less teams go for that obvious run towards an ult orb at the start of the round. It's just too predictable for the defenders to think about. So you get rounds like this where there's a bit more of a default, no immediate lunge for that.
सारे first team seed हारने वाले हैं क्या?
Grab it later on, or maybe even play for post plants.
नहीं ये जीतेगा EDG.
Gets that spike down with wingman.
ये कांकांग वो होने वाला है. Home ground.
Prowler pressure just connecting onto Leaf a little bit prior will keep a lot of these EDG players tethered to the spot over towards the A side here. Nobody looking for that info, just slight jiggle. Mosh now reutilised to try and push them back in a way, but it's one less tool really to stall out personal attack. That's why Chichu's holding on to this. That's the second wave of things with the boom bot. Triggered out, Mosh Pit now up and Trent! It's incredible awareness, just knowing that Chichu was going to be placed up into that spot with the Thrasher, and from that kill, he wants to send this one flying forward. Stimmy.
गलत side पे जा
Very
रहे हैं.
rapid shark indeed, clearing most of the way, but not clearing the pocket. But Simon spotted Icy. Waves off of least contact almost perfectly. Running through the smoke, Kang. Smoggy has made the most of this. It's a 3-piece for him. Make it 4! And everybody falls from G2. In the blink of an eye.
That round sums up the kind of team play macro calling versus one individual. Who's going to win? Beautiful G2 calling, 5 people rotating around that perfectly, or one little smoggy boy? It's Smoggy.
It definitely was in this instance. He has not slowed down, has he? That momentum, not just from the last 2 maps, the previous series as well.
No, from trading out Smoggy, G2 played that round perfectly. I mean, the macro movement around the map was beautiful. Came up towards B long, got the opening kill, rotate through the teleport, huge pressure through showers, trade out the player pocket even. I don't think the G2 should be too disheartened by that. And they've done a little bit of economy damage. It's not a huge amount. Light armor on a couple, Bulldog on 1. It's a fairly even round.
Language.
But Icy is 1 away from Showstopper. He's currently, though, the only player B long. Trying to work it on his own seems very dangerous.
Oh, that's an accidental TP. Kanga's just sidestepped backwards there, and he just landed that. He was supposed to be playing, or being played in at least by the jump spot. A bit of a bait and switch setup. Broken into pieces now. This is going to be used out through A short.
Icy, I don't think has even realized how lucky he just got.
I mean, EDG potentially ready to
भाई
pounce on
कांगकांग
him.
खेल रहा है उनके साथ भी, उसको भी रीड आ गया, बी जाएंगे.
All because of that. I mean, Icy's picked up the
ये
orb.
लोग
He's
क्यों
got
पुश
his
कर रहे हैं
ult,
जब
the
भी
repeat.
रोटेट हो रहा है?
Position here from nobody. He wants to try and get that information.
अच्छा पुश.
Surely you don't use the mosh pit. Surely you don't overheat, man. You got to get out of there. Mosh still being held down. Chitu, this time he's the bait. Going to be trying to lock this down onto one of the angles here. There's a showstopper that is exchanged onto either side. As it's just a 1-for-1. They're going to be making the mass wrap around now over towards the A side.
रोकने के लिए मौली है.
Down for the back of the side, a bit of damage potentially done. Simon's here trying to play himself in once more, taking a fight with the bulldog in hand. He just can't land it. Takes a molly to the face. Yet still Smoggy defends up and over. 12 seconds left. Orbital a strike. It's all toppling now. And the spike has to be planted. Defense is necessary. Valen needs to be held all the way through. Is the last one left. Swarm through the wall.
Holy Q!
For all that Smoggy did in the prior round, Valen is there to answer. That round got so close.
Hello, welcome back. कैसे आजकल का भी से बात होते क्या नहीं?
EDG with that accidental teleport, but they actually made a decent run of it still. Kang found his value on the other side, going 1-for-1 with the raise. They were ready to fight. Why did they not swing Valen immediately as soon as they heard the plant go down? I don't understand that element of it.
Yeah.
A bit of miscoordination there between, I believe it was Chishu and Smoggy, the last two players
double
alive.
pick लेते ना 1 2 3 करके.
Right here. EDG's money.
क्या मारा लेकिन भाई वैलन ने क्या मारा. Gaff.
Down to the weaker by G2 again. That's the danger. This composition.
And if you think back, EDG were trying to set up that trap play B long, but they failed. And so G2 have just found this area of the map for free, basically every round. The one round where they should have been contested, the execution was fumbled. Now, B-long control, ult-top taken, Seeker's out.
Here comes the snowball, potentially, but the kill's going whiffy all over the place there. Icy has to retreat inside the smoke. He's been locked out. The rest of his team can't quite get themselves through this one. Anchoring smokes, placed down. Chichu's landed it, but eventually cleaned up. The rest of his team, though, needs to be aware. The fact that nobody could be creeping forwards into this one, yes.
Clean.
Spike planted. Icy makes sure this rifle well trained onto that spot here. So the retake from Simon and Smoggy, unlikely to come up with the goods.
Trent, by the way, 2 away from his second thrash. We're only in round 5.
Binks cosplay
language. You get the ball rolling with this composition, you cannot be stopped. You can just keep snowballing it. Ult orbs into plants. And then ults themselves into the XX. Very difficult to stop.
Leaf को मारेगा
Look at that. Trent comes in to steal the kill. That's perfect. Gets another one. Leaf
को मारेगा.
He's trying to get Trent to kill here. This is just min-maxing to the utmost. But okay, eventually put Simon out of his misery. That's a 4-1 now. Into the round differential here for G2.
And EDG can't figure out these timings of when they need to be fighting over certain areas of the map. Of course, that was just the eco round. But they're going to take a tag timeout to discuss this defensive strategy. Generally speaking, it's not working. I know that they had a close round there. Came down to Valen against against Smoggy. And Smoggy, of course, with that fantastic round where he gets a 4K. But these are rounds built on more of the individual than they are of the game plan, the macro, the team. These things that are going to be more consistent. EDG, though, are also getting close to their first big ult cycle. 1 away from Pit, 1 away from Showstopper. Being 1 away from Pit, though, sucks. Because you're thinking about, well, I'd love it for this round. This is the round where we actually have rifles.
No way to get it.
No, I mean, what are you going to do? The Viper pushes showers to get the ult orb and then Pits. It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
They could, however, do something similar with Kang. They could
Top
try
teams out of syllabus आ रहे हैं, क्या scene?
Strategy that we see quite a lot of teams go for.
Yeah.
See if you can catch.
भाई अगर Ascension team सबसे पहले finals qualify हो रहा है, मतलब कुछ तो बात है.
EDG.
लेकिन नहीं आएगा.
Same weaknesses.
Kang, I still believe in Kang, bro. I still believe in Kang.
Fine composition when they get ahead of themselves, I think, with the B defense. What I'm noticing as well, a lot of teams, I think, when they catch contact from long-seeing players, they'll save the mosh pit. They won't end up using it. They'll just back away. Getting the information is good enough, but nobody just kind of rush into things. He uses the mosh pit early, and it leaves him with one less molly to use to try and stall out an exec that might be occurring.
Another big thing is that Chishu is always throwing his Viper Orb over towards A. He's not using it for B long. So they kind of need that mosh, or at least they feel like they do.
Otherwise, the pressure's too overwhelming. Now they've at least
offset
it
G2
here
में offer नहीं है क्या? भारी वाला कोई?
He's going to drop that one down defensively.
And they're trying to get good information on both edges of the map, where both the alt orbs are. But I feel like Simon's getting baited in here. G2 deliberately giving him bad information.
One and done wala pussy.
All up, they're expecting some kind of push. G2 looking to control that. Trent doesn't need the ult orb, remember. A post-plant Thrash would also be great if Wingman can plant.
G2 now grouping up, looking like they want to set themselves up into the exec.
Kang is the player to watch. He's got nade for plant denial. He's
Char
got
bande.
ult for plant denial. Or a kill.
Char bande.
Full piece of kit here. Flashed up though, blinded. Nade's going to be rebounding, ricocheting. Here's the ult showstopper. Back wall, but no targets. And no casualty. As a result, through the wall, spam down, Haunt reveals up onto the Leaf, putting that pressure down. Vulnerable is excellent and good, but he still needs some extra elements to help him out entirely. He is being pressured, overwhelmed, taken out. Coverage there from the lamp position, but EDG have control of showers, and now calling for the evacuation. Trendo not so lucky. Will be dropped from behind. And Juju was saving this one, a snakebite for a rainy day with the wall still up. Bullets are excellent. Damage through the wall, taking those timings, but he can hear it. Scuttling, scurrying across the sand. Icy wins that fight. Jonah P covering it all. You cannot be squandering this. No way. Simon will close it out anyway.
So many of these rounds are coming down to fine margins. That is not one of them that I thought would go like that. EDG looked utterly in control. And they do close it out. Credit to Simon. Newer player stepping up. His first time on the big stage. Still delivering. Had to go and play that one a little silly, didn't he? Just put the pressure on Leaf so that they could focus elsewhere. One of the reasons that round worked is they got the plant denial working on A. They had nade, they had the Molly actually coming out from Smoggy. Smoggy hasn't even bought Molly this round.
Yeah, not quite. Thrash to use, clears the way, paves the way in for an A exec. Orb up 2 alongside that. I mean, Showers has been fully disrespected. Sees SUPERNOVA. Man, not worried about that one, but nade. Icy's got to be concerned. Satchel on the round. Bungee cord in play.
Game knowledge is
survive. And the plant's down crucially here for G2 now, but the second wave of things ready. Prime. Simon scatters it. Forwards now with a nightfall. Thrash wave 2. All to push them back in a way. It's a cacophony of util. The mosh pit of nobody that gets that first kill. Advantage, Leaf damage done again through the wall. The pit to just try and play EDG right back into this one again. But the bodies are top when players are falling. EDG cannot hold a candle right now to the rightful play and work right through Leaf. Even with the pressure, he's overcoming it all, and they all are falling. G2, a chokehold.
Holy fuck!
A post plant, not letting EDG in.
No plant denial for EDG.
Yeah,
no showers control of the Chinese squad either. And so G2 are just able to run in down short. Perfect post-plant positioning. Valen sat back with a molly, one away from the orbital strike. I mean, how are these players supposed to retake when they don't have a stable area with which to play from? And that is a bit lucky, I think.
Finesse, bro. My movement is giving them...
Okay.
I was waiting to see if we caught the thing that his movement was giving them.
A lot of trouble, I think. Couldn't clear him out of that corner. About Suchichu. This guy, he's a demon with the sheriff in his hand, especially when Kang's there to help him out right from the side. Shot fired. This will force potentially a pace increase out from G2, but instead again, cut the noise. Bit of discipline here. Just the slightest of pause, enough for them for full rotate. Seekers as well. Leads it to an open sight. And already push it in through the spawn, I see. He's taking liberties with it. Kang's a danger man with that rifle in play, and with him toppled and dropped. No more towards it. One now for the ace. Simon is miles away.
I don't think Icy's getting this one.
If
Simon did go through showers, you'd have to cut out the middle to make a clip out of it, wouldn't you? But certainly a different energy in here for G2. And mirroring a lot of their previous rounds, here it comes.
Simon's cutting it up close. He denies.
Guys,
it's a funny moment.
Not funny for EDG. As every round ticks up for G2. There'll be a little voice in the back of their heads thinking, should have closed it out on Haven. Chances on Haven.
The missed opportunities.
Could have been a 2-0. I mean, look at the aggression that they're going for here. This is how you get into spots where G2 steamroll on map 3s. 6-0 in the last 3 months when it comes to the final map of a BO3. IC has run away with it. He's 13-5.
भाई bind और raise का कुछ तो है.
Like we were talking about, the ult cycle has never stopped. No. It's a runaway train.
शांत क्यों हो गया पता नहीं.
Keeps generating, man. Perpetual motion machine.
Bro, उसके बाद ult भी है, bro. Bro, उसके बाद ult भी है.
Can hear the util being pulled out.
2 speed खत्म.
Chichu and nobody already using their mollies. G2 don't want any part of it though. Instead, now moving over towards the A site, feeling content that they may have just pulled rotations away from that area.
Oh my god.
Showers now, that deep push. IC with a showstopper, looks to potentially open up the round. Opposite of the namesake. The smoke, and Smoggy is no more. Leaf potentially here, and that's Samsung calling for it. Yeah, all the noise being made. Opens up Simon. Back to the world.
Shower घुसने का sound दिया.
At this point, EDG gotta save these rifles. There's no more money left to play with.
But also EDG looking like they don't have a plan, and honestly running out of a bit of hope as well. You can tell in the way that G2 are playing, they know they've got this.
Yeah.
They can feel the wind coming towards them. They're outplaying EDG, running circles around them. I mean, again here with Jonah P's positioning, but nobody comes out on top.
QTP.
We need to see something, maybe from an individual, like Smoggy's 4K earlier, that re-energizes EDG, gets them back into the game. Either that, or some kind of tag timeout to get a strategic change on things. They just haven't been able to stop the plants from going down. It feels like G2 are constantly in these spots where EDG are backpedaling and having to make, you know, solo plays like here where Simon just gets caught alone in showers.
All smiles on the G2 players. I mean, you could feel it. The vibes were taking a turn even in some of the replays we were looking at towards the end of Haven.
By G2
I think that's a team being pressured. The potential of losing the series, but now you can see why taking it 1 round at a time. It's worked out nicely, and EDG, there's no timeout called. Maybe they're the ones talking it through in that short amount of time as well to try and cook up something here with a stimmy. Satchel, flash as well, sets up Icy.
Good nade.
Nicely, and a nade is nice.
Sees.
There's a little bit off the mark though. No connection for it.
Connect होता तो पे मजा आता.
Gets inside Thrash or Jonah P gets inside the dog. There is a Brimmo on the other side.
Contact refight. I want to get ahead of most of this already, but do they have the weapons for the job? Nobody. Along for this world. Can't survive in the middle of it, but it isn't a cheeky play.
Sandwich
Nice one. Try and call that one up and cut up the timings that G2 were trying to take. At this point though, again choked out.
Another round that they basically have no chance in. It would take something momentous from Kangkang. He's found a timing.
He slipped past. Leaf is down, and so is the pit, but Valen's immediately there to respond in through the back of the site. Leave it just down to Simon. It's been good for the clutches in the past. Newcomer to the roster. This is too much to do. Sheriff in hand. It'd have to be an improbable and impossible play. And he knows it.
Where are you?
Haunt over. Doesn't even spot him. Doubled up. Discipline. 1 HP and a dream, but it's an 8th round for G2.
And a nightmare for EDG. If we get some of that aggression, though, coming out from them when they have rifles in hand, ults to work with, maybe that'll end up being the key. They did find quite a nice timing there. I'm not sure that G2 were ready for that timing necessarily. But without rifles in the hands of everything, the G2 players were just able to react in that spot and win the fights anyway.
Dude, sorry, Nate. I actually don't know how, bro. Okay, Jacob's 15-5.
And that is so true. Icy taking over, 15-5. It's easy to play when you've got a star player putting out performances like that. And we were expecting it from the other side.
Is this the adjustment that EDG are going for? Any signs of the UTC's being held? Kangkang's there with a showstopper.
Anytime you have ults like this and there's a deep smoke, it also looks like a sand crunch. So, as Valen's reading into this round, he's thinking short's dangerous, sand's dangerous.
Waits it out though. Prowler catches it. Trailblazer alongside the Boombot to seize and a nade. Again.
दो अलग-अलग जगह पे गया.
The Caesar's good, but the nade just a little bit too deep. Banks it off to the side now. Reposition from EDG. They want to try and take up that shower's control. Kangkang's still there. Has the ult waiting at the minute mark, but there's no signs from G2. They want to take the TP pivot. The Spike was already leaning over towards the speed direction, and a lot is asked of him. Over to strike through the back. He does land the kill. Needs to lock down his position though. In and out through. Find space for the rest of his team. Moshpit's going to be landing with 40 seconds left into the round. Full side
There is no plan B.
Thrash has already been picked up, right? Trent, I think, has it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
उसको
So this is
रुकना
going
था
to be the repop.
Wait for the second wave now. Straight through, up and over, not broken for the timing. Taken across it, his rifles in hand. Nobody in Chichu. To try and put a stop to all of this. Kangkang through the TP, might have just done enough still. 15 seconds, nobody not clear, but eventually is. 12 left, time is of the essence. G2, they stretch it to the finest of details.
It's not just
And Simon again,
it's everybody.
asked to do so damn much.
एक long एक वहाँ पे.
कुछ ऐसा गेम जो मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है यार.
You know, as soon as Valen has taken that contact, the swing will be there from Trent. It has to be a miracle. It will not be the case. A 9th round for G2.
Too good.
Yeah.
Too good. 10 to karo. 10 to karo.
It's amazing the way that G2 are able to recover these situations. EDG had a stack on the B site. The Thrash found nothing. Kangkang is coming through behind them with a showstopper as well. Valen's kill, when he comes back through, this one here, onto nobody, absolutely crucial. If they get locked out at the choke point there, if that solo player B long is not able to find that value, EDG have won the round.
Stay focused on us. Make the...
Stay focused on us.
Double operator coming out for G2 here on the attack side, just hoping that EDG overstep themselves, get desperate, and they have. Yeah, immediately.
Straight into the trap. Leaf is there waiting. Thrash to try and set up some sort of crunching through the angles. Horn's going to be revealed. Leaf squares up to it, takes the challenge. Trailblazer forwards, but way ahead of it. Jonah P and no one else to play off of here. EDG might have at least carved their way a path back into this round. Thrash round 2, Chichu with the push. It's all putting the squeeze onto these G2 players into a 2v3. Chaos.
क्या चल रहा है?
So
सब लोग spawn में क्यों है?
it's not over yet. The job's not finished. Hearing all sorts of sound and heads. Not expecting it.
क्या
I
चल
see.
रहा है?
Frying them.
He's made this incredibly winnable.
Chichu is 1 HP. Not 1.
Chichu dropped down to just 5 health. 50 seconds left. The footsteps are heard. It's a game with those timings down. As I said earlier, the finer moments of the round now.
पीछे देखो पीछे
Will he catch it right from behind? The answer is yes. So, a consolation round. EDG, they get the third one there.
Heavy, bro.
Finish up the half, potentially enough. But listen, there have to be a hell of a comeback mounted.
Team to hai,
Desk
bro.
was looking at their bingo card earlier on. They had a 9-3 curse in there.
भाई
G2 have just
ज़्यादा
got
अच्छा नहीं
so
खेल रहा है
heavily in
chat.
control.
It'll be a hard ask indeed. We'll find out on the other
Actual
side.
में कौन था वो? Favored, Clutch, Binks. Chichu का song है. ये क्या रो रहा है? चाइना का नंबर 3 टीम सेलेक्ट हो गया, नंबर 1 नहीं हुआ है. ओ भाई क्यूट तो है. This is my weakness यार. +2
G2, a 9-3 score line sets them up beautifully for the wrap up, the finish here into the series as well. Against EDG.
Visual return G2 जीत के आगे जाएगा.
Push to the
फिर
brink,
बदला लेगी.
it's all about how you finish. And
PRX का चना का नहीं.
find here, I mean G2
PRX qualify है.
unstoppable right now.
Think about this tournament overall. Gen G favourites ended up losing in groups. They're not out yet, of course, but lost. Fnatic, in my opinion, second favorites. They've also lost. I would have
last
heritage
game
many of the
gussa nahi madam, last game hai.
And also G2. A lot of these teams have looked shaky, and yes, G2 are getting pushed in these maps. But if this one ends dominantly, you gotta have your eyes on this squad.
Madam, wo wala
as
look de rahe.
another one
Kya
of
ye
those
raat 9 baje
potential
gaming kar rahe.
candidates to lift the trophy later on, to go on some kind of run.
That's the crazy thing about these big events, especially champs, where it all culminates at the end of the year. G2, you can't exactly call it
resting hour gaye pani mein chapak
dark horse, I would say, to potentially get that trophy, because they have been good in their own region.
And they were excellent at Shanghai too. They only ended up losing to those finalists. Let's see if EDG can get a pistol and make this one a game.
Kuch time pehle
He's up
EDG
now with a dizzy. The haunt not being broken.
Kuch time pehle.
Already Icy rebounds that nade. As soon as he hears the wingman, that will be the plant denied. From the plant, see if they've got a second wave of things here. If EDG just want to evacuate, grouped up, hesitation in their step, and now going to be making their moves over towards the B site. Should be open for the taking.
Leaf
gives up a lot of this space onto the off angle. G2 just wanders right into it.
I see
He
it.
can take that fight now, but G2 not willing to slow down, but not
Every round, bro.
anticipating the full wraparound.
EDG is back.
Beautiful round from Chichu.
Spike planted.
Leaf was even anticipating that there was a look happening over there.
Where is the cook?
Pretty rare that EDG would be going through the teleporter without having some info on the B side of the map. Crosshair placement was not there, and Chishu cleaned up. Crispy round, lovely ghost aim. Now EDG are going to have to win plenty of rounds here and start a serious ult cycle to get back into this one. Gonna have to showcase us that their attack is a lot better than their defense.
और Valo का वही team जीती है.
That's the first step. I think it would also have to come with somebody like Icy cooling off.
Yeah.
And individuals on EDG stepping up.
तो मैं ऐसी reaction दे रहा था.
Felt like at the beginning on Icebox, it was all those EDG players coming up with the big rounds, the 2Ks, the multi-kills.
And never being shut down for it.
Haven't really seen that.
No. G2 making the most out of the round, just trying to squeeze out every little efficiency. Deny the orbs. Oh, Trent's lucky to be alive.
The goal in rounds like this, just stack as many ult orbs on your players as you can, and then see if you can deny them on the other side too.
Yeah, definitely. Chichu is a lone one taking that fight, even with the better weaponry. 1v2 in the favour of G2, even with Valen down to the single digits. Go button's called. Hard clear into the corner, just the shoulder peeking. And you're right. All the goals for the eco here of G2, just deny at the orbs.
I think they've done a good job. You're looking at the ults that are most likely to come online for EDG, potentially start a comeback happening, and it's Thrash. That's the one that I always look at first. You just get it up so quickly. You're trading people out, you're getting spike plants all the time. You can go and pick up the ult orbs too while Wingman's planting. Generally, that Gecko ult is coming online super early. And nobody's not even halfway there yet.
One enemy remaining.
Simon. That's a read.
He was so
confident.
Okay.
Stream sniper?
The only thing going wrong here for the EG in that round, they didn't quite get the ult orbs that potentially they were looking for. So again, War Machine chugging like G2 managed to do on their own attack, but it's all good.
But ये अगर तुम्हारे rank game में होता तुम लोग क्या लिखते हो all
it
chat
won't
पे?
matter if EDG can find an
थोड़ा
individual to
filter
step
करके
up and
बताना,
diss
गाली
and
नहीं
carry them
चाहिए
over the
please.
line. You know, somebody like Kang Kang, who has the only real rifle out of the group, if he comes in here and hits some blinding entries, this is going to be a fight on showers. He's got his opportunity.
They want to go for this one. Valen, early smoke drop down. EDG are holding the util here. There's a nade, there's a prowler. It's all pressed forwards here. Now Icy is going to get squeezed with a stimmy in play as well. Close range weaponry at short work onto the hold. G2 to find this one a bit of a struggle. Mosh.
player card पे
Break
इसको
that
क्यों बना?
wingman. He's worried about the spacing and positioning. He's already lost track of most of this one. But with the horn broken,
Top
Spammer
trigger
in the box
is
as well. He's still alive for God knows what reason, but eventually cleaned up.
भाई जीत
Bonus
गया
round
bro.
for EDG.
टाइम आउट आने वाला है लेकिन मैटर नहीं
Converted,
करता.
looking good. Nobody.
कमबैक मुश्किल है. यस भाई गिफ्टेड मुश्किल नहीं है. मेरा गिफ्टेड.
Prioritizing to try and get his ult online. Jonah P off from the flank now. Player positioning of these EDG. A little bit separated.
1000 के लीड
Try
में
and play
मैं.
that one together, and Smoggy will just isolate the fight himself, take matters into
69 बोलते
his
हैं.
own
Love
hands.
you.
So, these are exactly the type of steps that you need to see EDG taking if they want to try and even up the scoreline.
Yeah, if there was a path to a comeback, we're watching it. The run through with the stim beacon, and the sting ended up being massively important there. I was putting the attention on the Kankan, but he got traded out. Double kill for Simon.
क्या अटैक तो कर रहे हैं लोग और as a team खेल रहे हैं एक साथ.
Ran through showers, and Trent's positioning.
Until unless कोई spray में साफ ना कर दे.
With bullets.
अभी तक अच्छा लग रहा है.
Also place to stand. It forces the timeout out of G2. Maybe a glimpse really into. There's not too much again. You can read into tactics. Only 3 rounds in onto the half.
Yeah, I mean,
जीत गए
I think
EDG
to
यार.
make some small read in terms of how grouped up they were on that side of the map. I think that was
बोला था
all
तुम लोग को
players
गेमिंग करो,
showered.
गेमिंग करो, गेमिंग
It's a
करो.
pretty unusual way of playing. Possible that Josh RT wants
जीत
to,
गया.
pull back a bit, give Showers control, play for plant denial, that kind of thing.
Clear
When you
cut
watch the way that
EDG
nobody
wins.
uses his wingman, I mean, they took Showers and he just sent little bro in on the wild escapade
solo
towards
mission.
default.
Yeah.
Stuff like that can really mess up a round if you're thinking about post-plant positioning before plant goes down on buy. So there are some small things that they could maybe be reading into. And I don't mind an early timeout in this position where you're ahead and you're trying to stop the comeback from happening.
Accident
Earlier
to
you
आओ
nip it in the
आप
bud.
यार मत करो
Quicker
ना.
you stop big things from snowballing out of control. And again, eyes, attention onto the Gecko ult. Is this a Showers crunch? It doesn't look like it.
No
from
one on the
G2.
receiving end. Yeah, G2. Normally you want a player to try and break this haunt.
Yeah, they're just looking to get the orbital strike online. Again, looking for plant denial. I think that's going to be so key here to the way that G2 are playing their defense. It's key for every team, of course, but seems like we're going to see G2 trying to play a more passive look to the defending side.
ये ब्रिमस्टोन से इधर से उधर भागने वाला लग रहा है.
EDG going to be creeping and crawling now over towards this B site. B's up close here. Wants to try and take that flank. Bullets, lay it down. Not enough for the kill though.
A lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage. Soften them up for Trent, but
अरे स्टिंगर है चिचा.
he's going to do much with it. Just playing.
कोई ट्रेंट को बोलो स्टिंगर है उसके पास.
Found himself corner window of opportunity. EDG want to go
Sir.
towards the A side now. There's no players there yet.
दो बंदे लाल हैं.
Leaf could easily take a timing through this Viper orb.
Not just that, I mean, he's got a. If there's signs of life from EDG,
तीन बंदे लोग का स्टैक है 30 सेकंड है. रुकने लेके आए.
Molly to try and slow
Umbot
down.
net satchel.
In the back
Oh
pocket.
fuck के close जाएगा.
And Icy's now there with an aid. This
Oh fuck के close जाने
has
वाला
some
है.
danger to it. I'm not going to lie. There's a snake bite. Slowing down the approach. It's the weakest players who are first through. They're trying to take that point of contact. Kang completely separated from his team now. And weaving in and out. It's just spraying, then praying away.
Need?
Rewarded though. Coming up with the goods. Coverage has to be there. And it finally is. Valen shut down as he seeks to deny that plant.
Nade was strong though.
Yeah.
Brought Shishu down to 33 health. And here comes a flank. This kill, so important.
What's ahead? Patience, 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 please!
Clean
Trent
one,
barely there. Grabs the kill in the end. And all this sound and pressure is being made as well. Simon doesn't know which way to look. Satchel's through and plays him in! It's disaster for EDG. And Smoggy is the one who now has to pick up the pieces. 1v2. Time played, time ticking. Smoggy's out wide. A tap, a stick, coverage. Trent lands it! Bullet to the dome. It's an upset round in the making. Completed fully. Thrifty win to get that 10 for G2.
And doesn't Trent know it? Just feeding into the crowd there, knowing that they've just pulled off a huge one to stop that momentum. You could see that disaster occurring in slow motion. The weak players, like you mentioned, going in first, getting hit with the vulnerable as well. Leaf barely had to peek, and he caught that first kill.
Mastercard Thrifty pushed G2 right back into it.
Look at this death ball from EDG.
भाई पैसा
Nobody
नहीं
watching
है.
Sand, nobody watching Fountain. All
ये
five
round अगर
players
G2
grouped
जीत
up on
गया
A
तो?
to go for a slightly delayed A execute.
Complete intent. Try and get this plant down now. It's overwhelmed with the ults. He's avoided most of this though. Safely. Putting the smoke, underhanded with the nade again. This is going to be denying the plant, surely. Nobody, no way. Wingman survives. Intruder back in the site, though. That is overzealous by Kang. And there was that punish in sight. Thrash through and out, detained. Even now, Simon! He's pulled it back out of nowhere. Simon? Gotta see that one again somehow, somewhere. What was looking so damn dangerous now. Not offered much in terms of opportunities. Spraying right through the wall. Simon finishes it. With the secondary shorty.
Hidden gem for the EDG team.
Gotta see that.
He pushes through by the look of things and just swings back sight and deletes 3 of them. But he seems like it was very unexpected. Take a look at this in the replay. As they're focused on retaking lamps, and he gets Trent in the back. VALORANT, Jonah P, not there to deny.
Yeah. The target priority too. Doesn't get flustered, doesn't get overwhelmed there when he sees 4 players. Picks them off.
Now at the top of the scoreboard.
सब एक-एक round के बाद कुछ ना कुछ चालू कर रहे हैं ऐसा लग रहा है.
And last time they bungled it on the anti-eco.
Bungled
They can't do that again.
Bungled क्या अभी?
There's no pushback from EDG. They're not going for any stimmy plays off the rip to try and punish these orb pickups.
No, G2.
Plan deny क्यों नहीं हुआ? Raise nerf.
Majority of the rounds in this half have actually been blow for blow with ults. Basically because of what you're talking about, that ult prioritization.
Comeback तो हो गया चट. क्या बोलते हो? बोला था EDG जीतेगा.
Every advantage you can get if you're gonna make this comeback the actual reality.
Trent is the one player with the rifle, looking to try to take contact against nobody, against Simon.
निकलते नहीं है
The
बे
two
लो.
initiators who are down to fight, down to scrap.
Played Leaf in. He's for the judge. Mosh now as soon as they hear this boom bot. Made again through, that's a TP though. EDG trying to, oh, Jonah P, you are right there behind them, but again, there's util into the back pocket of G2. Surely this doesn't happen again. Ring around the roses, they're running away up through A short once more. They can't take TP once more, surely not. Running them down, classics in hand. You can really just try and stave away and play a bit of patience into the round here by G2. Plant is tapped from behind, it's wrapped.
अगर ब्रिम वहाँ पे जिंदा रहता तो अल्ट मार के डिनाई के लिए
nobody gets that plant down. At least they do have that extension, but they've lost all semblance of map control here and given up guns in the process. Doubled up with the rifles, swinging through. It's Leaf who trades it onto Simon. Slow down once more. Fight and a bullet just through the wall there. Leaf will survive. Trent walking in, the barrel betrays him, nobody's down, and it's given an opportunity in for the 1v1. Adjustment not there, snapped into the side, the wingman not being used, for the defuse, Trent! Goes down to Smoggy, and EDG are still alive.
I learned something. These anti-eco rounds are so unbelievably close, and some of them, you know, like we saw earlier, going across the line. Smoggy's the savior there for EDG in the final moment. There was another political dodge there for EDG as well. Had Valen been able to stay alive for but a moment longer, he had orbital strike to try to deny plant. I mean, the way that EDG is celebrating here, you don't celebrate like that usually for winning an anti-eco. That shows you how close the scoreline is and how much they want to get to playoffs right here, right now. They need another 5.
It's Operator v Operator.
जरा सा भी close नहीं जा रहा.
Investments from both teams.
भाई जीतेगा तो EDG. छाती पे लिख लो.
Last time G2 double fought over showers, it did not go well.
Balance got to be aware of that fact. Bursted through from the contact plays of EDG. Nobody is there alone though. This time, not too much more players alongside him.
This is one of those rounds too where you cannot afford to let Smoggy get into post plan. He's got Molly, he's got orbital strike.
भाई आपके वजह से बहुत slow हो जाता है ये round. देखना 1 मिनट बचा सिर्फ.
Getting dangerous.
रुकाने के लिए अभी भी Molly ulti भाई ना slow खेल रहे
with the pressure. Simon's there, but he's just one man. I mean, it just feels so fake that they already offload the Seekers. G2 get full awareness now. There's no hiding this intent of this EDG squad. They want to land over towards the A site. Pivot options might be there if they try and take the showers TP, but Leaf is also going to be waiting. Mosh is down a tap to pull the util out again, but the timing caught with Leaf. Bullet to the back. Simon is dropped, pit is earned, and finally played the TP to no avail. And you got to scurry, you got to run away now.
The Brimalt is just going to close this out. They've got absolutely no chance to get the plant down.
Just not enough done preemptively to pull all this util out. It'll take miracles, but again, like you said, orbital strike, primed, ready, nobody pushed back. 7 seconds, 6, down to 5, 4. There needs to be a plan online, but the time is lost against them. EDG, no more chances, no more opportunities. 11th round, concatenated up now by G2.
Sticker डाल दो, दूसरा भी डाल दो ना.
Close and closer to closing out this match. G2
have
weathered the storm on Haven, are currently weathering a comeback on Bind after a 9-3 half.
I don't want to say it, but it's
attack timeout
because
they
of
just got outplayed here. That lurk, which was supposed to be their plan B, completely getting shut off by
बहुत slow गए bro.
timing around his Viper Orb, lovely.
Not enough to sell it.
हाँ, गया.
Just Simon alone, who's just dumping his util over to the one side to see if they can open
दोनों
up
same
A.
pose ही दे रहे हैं. Same pose दे रहे हैं.
EDG have actually
Did
managed to
T-Bone
get
moved
themselves an
permanently
outside
to
advantage.
ours? No.
3 rounds behind.
They'll come back in a month.
2 losses away from having to drop down to that lower bracket of their group. G2 have burnt some big ults that are good for plant denial. I mean, the orbital strike being the big one. It was a great investment from Valen. Absolutely secured them the round. But they can't sit back as passively. And they also can't be burning up their utility early on too. Valen used his volley early in the round there because he knew he could always rely on his ult.
नहीं जा सकते क्या कभी? एक ही team जीतेगा bro.
Save stuff like that. And Icy, I think, is going to be particularly important.
EDG अभी भी जीत सकता है, बोलो अच्छा खेल रहा है.
He's got to find himself in the right place because he can't rotate around as much. He's got the op in his hand, and he needs to be there to stop any push from EDG. That showstopper. Got to find value.
Has to be posted up.
I think EDG, it is more important than ever to dodge this op. Follow the utility that doesn't get broken. Try to push through smokes because he's not going to be opping behind a big smoke.
He might be running straight into it. Leave committing his own orb here. Could be used to cut up any sort of aggression in through and out of hookah. Sees it, signs of life as well. The haunt, at least the Prowler, I should say. Excuse me, shot missed, orbital strike, out and around here. Icy with the rocket! No way! Insanity with the movement! Kang. He's dodged and ducked and weaved. The fast play from G2 will be punished with a molly at the feet. Cooking them alive in the process with the rifles of the one to claim the day. Simon delivers all that damage. Valen, too much to overcome.
यही कांग चाहिए.
A rapid play by EDG.
Lovely punish as well.
Second में round खत्म कर
You know
दिया.
that the operator is not going to be in that spot. You've just heard the Viper Orb go down at the beginning of the round. And not just that, Leaf beefed his movement. I mean, if Leaf manages to jump out of hookah there backwards and get that snakebite off, maybe this could be different. Maybe Kankan could have been shut down on the route out. As it was, you make one mistake, the whole house of cards falls down. That's what Valorant's like at this level.
Once back gym में Helif से मिला.
And G2.
Gym नहीं जाने बोलो, उसको बोलो खाना खाए, butter chicken.
A 4-stack over towards B. Exact opposite side that EDG are going for. This is looking like the gap might close to 1.
A lot of presence now and pressure. It's applied over towards the A site. G2 have been good at least denying some portion of this one when they're on the right ecos, but the players are not in the right places at the right times.
Rank push करना नहीं आता, gym जाने बराबर होता है उस पड़े पे.
I see.
एक और friend minus.
Definitely going to be falling here. Satchels. Bullets flying his way. Obviously been committed here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, nobody feeling like he has to use it to try and clean up most of this round. Maybe just evidence, I think, of the frantic nature that EDG are operating under.
Clean one tap.
It should be cleaned up. Should be. Carrying a lot of weight.
Clean round.
Valendo isolated into this spot. Tries to pre-fire it into the corner. And rifle. Bouncing and hopping up in place. Simon once more puts a close to that round. EDG.
बंदा शॉट मार के गन निकाल के भी मार पा रहा है.
Equalizing at least in this map.
The lead is looking very
Binks भाई कभी आओ सूरत.
Very rough here for G2.
मैं चेयर से हिलने के लिए दर्द हो रहा है. तो सूरत हूँ मैं.
On a knife's edge, only 1 round separating these two teams. But EDG, I think a little timorous there in terms of how they use their ults.
Clean.
You needed to save those for some big rifle rounds that are coming up.
कैसे बंक्स भाई सब बढ़िया.
On the anti-eco when you'd already got the plant down. G2 are going to take attack timeout, so EDG have some time.
आप कभी Esports जा रहे हो आज रात के स्ट्रीम के बाद.
Personally, EDG losing a potential ace
आज
up
सारे
their sleeve
games
that could have
close
been
गए
so
ना यार.
helpful in these final few rounds.
Forget कितने बजे 9:30. Value खेलेंगे लेकिन.
The path ahead here. They forced G2 to take this tag timeout. Forcing G2 to come up with the
LF in
answers.
person was
Despite
so
how close
shy.
somebody's eke around to beam. G2's money
बंदा
has
बहुत
been
प्यारा
getting
है.
knocked down
दिल
consistently.
बड़ा साफ है उसका.
Lunch money stolen, shoved into a locker.
It's been the new kid, Simon, who's been doing a lot of the shoving. Just moved
उसको
to
carry
this
कर
squad.
करके मेरा पेट दुख रहा है.
He's a quarterback too.
Facts.
The size of him.
Excuse me.
22 and 13.
चीचा बहुत गलत लग रहा है कैमरा हटा
To
दो.
add a bit of firepower, a bit of a different skill set to EDG, moving the calling over to nobody. And it's working. It has breathed new life into EDG.
बंदा अपने मॉश पिट के
They
साथ
are
कैसे खेल
close,
सकता है?
so close to pulling off this comeback. It was 9-3 at the half. You can see it on your screens. Only 2 rounds gained for G2.
Now, ooh, that's a horn that goes amiss. Supposed to clear out through the top
Clear
section
base
long.
खाली है, base खाली है, tension नहीं guys.
Bit more uncertainty now into the step of
10-11
EDG.
जैसे
2 plays
crucial
from
round पे
there.
होना था.
Trailblazer G2 getting some
इको
good
round में कर
information.
देते.
Simon's got to be cautious here. There is a possibility that a Thrash could end up coming through the teleport. You see that G2 are looking to clear out short.
They're
Here
going for
comes
it.
that Thrash.
Yep, reclear. Detainment catches onto him, but again, there's that reinforcement arriving. EDG, they want to try and put a stop to this one. Nade around IC. He won't be denied. The line is drawn in the sand. And any sort of challenge, he will swat you away.
What a
बड़ा रह
beast.
के मार रहा turret के जैसे बस.
G2's going to try to make the difference on the other side of the map. He's found this lurk timing just as G2 have backed off. Could this be the moment? Could they maybe try to turn this 2v5?
It's a sound bait. Valen's holding. Valen's holding, but still loses the fight. Jumping around, that's a pit into the spawn. Trying to grant him a bit of that space and luxuries, even if they can get into the A side. 2 versus 4 still here for EDG.
उसको पिट
The
गिराना
double
ही
push coming out
पड़ेगा.
from Leaf and Icy is going to be fast onto this. They've planted, not for the pit, not for backside, but exactly for the flank.
Moshpit's going to be delayed here. They have planted for that flank
पिट
occurring
गिरा
this
दिया.
fight.
Nice. Forward to
Contact
tough है लेकिन.
plays, shoulder to shoulder. They split themselves up. Smoggy is alone and isolated. All comes down to this timing. Does he win this fight out? Can he make it a possibility? Across their placement, not ideal. And Icy, one more for the ace, denied from that, yet still the damage has been done. Chichu, it's a 1v3, no util left to his name. The defuse already tapped, stuck all the way. G2, the 12th round is earned, it's under their belt, and now one more step is all they need to take.
It's a beautiful setup that G2 won. You saw that happening live. Boombot comes out, smoke, just to give Icy this space. He's not even that great with the first spray onto nobody, but then the readjustment shakes himself off, and every shot after that was perfection.
You are insane.
He's playing incredibly right now.
बात तो है, बात.
Definitely one of Icy's best games at a time when G2 needed it desperately.
At a time when Binks is supporting EDG, Icy का
even
best
his
game
normal
है.
performance,
Wow.
EDG
Love it,
would
यार.
probably have already
Love
won
it.
this map. They have needed
कौन सा
the
गाली तो
duelist
समझ
to
में नहीं आ
become
रही.
a star.
He stepped up to it. As you've already mentioned, 22 kills. Not the current kill leader, Simon
Meet up
holds that
Scotland में
title,
कब?
but
अरे.
matters not if you end up losing the series, if you end up losing this map. On the precipice now, G2. It's a stalwart hold, a defensive setup. Icy's primed and ready.
Kang is going to pick up the ult orb here. If we see nobody bringing the spike back over
वो
towards
लोग का
A,
ऐसा लग रहा है कि
the
A
G2's
retake खेल
read
रहे
on
हैं.
this might end up paying dividends. Okay, Kang retreats.
वो लोग ने पूरे info
Icy's in
दिया
a
जैसे
spot
A
where he
retake
could have
खेल
got
रहे हैं.
one, popped his ult, and absolutely ruined an execute from Showers. EDG may not even realize it, but they've just dodged a massive bullet here by making the swap over towards B.
Actually में वो लोग A जा सकते थे,
trying to
सोच
reinforce
के वो
the
लोग
site.
retake
They've
खेल रहे हैं,
realized at
लेकिन
this point it's probably where EDG are ending.
He's going to be
Friend का
needed.
Rido P.
Exactly right here with 30 seconds onto the clock. This is do or die for EDG. It all lands
Pit
onto
है?
this, and it has to pay off
लोड़े लग गया.
massively. Molly's rebounding off to the side, but Jonah P not caught out still. It's played in to perfection here with the satchels in play. Nobody. Plan's going to be stuck swinging a wide lead with 2 out through the hookah. Chichu denies. And I
चिच्चू ने
see
बचा लिया राउंड यार.
left to do the
Love
most
you.
in this spot in a 1v3.
सेव करना पड़ेगा, पैसा नहीं है. I see.
Side control, very little information. Just
Save,
a made to work
save.
of spotting the jiggle peak.
Save, I see, save.
Nobody.
पैसा नहीं है, save.
I see want to make a go of it.
I
Good
think
call.
he needs the weapon.
हाँ.
Take a look at the credits here.
Weapon next round
50
एक और लेगा.
for
Done
Valorant.
sin.
450 for Jonah P.
Good call, good call, good
As
call.
tempting as it is
Good
for Icy
call.
to take that fight, earn up the ult for the next.
अच्छा खेल रहा है G2. हाँ?
Playing the long con.
G2 अच्छा खेल रहा है. अभी अल्ट्स में क्या क्या
It is
स्मोकी का अल्ट है?
possible that having the ult online may end up making more of a
आज ही के
difference.
दिन ओटी लेके जाओ. हाँ?
But we can't know that.
I mean,
Played for the weaponry.
2 मिनट के इधर रेस्ट नहीं मिल रहा है. आज ही के दिन ओटी लेके जाओ.
The stim beacon double blast pack from Kang Kang absolutely broke Jonah P's wrist as he tried to keep track of what was going on there. Kang Kang flew past him like a bullet train. It was just gone. And then the trade through was lovely from nobody. Simon again pulling up multiple kills in the round, and Chichu lovingly to close.
बिलोंग पे स्पिड डालता वाइपर मजा आता था.
Round 24. It's do or die. OT will knock down to the lower section of your group.
और मिल गया.
And ults are now online here for G2.
और मिल
Crewed
गया.
up, built up, mosh pit. Exchange, a bit of a handshake occurring out towards.
ये अल्ट मार के जाने वाला है. ये अल्ट मार के जाने वाला है.
Result, it's here, it's earned, and now is the time to strike Kang Kang right there forwards. He's already taken that timing, and now you might have some difficulties even getting the value, but now tucked to the corner.
क्या रीड था ये बेंचो?
Expecting that nobody was going to be placed there.
And that's the spike.
ये क्या
They've
read
got to
था?
be aware of this timing that Chishu could have taken.
वो वॉल पुश करके
Valorant,
उधर बैठ
Icy,
गया
they
रहेगा
know this
करके.
is a possibility.
In through Lambs. Head ripped clean off Simon and Smokey.
Yeah.
Last 2 to remain, but they're up versus 4. And it's to stay alive in the series. What can they truly, really do? A tap. Trying to bait out some presence from G2. Baiting out a response.
आज के दोनों
They don't take
predictions
it.
गलत यारो.
They let them stew. And the plant is down. Smoke in the face of Icy. A bit of spam. Spraying away, hoping for it. Jonah P. Right from behind now. Trailblazer out and away. Only the one contact. Jiggle speak is good here. Sees a little bit better. And a fight taken. Squared up to Simon.
Nice,
he wins it. Win cons
Possibility hai,
potentially there, but the position is so damn obvious. EDG would need a miracle. They need it now. Smoggy to deliver potentially. No! G2 to die it all.
G2, what
Please बोलो गलती से डिफ्यूज नहीं किया
What
पूरा.
a performance, what
Please.
a comeback. Amazing game that fits the script of how they've been playing every BO3 for the last 3 months. You just do not beat them in these map 3 situations. A valiant.
एक बंदा फेमस बंदे ने कहा है, हाँ, गांड मराने गया पिकम्स. फेमस बंदे ने. तो भाई क्रिस्टल बॉल दो. दे दो क्रिस्टल बॉल मेरे को. चलो गाइस, मैं जा रहा हूँ फट से. हेवी शूट है. मिलता हूँ, ठीक है. 9:30 बजे आ जाना गाइस, सब लोग आ जाना. आज फाफी बेटे अंडी मंडी जो नहीं आया, ठीक है. तुम्हारा दिन अच्छा जाएगा जो लोग नहीं आए. याद रखना, बस याद रखना. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय. आदियोस, शेडी में पादियोस. टेक केयर. सी या इन अ व्हाइल. ठीक है. बाय 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 बाय. टेक केयर. बाय गाइस. सी या. बाय बाय. लव बाय. बाय बाय. मिलता है.
Chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.